Hi, welcome back to another interesting full stack project development in React and Spring Boot. Before we begin the video, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, and also comment on this video that you will be waiting for this project. It will motivate me to create more such videos for you guys. Also, YouTube algorithm recommends this video to many people. With this, let's begin the video. In this project, we are going to build a complete AI powered image background removal SaaS based application. I know a lot of people were asking about how we can create this SaaS based application, and in this project I will walk you through everything about how you can create a SaaS based application. Another important feature about this project is we are going to use a complete authentication system provided by Clerk. Clerk is one of the most popular authentication system. It manages the authentication easily and we can easily integrate with multiple programming languages. In this video course, I will be walking you through how you can use Clerk with React as well as Spring Boot application, how you can authenticate the JWT tokens for the Clerk authentication system. Also, we are going to use the Tailwind CSS. A lot of people were asking about, instead of the Bootstrap, use the Tailwind CSS. In this project, I will be using Tailwind CSS to design the entire front-end application. We will be using Razorpay payment gateway to integrate with the payment services. It will be very interesting. I will walk you through each and everything, how you can read the documentation, how you can find the resources online. Everything I will teach you in this video course. Also, a lot of you people were asking, instead of just writing the code, explain each and every line what you are writing. That's exactly what I have done in this project. I will walk you through how you can first design the application, what are the development steps we need to take care by showing you the PowerPoint presentations, and then we will start developing the features step by step. This is going to be a fun and interesting project. You will learn a lot of things. I will teach you everything, how you can use the authentication system so that you can also integrate the same authentication system with many other projects as well. If you are excited to build this project, then come and join this entire journey. I will teach you everything. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel and also like this video and comment on this video. It will motivate me to create more such videos for you. Once you complete the project, deploy this project to any cloud services. I have already created a bunch of videos on how we can deploy it to production servers. Make sure to deploy this to production servers and add it to your resume. Also, you can share the live link with me in the comment section. I would love to see your work as well. With this, let's see the application demo so that you will understand what we are going to build by the end of this video course. Let's get started. I'm inside the web browser. I have opened the URL localhost 5173. The front-end application is running on this URL and the backend application is running on the port 8080. This is the landing page where you will see at the top left-hand side we have the logo and the text, and on the right-hand side we have the action buttons, login and sign up. Just below that we have the hero section. Left hand side we have the image and the right hand side we have the content, and we have the action button upload your image, where you can upload your image and it will remove the background. And if you scroll down, you will see another section. It will tell you what are the steps to remove the background image. And if you scroll down, you will also see one more section where you can preview the before image and after image. And if you scroll down, you will see the different pricing section, the basic package, premium package and ultimate package. User can buy one of these package to get the credits. And you will see the testimonials and the try now content, where you can upload your image and it will remove the background. And at the bottom we have the footer section. Let's also view this in the mobile view, and the complete application is mobile friendly and it is responsive. You can also view this in the mobile view. We have the drop down for action buttons, login and sign up. Let's go back to the desktop view. The entire application authentication system is managed by a tool called Clerk. Let's go to the sign up, and you can see we get a nice pop-up, and we can sign up with a Google account, or even we can just sign up with the email address. Click on this, continue with a Google. That's easy to sign up. Select the Google account which you want to create the account, and select the account again, continue, and boom, you can see the account has been created and we got the 5 credits as a bonus. And now if you click on this, we get a nice drop down from the Clerk. We can manage the account, and there is an option called sign out, and clicking on this manage account, a pop-up will open. We can see the profile icon and the update profile option and the email address, the primary email address, connected accounts, Google. Go to the security. We can also delete the account and the active devices. We can set a new password. Everything is managed by the Clerk. Now, if you again scroll down, the entire application remains as it is, but the user is logged in. Now let's go to the clicking on this credits. It will take you to the pricing section where you can purchase the credits. Let's go ahead and click on this choose plan, and it will connect to the Razorpay payment gateway. Enter the UPI ID success at Razorpay. This is the test UPI address from Razorpay, and click on this verify and pay. It will complete the payment and we should see the credits in our account. Awesome, you can see the credits added. We got 100 credits extra. Now total credits we have 105. Let's go ahead and remove the background from the image. Click on this upload your image and select the image. I wanted to remove the background from my image. Click open and boom, you can see it will take us to the result page where a loader will be keep loading while removing the background, and we got the result. User can try another image or user can download the new or the existing image. Just click on this and an image will be downloaded where you can open the image, and this is how it looks. Perfect. And clicking on this try another, it will take us back to the home page where user can again upload a new image and remove the background, and you can see the credits, it has been reduced with 1 every time when we remove the every time when we upload a new image and when we remove the background, 1 credit will be deducted from the total credits. Now let's go back to the browser and see what all the tables has been present. We have 2 tables. One is users table. Executing this table, we got the ID, clerk ID, credits, email address, first name, last name, and photo URL. And also we got the orders, and where we can track the user orders. Right now a user has purchased credits for $499 and that has been tracked in this table. Now let's go back to the browser and let's quickly update the profile. I'm going to click on this manage account and I'll just update the profile with Bhushan Sirgur, and just click on this save, and profile has been updated. Let's see whether it is reflecting in the database or not. Let's go back to the database, execute the query. You can see the last name has been updated. In order to work this, we have created an webhooks. Inside the Clerk dashboard, we need to create the webhook and we need to subscribe to the events. Let me go back to the Clerk, and first of all inside this Clerk account, you can see if I reload this, we got a user and the entire user credentials will be managed by the Clerk. And if you go to the configure option and if you scroll down, if you go to the webhooks, you will notice the webhook that we have created, and you can also clicking on this, you can see these are the events that have been created, that have been subscribed, created, deleted, updated. Whenever anything happen related to these events, automatically it will be reflected in our database as well. And you can see the events updated that has been succeeded. Alright, so now let's go back to our application and we can delete the account as well. So let's go to the security and clicking on this delete account, we need to enter this text, delete account. The entire account has been deleted. It will also removed from the database. Let's go to the database and execute this users. You can see the users is also deleted from the database. Perfect. Yeah, this is the entire application overview. I hope you are clear about what we are going to build in this video course, and I'm super excited to teach you all these concepts: how to create the webhook, how to integrate with the Clerk authentication system, how to use the third-party APIs to make an API call from the Spring Boot application, how to use the Tailwind CSS, how to consume the APIs using the React application. And I will walk you through each and every step through the PowerPoint presentations. Once you're clear about the development steps, then we will jump into the coding and we will start writing the code. Thank you so much for watching. Let's continue and start building this project. In case if you are looking for the source code, I'll drop a link in the description section of this video. Go ahead and grab the source code. First, let's talk about the application architecture. We have the React application and the Spring Boot application and the MySQL database. The React application will talk to the Spring Boot application through the REST API, and the Spring Boot application connect to the MySQL database through the JPA. And the entire application authentication is managed by a special tool called Clerk. Let's talk about the Clerk. Clerk is a most comprehensive user management platform. It provides a complete suite of embeddable UIs, flexible APIs, and admin dashboard to manage the users and the authentication. Clerk provides simple and easy authentication management system. It supports multiple programming languages. You can easily integrate with it. It is one of the best tools that I have ever used for the user authentication management. In this video, I will walk you through how you can easily integrate with React and Spring Boot. Let's talk about the tools and technologies. We're going to use Vite project build tool and React version 18, Tailwind CSS, Spring Boot, Maven, JWT and MySQL database. At a high level, we are going to use these tools and technologies. Along with this, we will also use React Router for routing. We are going to use Axios for making the API calls. We're going to use Lombok for the Java library. We're going to use a bunch of other tools as well. Before we start the development, what are the prerequisites to this course? Obviously, you should know the basics of Java and Spring Boot because this project is entirely built on Spring Boot. You should also know the basics of JavaScript and React. However, I have already created a complete Spring and Spring Boot JWT video course on my YouTube channel. It's a 5 hours long video. You can watch that video to understand more about the Spring and Spring framework. If you want to learn in depth about Spring framework and Spring JWT, I highly recommend you to check out my premium course on Udemy. You will learn how to build a professional production grade REST API. You can also check out my Udemy course to learn how we can build the React and Spring Boot application from the scratch. I drop a link in the description section of these videos. Make sure to check out these videos. Before we start the development, in case if you are new to my YouTube channel, my name is Bhushan. I create a project development videos on Spring, Spring Framework, JWT, Angular, React, AWS and bunch of other tools. If that sounds interesting, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. With this, let's look at the development steps for this project. First, let's set up the React project. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to create Vite React project from the command prompt. Second step is to remove the default content from the project. Third step is to add the custom font to the index.css file. Fourth step is to change the project title and add the project icon. And the fifth step is to render the hello world into the browser. Let's discuss these steps one by one in detail. The first step is to create the Vite React project. Open the command prompt or terminal if you're on Mac. Execute the following command npm create Vite. This is going to initialize the Vite project. And while creating the project, it will ask you to enter the project details such as project name, and it will ask us to select the framework. Make sure to select the React framework, and also it will ask us to select the variant. We're going to use JavaScript, so select the JavaScript as the variant. That's it. It is going to create the project for us. Once create the project, open the project inside the IDE, and once you open the project inside the IDE, from the root of the project, install the dependencies. To do that, just execute the following command npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies from the project. The second step is to remove the default content. We need to clean up the app.css file and the index.css file. And also we need to remove all the images from the assets folder and the public folder, and remove the content from the app.jsx file. And the third step is to add the custom font to the project. We're going to add the outfit custom font into the project. Open the index.css file and import the custom font. We're going to add this custom font from the Google APIs. And we're going to apply the style as well. Inside the body, we're going to add margin 0, padding 0, and font family. We're going to reference to the outfit. And the fourth step is to change the project title and the project icon. We're going to open the index.html file, and inside the index.html file, we are going to add the title remove.bg AI magical tool. We're going to provide a proper project name inside this title. Also, we're going to reference to the custom logo, which we are going to add it inside the public folder. And this is how it looks like inside the browser. The logo followed by the project title. And the fifth step is to render the hello world into the browser. Inside the app.jsx file, we're going to create a React functional component and we're going to export it as a default component. And inside the JSX, we're going to return the hello world. And we're going to start the development server, and when we open the browser on the port localhost 5173, we should see the text hello world. Alright, now we have understand the development steps. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps to complete this. I have opened the terminal. Enter the following command: npm create vite. This is going to initialize the project. It will ask you to enter the project name. Enter the project name and select the framework. Select React, and it will ask us to select the variant. Select JavaScript. It just created the project. Now we need to open this project inside the IDE and we need to install the npm dependencies. Let's open this inside the IDE. I will be using WebStorm for the front-end project development. You can use Visual Studio Code as well. Let's open this project. I have opened the project inside the WebStorm. As soon as you open it inside the WebStorm, it will ask you to install the dependencies. Just click on this run npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies. You can manually install the dependencies as well. Just go to the root of the project and just enter the following command: npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies. Okay, it installed all the dependencies. Just close this and close this readme.md file. Now we need to clean up the files. Let's go to the src and inside the app.css, just delete all the content and open the index.css. Select everything and delete all the content and go to the app.jsx. Remove all of the content. Save this and also go to the assets. Delete the file. Inside the public folder, we have this svg file. Just delete this. Now let's go to the main.jsx. If there are any references to any of the images, just remove it. Let's go to the index.html. Let's change the title. I'm going to provide the project name as remove bg. AI magical tool. Let's remove this vite.svg because we have removed from the public folder. Next, let's open the app.jsx. Create the functional component. render the hello world text and export it as a default component. Let's save this. Next, we need to add the project logo into the public folder. Before that, let's import the custom font. Let's go to the browser, search for outfit font, open the Google Fonts, click on this get font and click on this get embedded code and select the import. Select this and go to the index.css, import the font. Next, we need to apply that font to our project. Let's add body. Let's add margin 0, padding 0, font family. I'm going to change this to outfit. And save this. Next, we need to add the logo into this public folder. I have already copied the logo. Let's paste it inside this public folder. You can find this logo in the description section of this video. Now, let's go to the index.html. Let's reference to the logo.png and save this. Now let's start the development server. Open the terminal. Execute the following command npm run dev. This is going to start the development server on the port 5173. Open the browser and navigate to localhost 5173. We should see the text hello world and the font which we have applied outfit, which is reflecting here. I have noticed one more thing. Let's go to the Google fonts which we have copied earlier. If you look at this, there are two fonts has been selected, Poppins and outfit. We don't need this Poppins, so let's remove this and now click on this get embed code and now click on this import and let's copy this and open the index.css. Just replace this line and save this. Rest everything remains as it is. Now if you go to the browser and refresh this, still it remains as it is because we just removed the Poppins from that import statement. Let's set up the Tailwind CSS. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to install the Tailwind CSS via the npm command. The second step is to configure the Vite plugin. Third step is to import the Tailwind CSS inside the global style sheet. And the fourth step is to test the integration. The first step is to install the Tailwind CSS via the npm command. We are going to execute the npm command npm install Tailwind CSS and @tailwind/Vite. This is going to install the Tailwind CSS dependencies. The second step is to configure the Vite plugin. Inside the vite.config.js, we are going to import the Tailwind CSS and we are going to configure the Tailwind CSS inside the plugins. The third step is to import the Tailwind CSS inside the global style sheet. Inside the index.css file, we are going to import the Tailwind CSS. And the fourth step is we are going to test the integration. Inside the app component, we are going to add the Tailwind CSS classes. And when we run the application, we should able to see the styles applied to the div. Alright, these are the development steps to integrate the Tailwind CSS. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps. Let's start installing the Tailwind CSS. I'm going to open up the documentation so that you will also can read the documentation. Just search for React.js Tailwind CSS. Scroll down and select the first link. The documentation is pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and follow these steps. First, we need to install the Tailwind CSS. Just copy the npm command and open the terminal. And execute the command. This is going to install the Tailwind CSS. In case if you found these errors, just add -- force. This is going to install forcefully the dependencies. Okay, now we have installed the Tailwind CSS. Let's go back to the documentation, and the second step is to configure the Vite plugin. We need to import this inside the Vite config.ts file. Copy this, open the vite.config.js. At the top, let's import the Tailwind CSS. Next, inside the plugins, let's add this Tailwind CSS. Just add comma and add the Tailwind CSS and save this. Let's go back to the documentation. Next, we need to import the Tailwind CSS. Copy this and open the index.css. Import the Tailwind CSS and save this. Next, we need to just test our integration. That's all. Let's go to the, first of all, I'm going to copy this classes. Open the app.jsx. Let's add these the Tailwind CSS classes. Let's save this and let's start the development server. The development server is already started. Let's go back to the browser and open the tab, and you can see our Tailwind CSS style has been applied. Our integration is working as expected. Now let's set up the menu bar. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to install the Lucid React dependency for the icons pack. The second step is to create the assets.js file and export the image. Third step is to create the menu bar component and update the content. The fourth step is to mount the menu bar component inside the app component. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to install the Lucid React dependency. We're going to install this dependency via the npm command. Once we install this, it is going to provide a bunch of icons. We can use those icons inside our component. And for these icons, we can pass the props like color and size. We can bunch of props, we can pass it to the icons to customize it. The second step is to create the assets.js file and export the logo. Inside the assets folder, we are going to create a new file called assets.js, and inside this we are going to import the logo and other images, and we are going to create an object and export it. Inside the object, we are going to pass the images. And the third step is to create the menu bar component. Inside the source folder, we are going to create a new folder called components, and inside the components folder, we are going to create a new component, menu bar component. And we are going to create the functional component, and inside this, we are going to create a new state using the use state hook. The initial value will be false, and we're going to call the state name as menu open, and the updater function name is set menu open. We're going to create this state just to keep track of the drop down. And inside this, we're going to create we're going to return the JSX content. We are going to use the Tailwind CSS classes. These CSS classes are self-explanatory. I believe you're already aware of these class names. We're going to add the background white, padding horizontally, padding vertically, flex, justify between, item center, and also we're going to add the height, width, object content. This object content is nothing but to fit the image without cropping, and cursor pointer, and we're going to add the text indigo for the color and the font semi bold, and we're going to add the cursor pointer again for the text as well as the icon. I believe you are already aware of these CSS classes. The next step is we need to add the buttons, the login button and the sign up button at the right side of the menu bar. For that, we are going to create two buttons, the login button and the sign up button, and we will add the CSS classes, rounded full, transition all, and on hover effect we are going to add the background color, background gray, text gray, the gray color text we are going to add, and also we are going to hide this when the user view this in the mobile view. For that, we are going to add this hidden classes, and space X for it is going to add a gap between the horizontal items. The next step is to add the content for the mobile view. We are going to make use of the menu open state to add the content. We are going to add the hamburger icon as well as this X icon. We are going to make use of the Lucid React icons pack for that. We are going to add the button, and inside the button we are going to display these icons based upon the condition. We are going to make use of the menu open state. If the menu open state is true, then we are going to display this drop down and we are going to display this X icon. If the menu open is false, then we are going to display this hamburger icon. That is what the condition is all about. We are going to use the ternary operator for that. And next we are going to again check for the menu open state. If it is true, then we are going to add the login and sign up buttons. For that, we are going to add this drop down, and we are going to make use of the classes like absolute, top 16, right 8, background white, shadow. We are going to add rounded pill. We are going to add flex column, space horizontally. We have space Y4. It is nothing but we are going to provide a spacing between horizontally for these two items, the login and sign up. And on hover effect, we are going to change the text color to blue and font medium. Again, all these classes are self-explanatory. And the fourth step is to mount the menu bar component inside the app component. Inside the app component, we are going to mount the menu bar component which we have created just now. And the last step is to test the changes inside the browser. And this is how it looks inside the browser. Alright, let's follow these development steps one by one. Let's open the WebStorm. First, we need to install the npm dependency. We're going to install the Lucid React. This is going to install the dependency. In case if you found these errors, just add the -- force at the end. This is going to install the dependency forcefully. Next, open the Project Explorer and copy the logo from the public folder and add it to the assets folder. Inside the assets folder, create a new file, assets.js. First, let's import the image. I'm going to create an object and export it. Save this. Next, open the app.jsx. Inside this app.jsx, we need to render the menu bar component. Inside the Project Explorer, under the source folder, create a new directory, components. Create a new component with the name menubar.jsx. Create a functional component. Let's add the text menubar and export it as a default component. Now let's mount this component inside our app.jsx. Let's remove these classes and remove the text hello world, and inside the div let's mount the Menubar component and save this. If you open the browser, you see the text Menubar. Next, let's go to the menubar.jsx, and inside this we can add the styles. Before that, at the top I'm going to create a new state which is to be menu open. Let's import the use state hook. I'm going to set the default value as false. Next, I'm going to create JSX content. I'm going to use the nav tag, and inside this let's add the class names. Inside this I'm going to add the comments just for the reference. Left side we're going to add logo plus text. Let's create a div with a class flex items center horizontal space, and inside this create an image tag with the class height 8 width 8 object contain and cursor pointer. Let's add the image from the assets.logo. We can add the text logo. Next, let's add the text remove bg. Let's use the span tag. I'm going to add the text size, font semi-bold, text color indigo. On hover, I'm going to add the cursor pointer. Let's add the text remove dot, and I'm going to add the text bg. Let's create a new span tag with a class text gray 400. Cursor pointer bg. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, and this is how it looks, but let me actually resize the browser web page size to 133%, and for some reasons the Tailwind CSS is not working properly. Every time we need to restart it, so I'm going to just restart the dev server. In case if you know the solution for this, just let me know in the comment section. If you go back to the browser, and you can see now we can able to see the logo and the text. On hover, we can able to see the cursor pointer as well. There is a slight space between these two texts. Let me actually go back, and I'm going to just remove this space and save this, and this is how it looks. Now let's add the two buttons at the right hand side for this menu bar. Let me minimize this. After this div, I'm going to just add a comment. Action buttons, I'm going to just add right side. Let's create a div with a class hidden. We are going to hide this in the mobile devices. Item center, we're going to add a space between the children horizontally. Let let me add a button with a classes text gray 700. We're going to add the hover effect. On hover, we're going to add text color to blue, font medium. I will add the text login. I'm going to create one more button. Background color gray 100. Hover effect background gray 200. Text gray 700. Font medium. Horizontal padding 4 and vertical padding 2. Rounded full, I'm going to add the rounded corners and transition all. Let's add the text, sign up and save this. If you go to the browser, you can see the login and sign up text. Again, the CSS is not working properly. What we need to do is we just need to just restart the dev server. And you can see on hover of this login, the text color is changed to blue, and on hover of this, we have a nice transition as well as the text color change it into gray. Now when we see this in the mobile view, you can see the two buttons has been hidden. Now we have to add the styling for the mobile device as well. Let's go back to the WebStorm. After this div, I'm going to create a comment, mobile hamburger. We have to add the hamburger icon so that user can click on that hamburger to open the drop down menu. Create a div with a class flex, and I'm going to add the hidden class. Inside this, I'm going to create a button. I'm going to attach the on-click event. I'm going to update the state, set menu open to. I'm going to add the not operator for the state which is menu open. If it is true, it becomes false, and if it is false, it becomes true. Inside this, we have to conditionally show the icons. Let me use the ternary operator. If the menu is open, we're going to use the X from the Lucid React. I'm going to add the size 28. Otherwise, I'm going to display the hamburger icon, which is, I'm going to add the size 28 for this as well. Let me import this and save this. Now if you go to the browser, let me resize this, and you can see we get this nice hamburger option. On click of this, you can see we get this X icon as well from the Lucid React. And now what we have to do is on click of that, we wanted to show the drop down, and again click of this X, it will be turned out into the hamburger option. Okay, now let's go back to the WebStorm. After this div, I'm going to add a comment, mobile menu. I'm going to make use of the ternary operator. If the menu is open, I want to show the drop down only when the menu is open, only when this menu open state is true. Inside this, create a div with a class absolute top 16, right 8, background white, shadow rounded MD, flex column. I'm going to add a space between vertically, and width 40. Inside this, let's create a button with a class text gray 700. I'm going to add the hover effect on hover, text color to blue 500, font medium. Let's add the text login. Let's add one more button for the sign up. Background gray 100, hover background gray 200, text gray 700, font medium, padding horizontally 4, padding vertically 2, rounded full, text center. Let's add the text sign up. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, let me view this in a mobile view. On click of this, you can see it will look like this. That is because the size have not been applied properly. Let me actually go back to the web store. I'm going to stop and restart the development server, and let me view again, and this is how it looks. We have the login and the sign up. Awesome. Next, what I'll do is I'm going to update the few more things. Let me actually view this again in the mobile view. If you click on this, you will see there is no space between these drop down. So let me add that as well. Let's go back. I'm going to just add the padding here, padding 4. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, click on this, and let me restart the dev server, and you can see now we have a nice padding between the drop down. Okay, now we can continue with the next features. If you look at the landing page of our website, it contains multiple sections. At the very top, we have the hero section. Next, we have the section for how to remove the background, and the next section is for slider section. And next we have the pricing section and the testimonial section and the try now section. Instead of adding all these content into one single component, we are going to break down this into a multiple components, and we are going to create those multiple components, and we're going to add all these contents individually. And finally, we're going to render all those components into a single component, which is called as home component. That's the whole idea of designing this landing page. Now let's create the landing page. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to understand how we can structure the landing page, because that is crucial, because landing page contains most of the content. So let's understand how we can structure the landing page. The second step is to create all the necessary components and update the content. The third step is to create the home component and mount all other components. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. Now let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. We are going to understand how we can structure the landing page. We are going to create a header component and we are going to add the hero section content. Next, we are going to create the component for the background removal steps. We are going to add the content for these steps. Next, we are going to create the component for the background slider. We are going to add the content for the slider. Next, we are going to create the component for the pricing section. We are going to add the content as well. Next, we are going to create the component for the testimonials and we will add the necessary content. And we're going to create the component for the try now and we're going to add the necessary content. And all these components is wrapped by another component which is called as home component. This is how we are going to structure the landing page. The next step is to create the header component. We are going to create the we already created the header component. We are going to add the hero section content. The hero section contains two parts, the left side and the right side. The left side contains the video banner and the right side contains the text content. In the left side, we are going to play the video. We are going to make use of the video tag and we are going to reference from the assets folder. Inside the assets folder, we have the assets.js. And inside that we are going to import the video and we are going to export the object, and through that object we are going to reference the video as well. And we are going to add the autoplay, loop, muted, and I'm going to add the classes, the Tailwind classes, which is width full, maximum width we are going to add 400 pixel, and height auto and object cover. This is going to ensure that without cropping it should be fits inside the box. And next we are going to add the custom shadow. Also we are going to add the rounded corners and overflow hidden. And next we are going to add the grid, and this is going to provide the grid column 1, which should be one single grid inside a mobile view. And we're going to, for the medium devices, we're going to create two columns and we're going to provide the gap 12, and we're going to make it as item center, margin bottom 16 we are going to add. And next we are going to add the order to, which means this image, the video should be comes in the second order whenever we are seeing it in the mobile view. And we're going to add the in medium devices, this should comes as the first. That is why it is displaying in the medium devices as a first place. We're going to add the flex, justify center, we're going to add. These are all the Tailwind CSS classes. I believe you already aware of these classes. Next, we need to design the right side content, which is the text content. Inside the hero section, we're going to add the text content. We're going to create the div and we're going to add the order 1, which means that this should comes first in the mobile devices. And we're going to, in the medium devices, this should comes as a second. Next, we're going to add the h1 tag, we're going to add the text, and we're going to add the necessary CSS classes, which is text. For the text, we're going to add the extra large, and in medium devices 5 extra large we're going to add, font bold, text gray 900, medium, margin bottom, leading tight, which is nothing but there should be a less spaces between the lines. And we're going to add the another classes for the paragraph, which is text gray 600, margin bottom, and we're going to add the leading relaxed. This leading relaxed is nothing but there should be enough of gap between the text. And next we're going to create this button. For that we're going to use the label and we're going to use the input type file. The input type file will be hidden, and we are going to, inside the label, we are going to add the text, upload your image text. And whenever the user click on this upload your image, it is going to open up the window to choose the file. And we are going to add the accept property. This is going to accept only the images. And we're going to add this hidden property to hide this file type. And the next step is to create the home component, and inside the home component we are going to mount the header component. And we're going to add the CSS classes, that is maximum width, and we're going to add horizontal margin as auto, padding we're going to add, in the small devices we're going to add padding as 6, and in large devices we're going to add the horizontal padding as 8, and we're going to provide the vertical padding as 16, and font we're going to add the outfit. Okay, now we have understand what are the steps that we need to follow to create the home component and the header component. Let's follow these steps one by one. Let's open the WebStorm. The first step is to create the home component. Under the src folder, create a new folder, pages. Inside the pages, create a new file, home.jsx. Let's create the functional component. Let's add the text home and export it as a default component. Let's save this. And now we have to mount this inside the app.jsx. Inside the app.jsx, I'm going to, just below the menu bar component, I'm going to mount the home component. And save this. And now if you go to the browser, we should see the text home. Now let's go back to the WebStorm, and inside this home component, what I'll do is I'm going to just add the comments so that we can later refer here and we can mount the other components inside this home component. The first, we're going to create the hero section. Next, we're going to create the section for background removal steps. Next, we're going to add the slider section, background removal slider section. Next, we're going to add the buy credits plan section. And we're going to add the user testimonials section. And the last component that we are going to add is the try now component. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser again, there is nothing changes. Everything remains as it is. We just added the comments for our reference. Now let's go ahead and create the very first component to render this inside this home component. We're going to create the header component. Inside this components folder, create a new file, header.jsx. Let's create the functional component. Let's add the text header, and I'm going to export it as a default component. Now let's mount this header component inside the home component. Just below this comment, let's mount the header component. I'm going to get rid of this text home and save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see the text header. Now we can start adding the content into this header component. I'm going to update the header component. First of all, what I'll do is I'm going to add a div with the class names grid, grid column 1, grid column 2, gap 12, items center, and margin bottom 16. Inside this, I'm going to add the comments just for the reference. Left side, we are going to add the video banner, and the right side, I'm going to add the text content. Let's start with the left side. We are going to add the video for the left side. I'm going to wrap that video inside a div. Let's create a div with a class order2, order1, flex, justify, center. Inside this, let's create a one more div. I'm going to add the class names. Let me actually copy all the classes and I'll paste it here. Inside this, I'm going to create a video. Let's use the video tag. I have already added the video inside the assets folder, homepage banner. So let's import this inside the assets.js. Let's import at the top, import video banner from homepage banner, and I'm going to export it, video banner. Let's save this. And next, inside our header.jsx, let's reference to the banner, which is assets.video banner. I'm going to add the autoplay. Also, I'm going to add loop. It should be continuously in loop. And I'm going to add muted. I don't want any music. Also, I'm going to add the few class names, which is width full and maximum width. I'm going to add 400 pixel, height auto, object cover for without any crops, and we don't need this the closing tag. We can use the self closing tag. Okay, now we have created the video. Now let me save this, and if you look at the browser, you can see in the left hand side we can able to see the video, but of course the style has not been applied properly. So to do that, let me actually stop the server and I'm going to restart it. And if you go to the browser, you can see now we have a nice shadow and the corners for this video banner. Now in the right hand side, we can add the text content. Let's open the WebStorm. Scroll down. We have this right side comment. Here we are going to add the content for the right hand side. Before that, I'm going to just remove these white spaces. Okay, let's create a div with a class order1, order2. Inside this, let's create a h1 tag. I'm going to add the classes. I'm going to add the text size, text 5XL, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 6, leading tight. I'm going to add the text the fastest, and I'm going to add the span tag inside this h1 tag. So let's add the span tag. Let's add the class names, text indigo 600, sorry, I'm going to add 700 instead of the 600, and I'm going to add the text background eraser, the fastest background eraser, and for that background eraser I'm going to add the text indigo with the 700. After this h1 tag, I'm going to create a paragraph with a class text gray 600, margin bottom 8, text large, leading relaxed. Inside this, we need to add few content. I'm going to just add the content, and after this div, I'm going to create a div, and inside the div we need to add the button with a text upload your image. Inside this, let's create the input file. The input type is file, and I'm going to add the properties. We don't need this name and ID, just add the accept option. We need to accept only the image of any type. ID, I'm going to just add upload, and I'm going to make it as hidden. We don't want to see this. In fact, I'm going to make this as upload 1 later, because we're going to create a one more input box, and inside and down we are going to create a label with a class background black, text white, font medium, horizontal padding 8, vertical padding 4, rounded full. On hover effect, I'm going to add the opacity to 90, transition, transform. On hover effect, I'm going to add the scale 105 with a text large, and I'm going to add the HTML for. I'm going to add this ID value, the same ID value upload 1, and I'm going to add the text here, which is upload your image. Let me correct this. That's all. Now let me save this, and if you go to the browser, okay, this has been reversed. That is because, let me actually go to the terminal, and I'm going to restart the dev server, and if you go to the browser, you can see this is how it looks. Anyhow, somehow it is not even properly aligned, because I wanted to bring this to the left hand side, and let me fix that as well. First, let's fix this button. This shouldn't be square, it should be rounded, and here we have made some mistake. Okay, this is rounded, so let me correct this and save this. And also, if you go to the home.jsx, here I'm going to add a few classes, which is maximum width, and also I'm going to add the MX auto, padding 4. Small devices, I'm going to add the padding 6, and large devices, I'm going to add the padding 8. Padding vertical, I'm going to add 16. Font, I'm going to add the custom font, which is outfit. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see now we got this rounded corner for the button. Also, now we got a nice hero section. Alright, now we have completed the header component. Next, we need to create the component for this background removal steps section. Let's discuss the next steps to create the new component. The first step is to update the assets.js file. Inside the assets.js file, we are going to add the steps for the next component. These are the static text. We are going to just create an array, and inside the array, we are going to create the objects. The next step is to create the next component, which is the BG removal steps component. Inside this component, we are going to loop through the array which we have created inside the assets.js, and we're going to display the cards. We're going to create a div and we're going to add the CSS styles, that is text center, margin bottom 16, and also we're going to add the heading tag, and we will add the classes, which is text 3 extra large, and in medium devices we're going to add the text 4 extra large, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 12, and also we're going to add the grid, and we're going to add the grid column 1 in the mobile devices, and in the small devices we're going to add grid column 2, and in the large devices we're going to add the grid column 3. This is how it looks in the large devices, and also I'm going to add the gap of 8 for these the gap between these three cards. And next we're going to loop through the steps which we have created inside the assets.js. We're going to make use of the map function, and to this map we're going to take the item and the index, and we're going to use the index for the key prop, and using the item each time in the loop runs we're going to get the item contains the step, description, title, and we can display the content. We're going to create the span tag, we're going to add the classes, inline block, background gray 200, text indigo 800, text small, font semi bold. All these classes you already familiar with it as of now. Okay, now once we created this component, we are going to mount this component inside the home component. Inside the home component, just below the header component, we are going to render the background removal component. These are the steps that we are going to follow to create this background removal steps component. Let's start the development. Now let's open the WebStorm. Let me minimize this console. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the components, create a new component. I'm going to call this BG removal steps. Let's create a functional component. I'm going to add a text steps. Let's export this as a default component. Save this. Now let's mount this inside the home component. Just after this comment, let's mount the BG removal steps component and save this. And if you open the browser, you should see the text steps. Now let's add the content to this component. Open this component. Instead of adding the content, what I'll do is I'm going to create an array. Open the Project Explorer, or already have this file assets.js. I'm going to paste the array. So let's paste it. This array is called as steps. I'm going to export this. We can use this steps inside any of our component. Basically, we are going to add the data for the steps, step 1, step 2, and step 3. The step 1, which is going to select an image. Step 2 is going to let the image magic remove the background and download your image. The steps to how we can remove the background image, those steps we are going to create it inside an array, and this array contains 3 objects, the step 1, step 2, and step 3. That's it. Now we can use this array inside our BG removal steps. Okay, let's go to the component, and I'm going to get rid of this text. And what I'll do is I'm going to add the classes, text center, margin bottom 16. Inside this, I'm going to create an heading tag h2, and I'm going to add the text size text size 3 extra large, and in medium devices text size should be 4 extra large, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 12. Let's add the text, how to remove a background in seconds. Just add a meaningful text. Next, create a div with a class grid column 1. In small devices there should be a 2 grid. In large devices grid should be 3. I'm going to add the gap of 8. Inside this we're going to loop through the array which we have created inside the assets.js. Let's use the array name which is steps, and we are going to take the step as a input or a parameter, and I'm going to use the I, which is nothing but the index. We can add this index to the key prop. Let's create a div with a class background gray 50, padding 8, rounded to extra large. I'm going to add the shadow small. Let's add the key prop as well. Let's pass the index. We have just given as I, so let's pass I. Instead of pass I, let's make it index. That is more meaningful. Okay, inside this div I'm going to create a span with a class names inline block, background gray 200, text indigo 800, text small, font semi bold, horizontal padding 3, vertical padding 1, rounded full, margin bottom 4. Inside this let's add the step dot step. Instead of this making as step, I'm going to make it as item. This is also an item. Next, after this span tag, I'm going to add the heading 3. Let's add the classes text extra large, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 4. Let's add the title item.title. Let's add the paragraph with the class names text gray 600, text base leading relaxed. This is going to give us enough of space between the lines. Let's add the item.description and save this. Let's open the browser. We are getting this error. That is because inside our assets, okay, we have used the fragments. We shouldn't use the fragments. In case if you want to use the fragments, we have to move these steps into the JSX file. So to fix this, what I'll do is I'm going to just remove these fragments. I'm going to use the template literals. Let's cut this and move it here, and I'm going to add the template literals. Let's paste the code. Okay, next, similarly, I'm going to make the same changes for the other two items as well. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see the text, but the style has not been applied. Let's actually stop the development server and restart it. Let's go back to the browser, and you can see we have a nice steps, step 1, step 2, step 3, but these breaks are present. So let me go ahead and remove those breaks. So let me remove this. Let me remove this as well. And do we have anywhere else? Okay, let's remove this also and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see this is how our background steps component looks like. And if you look at in the mobile view, this is how it looks like. Let's create the next component. The first step is to update the assets.js file. Inside this file, we're going to create the categories array and we're going to export it. We're going to add the items, people, products, animals, cars, and graphics. The second step is to create the background slider component. We're going to create the states, slider position, and the active category. We're going to set the initial value 50 for the slider position and the people for the active category. Next, we're going to create the arrow function, handle slider change. Inside this, we're going to update the state using the set slider position. To this, we're going to pass the target.value from the event, and after that, we're going to render the JSX. We are going to create the heading tag and we're going to add the text stunning quality, and we're going to add the classes text 3x large, in medium devices text 4x large, font bold, text gray, margin bottom 12, text center, all the basics CSS class we're going to add. Also we're going to add the margin bottom 16 and the relative position. This is for the section title, which is nothing but the stunning quality. Next we have this category selector. For that we are going to create the div with the class flex, justify center, margin bottom 10, flex wrap, and also we're going to create a one more div. Inside that I'm going to add the classes inline flex, grab 4 for the items, and background color gray 100, padding 2, rounded full for this rounded corners, and flex wrap, justify center. Inside this we're going to make use of the arrays which we have created inside the assets.js. We're going to use the categories and we're going to loop through the categories using the map function, and each time when we iterate over we get the category, and that category we're going to add it to the key prop for the buttons. And also we're going to add the classes like padding horizontal, padding vertical, rounded full, and also we're going to add the font medium. Next we're going to check whether the active category is equal to the category that we are receiving inside the map function. If it is same, then we are going to highlight this with this color, the white color, and also we're going to add the shadow, and otherwise we're going to just add, we are not going to add anything. And finally on to this button we are going to attach the on click event, and we're going to update the state using the set active category function. To this we are going to pass the category which we are receiving inside the map function, and finally we are going to render the category inside this button. Next we are going to update the background slider component for the image comparison. For this we are going to create a div, and we're going to add the classes relative, width full, maximum width, 4 extra large, overflow hidden, margin auto, rounded extra large, shadow large. All these classes we are going to add, and we're going to add the two images, one the image which is having the background, and another one the image which does not have the background. And for the slider we are going to use the input range, and to this we are going to add the classes, absolute, top, left, transition, transform, translate. We're going to add. Also, we're going to add a custom class which is slider, and we're going to add the minimum value and maximum value for the range input tag, and I'm going to attach the on change event. To this, we're going to reference the handle slider change function which we have created at the top, and we're going to reference the value prop which is slider position. Next, we are going to update the home component. Inside the home component, we are going to mount the background slider component. Alright, these are the development steps for the background slider component. Let's go ahead and start coding these steps. Let's open the WebStorm. Let's create a new component. Inside the components folder, create a new file, bgslider.jsx. Inside this, let's create the functional component. Let's add the text bg slider, and let's export this as a default component. Now let's mount this inside the home component. After this comment, let's render the bg slider and save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see the text bg slider. Now we can update the content. Let's go to the WebStorm and let's open the bg slider. At the top, what I'll do is I'm going to just create a state, slider position, set slider position. Let's use the use state hook. The initial value will be 50. Let's create one more state which is active category. Set active category. The initial value will be people. I'm going to create an array of categories: people, products, animals, cars, and graphics. What I'll do is I'm going to just move this into the assets.js and export this. Now we can reference these categories inside our component. Let's go to the component, and here we can reference this categories. But before that, I'm going to create a arrow function, handle slider change. Inside this, I'm going to update the slider position using the updater function, e.target.value, and save this. Next, inside this, let's return the JSX. Let me remove this. I'm going to create a div with a class margin bottom 16. Add the position relative. Inside this, I'm going to add the comment just for the reference. This is going to be the section title. And next, we are going to add the content for category selector. Let's add the section title first. I'm going to use the heading tag h2. Let's add the classes text 3xl, and let me remove these classes. I'm going to add the in medium devices. I'm going to add the text size 4 extra large, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 12, text center. Inside this, let's add the text stunning quality. Next, inside this, just below this category selector, just below this comment, let's add the div with a class flex. Let's add the justify center, margin bottom 10, and flex wrap. Next, let's create a one more div with a class inline flex gap 4, background gray 100, padding 2, rounded full, and also flex wrap, justify center. These classes are self-explanatory. I'm not going to explain in detail about these classes. Now we can reference the array which we have created inside the assets.js, which is categories. Categories dot, we're going to make use of the function map, and we can return the JSX button. We can add the key prop. This is going to be category, and I'm going to add the classes as well. Padding horizontal 6 and padding vertical 2, and rounded full font medium. I'm going to use the template literals, and inside this I'm going to access the variable that is active category. If this active category is equal to the category that we are receiving inside the map function, if it is equal, then I'm going to add few other classes. Let me add the classes which is background white, text gray 800, shadow small. Otherwise, I'm going to add the classes which is text gray 600. On hover, I'm going to add the background color to gray 200. And inside this div, I'm going to just add the category that we are receiving inside the map function. Along with this, I'm also going to add on-click event as well. Let's attach the on-click event. We're going to update the state, set active category to pass the category which we are receiving inside this map function. Okay, now we have completed the category selector part. Next, we can continue with the image comparison slider. So I'm going to add the comment comparison slider. So let's save this and let's go to the browser, scroll down. We should actually see the changes. Let's go back to the okay, the application is stopped actually, so the development server is stopped. Let me restart it. Okay, now let's go to the browser and we should see this stunning categories section. Okay, next below this we need to add the image comparison slider. Let's go to the web storm. Let me minimize this console. Just below this, let's create the image comparison slider. Before that, I have already added the images, the two images, people and people org. Let's actually import these two images inside the assets.js. At the top, let's import this people from people.png and import people underscore org from, let me see this, okay, people org.png, and now I can add this to the assets object, people org. Let's save this. Now let's go to the bgslider.jsx, and just below this comment, let's create a div with a class relative position, width full, maximum width for extra large, overflow hidden, margin auto, rounded extra large, shadow large. In fact, we don't need this. Inside this, let's add the image. We're going to add the image. We're going to reference it from the assets.people.org, which is nothing but the original image which contains the background. Let's add the original image as all property. Let's add the style. Let me remove this and let's add clip path, which is going to be inset 0, and I'm going to use the variable 100.2. Oops, this is going to be 100.2 minus slider position, which we have created at the top. Let's add the percentage 0 and 0. Next, I'm going to create one more image. Let's add the source assets.people. This is the image that has removed the background. Let's add the alt text, removed background image. Let's add the style. I'm going to add the clip path inset 0, let me move this 0, 0, 0, and the fourth parameter we're going to pass this slider position. Next, I'm going to add few classes as well. The Tailwind CSS classes I'm going to add. Absolute top 0, left 0, width full, height full. Let's save this. Next, with this, now if you go to the browser, and this is how it looks. Actually, we should have seen one more image. Let's actually stop the development server and restart it, and you can see this is how it looks. Okay, and now we need to add the slider. The half is having the background and another half is having the transparent background. Let's go back to the WebStorm. Just below the second image, first of all I'm going to bring these to the next lines, so I don't want to add it in a single line. Similarly, let's move these to the next lines. Just below the second image, create an input element. Input, the type is range. Let's add the CSS classes. Absolute, top 1/2 and left 1/2. Transform minus translate x minus 1/2. Translate y 1/2. Width full z index 10. I'm going to add the custom CSS class, which is slider, and also I'm going to add the minimum and maximum. Let me add minimum 0, maximum 100. The range values I'm going to add the on change function, and to this we're going to reference the handle slide changer, which we have created at the very top. Also, I'm going to add the value prop, which is going to be slider position. With this, now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, let's actually restart the dev server, and if you go to the browser, and you can see we got this range input element, and using this now we can slide this right and left, right? But now we have to hide this range. That is why we have created the custom class, which is slider. Now what we need to do is we need to add the CSS styling to this slider class. Let's open the index.css. Inside this, let's actually add the style for the slider. Let's add WebKit appearance none, height 100%, background transparent. Next, we're going to add slider WebKit slider thumb. Appearance, I'm going to make it none. Width 30 pixel. Minimum height 30 pixel. Background image, we need to add the background image as well. Let's actually add it at the very end. And background repeat, no repeat. Background position center. Background size, it is going to be cover. Background image, we need to add the image as well. URL, I'm going to reference it from the assets folder /src/ assets slash slider icon dot svg. Now we need to add this svg icon inside the assets folder. We are getting this error, that is because this is going to be src slash assets slash slide icon. I have already added the icon, so if you look at this slide icon, and now with this, let me stop the dev server and I'm going to restart it. Now if you go to the browser, but this looks fine, but for some reason the icons is not displaying, the image that we have added, it is not displaying here. Maybe this is because of the Mozilla we are using. Maybe if it is opened in the Google Chrome, it might work. Okay, that's completely fine, we can fix it at the very end, but as of now this is how we have designed the slider component. Okay, now let's view this inside the mobile view. I'm going to just see in the mobile view, and this is how it looks like. And you can see now we have this nice image, and this shouldn't be look like this. Something wrong with this. We can verify this, but everything looks good. Maybe we have missed some of the classes, that we can fix it later. Okay, now let's actually view this inside the Google Chrome just to confirm that. Let's open the Chrome browser and navigate to the localhost 5173, and let me actually view this inside the mobile view and scroll down, and you can see it is working exactly in the Google Chrome, but for some reason it is not working in the Mozilla Firefox. This is because likely the issue is, let me go back to the WebStorm. Whatever the code that we have added, this WebKit is only works for the browsers like Google Chrome and Safari. For the Mozilla, we have to add a different set of code. I have already copied that as well, so just paste it here. The same content we are going to add, like the appearance, width, minimum height, everything remains same, but we're going to add this Mozilla range thumb instead of the WebKit. And also we're going to add few extra properties as well, and this completely optional. The background color, this is completely optional. Okay, with this, now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, and you can see we have the icon which is displaying inside the Mozilla as well. So make sure to just remember this Mozilla range thumb you need to add if it should work inside the Mozilla Firefox. And for the WebKit, you can use the Chrome browsers, and Safari you can use the WebKit. Okay, with this, let's save the changes, and if you go to the browser, everything remains as it is. Alright, now we can go ahead and create the next component. Let's create the next component. The first step is to update the assets.js file. Inside this file, we are going to add the array for the plans. This array contains the different plans, the basic plan, premium plan, and the ultimate plan. We're going to reference this array inside our component. The second step is to create the pricing component. We're going to create this component, and inside this component, we're going to divide it into two sections. The first section is the title section, and this another section is the body section. Inside the title section, we are going to create the heading tag and the paragraph, and we're going to display the text, choose your perfect package, and inside the paragraph, we're going to display this beautiful text. And also we're going to add few classes like margin bottom, text center, and margin auto, and top, width, maximum width, and text color black 400. All the basic classes we are going to add. The next step, we are going to update the pricing component. We are going to update the second section, which is the body section. Inside this, we're going to make use of the pricing array, which we have added inside the assets.js, and we're going to loop through the array. And each time when we loop the plan, we are going to access the plan ID and plan name, and also we're going to add the plan credits, plan description. We're going to added to the unordered list the credits and the description, and also we're going to add the pricing plan as well. And for the popular plan, we're going to add this beautiful badge, and for that we're going to add the backdrop blur large, and rounded pill we're going to add, and also we're going to add the other basic classes like absolute for the position, and we're going to add the top left, and also we're going to add the background purple color. And for these buttons we're going to add the gradient colors from starting from purple to indigo, and on hover we're going to add the purple to indigo, and we're going to add the text color as white, font semi bold, rounded, full. All these basics classes we're going to add. I believe you're already aware of these classes. And we're going to make use of the Tailwind CSS grid class to display it in the grid. We're going to make use of the grid in the mobile medium devices. We're going to display it in 2 grids, and in the large devices you're going to make use of the 3-column grid. And for the mobile view we're going to make use of the single column. And the next step is to update the home component. We are going to mount the pricing component inside the home component. Just below the background slider component, we're going to render the pricing component. Alright, these are the development steps for the pricing component. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps. Let's go to the WebStorm. First of all, we need to create a new component. Before that, let's open the assets.js. I'm going to add the array, which is plans. This will give us all the plan details, the basic plan, premium plan, and the ultimate plan. I'm going to just make this as plans. Instead of the capital letter, I'll use the small letters because here everywhere I have used the small letters. So let's keep it consistency. I'm going to just add plans. We have 3 objects. Now we can use this plans inside our component. Let's save this and open the project explorer. Under the components folder, create a new file, plans, or we can call it as pricing. Let's create the functional component. Let me expand this. Let's return the JSX. I'll just add text pricing. Let's export this as a default component. Now we need to mount this inside the home.jsx. So let me add this component just below this comment. Save this, and if you go to the browser, we should see the text pricing. Now we can update this component as per the design. Let's open the WebStorm and go to the pricing.jsx. First of all, what I'll do is I'm going to just remove this menu bar. Let's close this menu bar and removal steps, also the header and bg slider and app.jsx. Okay, now what I'll do is, first of all, I'm going to create a div with a class padding vertical 10. In medium devices, I'm going to add the padding horizontal 20. In the large devices, I'll add padding horizontal 20. Inside this, let's create one more div with a class container, margin horizontal auto, padding horizontal 4. Inside this, I'm going to just add the comment just for the reference. This is going to be the section title, and we're going to create one more section, which is going to be the section body. Inside the section title, let's create a div with a class margin bottom 12, text center, and inside this, let's create the heading tag h2. Text size I'm going to add, which is 3 extra large, and in medium devices, let's add 4 extra large, font bold, text gray, 900, margin bottom 12, and text center. Inside this, let's add the text, choose your perfect package. And after this heading tag, let's create a paragraph with a class margin auto, and I'm going to add the margin top 4, and also I'm going to add the maximum width to 2 extra large, and I'm going to add the text color black and 400. Inside this, I'm going to add the text, select from our carefully curated packages, design it to meet your specific needs and budget. Packages carefully designed photography packages designed to meet your specific needs and budget. Alright, now we have completed this first part, the section title section. Now we can verify these changes. Let me save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see we have this nice heading and the description or the subtitle, which is select our carefully curated photography packages designed to meet our specific needs and budget. Alright, now we can continue with the next section, which is adding the content for this body section. Let's create a div. I'm going to just create some space, create a div with a class grid, gap of 8. In the medium devices, grid column will be 2. In the large devices, grid column will be 3. Inside this, I'm going to iterate over the plans, and each time when we iterate over, we get the plan and the index. I'm going to create a div with a class. Let me first create the div, and I'm going to add the key prop, and for this key prop I'm going to add the plan.id, and we don't need this index actually. Let's get rid of this, because anyhow in the plan array we have already added the id, which is already unique. So let's make use of that, and I'm going to add the class names. I'm going to make use of the template literal because I wanted to add the condition as well. I'm going to add the relative padding top 6, padding 6, and next I'm going to make use of the plan.popular. I'm going to access the popular property inside the plan array. If it is true, I want to add a special classes. So let's add the classes, which is backdrop blur large I'm going to add, and rounded pill I'm going to add, rounded to extra large. Else I'm going to add other classes, which is border gray 800, rounded extra large I'm going to add. Next I'm going to also add few other classes, which is background color I'm going to add. So I'm going to add the custom class, custom color, which is 1A, 1A and 1A. This is the hexadecimal color code, and on hover property I'm going to add transform. Also I'm going to add translate vertical 2, transition all I'm going to add, and duration 300. Alright, and next inside this div I'm going to check for the condition. I'm going to make use of the plan.popular. If the plan is popular, then I am going to create a div with a class absolute position. Let's add few more classes as well. Minus top 4, left 1/2, translate horizontal 1/2, and rounded full. Background color purple I'm going to add, and padding horizontal 3, padding vertical 1, text color white I'm going to add, and the text size will be small, font semi bold. Alright, and inside this I'm going to add the text most popular. Next, let's create the div. I'm going to create a div with a class text center and padding 6. Let's add the heading h3 with a class text 2 extra large, font bold, text white, and we can access the name property from the plan object, plan.name. Let's create a div with a class margin top 4, text center, and inside this let's add this span tag with a class text 4 extra large. Text color I'm going to add, which is violet, 400, font bold I'm going to add, and we can add the ampersand hash 8377, which is Indian currency, and we can add the plan ID, the plan price, plan.price. And after this, after closing this div tag, let's actually, after this div, this complete part, what I need to do is I'm going to create a one more div with a class padding horizontal 4, and I'm going to add one more class, and here I'm going to add the unordered list because I wanted to display the features. Let's add the class margin bottom 8. I will add the vertical spacing for these items, space y4. Let's add the list with a class flex items center, text white. Now we can add the plan.description. Let's add, it's not the description, it should be credits. And I'm going to add one more li tag with a class flex items center, text white. Inside this we can print the plan.description. We are almost there, just bear with me. I'm going to create a button, and let's add the class names. I'm going to just add few class names. So let's paste the class names, and inside this, I think these class names are pretty self-explanatory: width full, padding horizontal, padding vertical, text center, text white, font semi-bold, rounded full. And I'm going to use these gradient background colors from purple to indigo, and shadow large and hover effect from purple to indigo. I'm going to add transition. I want the transition on hover, so the duration will be 300 milliseconds, ease in and out, and transform hover on scale, cursor pointer. All these are pretty self-explanatory, and I'll just add the text choose plan. And we need to add the on-click events, but later when we are started implementing the functionality, we are going to add the on-click events. But for now, let's save all of these changes. And now let's open the browser, and we should see that cards, but let's go back and open the terminal and just restart the dev server. And when I look at the browser, this is how it looks. But for some reason we are not able to see the rounded corners. That is because looks like we might have not properly added the rounded full classes. Rounded. Okay, this is because I haven't added this flower brackets here. Instead I wanted to wrap it the entire expression. So let's save this, and if you look at the browser now, we should see the rounded corners for all of these cards. And I can also see it in the mobile view, and this is how it looks. On hover, we can see the slight transitions, and everything looks as expected. Right now the entire browser size is 113%. So what I'll do is I'm going to just make it 100%, so it looks even beautiful in the proper size with a 100% size. You can see this is how it looks. Alright, now let's continue with the next components. Let's create the next component. The first step is to update the assets.js file. Inside this file, we are going to add the array for the testimonials. From this file, we are going to reference inside our component to read these testimonials. The second step is to create the new component for the testimonials with the name testimonials. And inside this, the responsibility of this component is to iterate over the testimonials array and display the content. First, we are going to create the div, and we are going to add the necessary classes like maximum width 7xl large and padding horizontal and margin auto, and also we're going to add the small devices padding horizontal, large devices padding horizontal, and vertical padding also we're going to add. And we're going to add the title section with the h2 tag, and we're going to display the text, they love us, you will love too. And after that, we're going to add the next section, which is the body section. And inside the body section, we are going to iterate over the testimonials array. We're going to reference the testimonials array from the assets.js, and we're going to add the key prop, and we're going to add the class names, that is flex column. We're going to add the maximum width for the medium devices, and horizontal margin auto we're going to add, and medium devices we're going to add the margin, horizontal margin to 0, justify between we're going to add the rounded corners for these cards, and shadow we're going to add, on hover we're going to add the shadow for the large devices we're going to add, and transition shadow we will add. These are the basic CSS classes from the Tailwind CSS. And inside that, we're going to just add this SVG tag and to display these quotes. And also after that, we're going to add the paragraph, and inside the paragraph we're going to display the quote that we have referenced from the assets.js. And also we're going to add the author name and the handle. For that, we're going to make use of the paragraph tag, and we're going to use the flex to display it one below the other. And the next step is to update the home component. Inside the home component, we are going to mount the testimonials component. Just after the pricing component, we will mount the testimonials component. These are the development steps for the testimonials component. Now we can start the development. Now let's create the next component. Open the WebStorm, and first of all I'm going to close this pricing, and also let's open the project explorer, and inside the components folder create a new file. This is going to be testimonials. Create the functional component. I'm going to add a text, testimonials. Let's export this as a default component, and let's mount this component inside the home component. Just after this comment, let's mount the testimonials and save this. If you open the browser, we should see the text testimonials. Now I'm going to open the assets.js. Inside this I'm going to just add the testimonials array. I'm just adding this testimonials array. It contains 3 objects. I'm going to export this so that we can use this testimonials inside our component. Now let's open the testimonials component. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to create a div with a class, maximum width 7 extra large, padding horizontal 4, and I'm going to add the margin auto. Also I'm going to add in small devices, the padding horizontal is 6. In large devices, horizontal padding will be 8 and padding vertical will be 12. Inside this, let's add the heading tag h2. Let's add the classes, text 3 extra large, medium devices text 4 extra large, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 12, text center. Inside this, let's add the text. They love us, you will too. This is the title. I'm going to just add the comment just for the reference. Title section, and we're going to add the body section as well. So let's down. We can copy this comment and paste it. This is going to be a body section. Now we can create a div with a class grid. We're going to add the grid column 1 in the small devices and in the medium devices, grid column 3. I'm going to add the gap for these grids. I'm going to provide the gap as 8. Now we can make use of the testimonials array to iterate over the array. We get the item each time it will iterate over the array. I'm going to call it as testimonial. Inside this, let's create a div. I'm going to add the class names, which is flex column, maximum width for medium devices, and also margin, horizontal margin auto. And in medium devices, I'll add horizontal margin to 0 and justify between. I want the rounded corners, rounded extra large, shadow. On hover effect, I'm going to add the shadow for the large devices and transition shadow. And also I'm going to add the key prop. For the key prop, I'm going to add the testimonial.id. Inside this, let's create one more div with a class flex column, horizontal padding 6, padding top 8, and margin bottom 10. I will provide the vertical spaces, so space Y5. This is going to provide the spacing vertically. Inside this, I'm going to add the SVG image. So let's add the SVG image. And after this, I'm going to add the paragraph with a class text gray 700, margin 0. Also, I'm going to add the inline style. Hyphens I'm going to add, which is to be auto. Inside this, I'm going to display the quote, the testimonial.quote. And after this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex horizontal space 2, background gray 50, horizontal padding 6, padding top 6, padding bottom 5, rounded bottom extra large. And inside this, let's create a one more div with a class flex column justify center. Inside this, let's add the paragraph with a class font semi bold, text color gray 900, margin 0. Now we can add the author, testimonial.author. Next, I'm going to, after this paragraph, I'm going to add a one more paragraph with a class text gray 500, text small, margin 0, margin top 1. Inside this, let's add the testimonial.handle. That's all. Now let's save this and let's go back to the browser. We should see these changes, but let me go back and I'm going to restart the dev server. And if I go back, and you should see the testimonials. We have the quote that we have added for the SVG, also the text and the author and the handle. All these will be displaying beautifully. Now I'm going to view this in the mobile view, and this is how it looks like. It has been stacked one below each other. Alright, now we have completed this testimonial component. Next, we can create a next component. Now let's create the next component. The first step is to create the new component with the name try now. We're going to create the functional component, and we're going to add the heading remove image background, and also we're going to add the subtitle, which is get a transparent background for any image. We're going to add the Tailwind CSS classes, which is text 3 extra large in medium devices, text 4 extra large, font bold, text gray 900, and text center, justify center, background white, item center. All these classes we are going to add, and after that we are going to create a button. Not the button, we are going to create the input file type to upload the file, and we're going to accept only the images. We're going to use the accept property. Also, we're going to hide that input type file, and instead we're going to add the label. And inside the label, we are going to add the text upload image. Also for this, we are going to add the CSS classes, which is background color indigo 600, and on hover we are going to change the color to blue 700, text color white, font semi bold. All these classes we are going to add, and also we're going to add the paragraph at the end just below the label, and we're going to add the text or drop a file or paste an image or an URL. And the next step is to just update the home component. Inside the home component, just below the testimonials component, we are going to render the try now component, and this is how it looks like. Alright, now we have understand the development steps. It's pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and follow the development steps. Now let's create the next component. Go to the WebStorm. I'm going to close this testimonials.jsx. Open the project explorer. Inside the components folder, create a new file, trynow.jsx. Let's create the functional component. I'm going to add the text try now. Let's export this as a default component. Save this. Now let's mount this inside the home.jsx. Just after this comment, let's mount the try now component and save this. If you go to the browser, we should see the text try now. Now let's add the content. Let's go to the WebStorm and open the try now component. Let me actually create a div with the class flex column, item center, justify center, background color white, padding horizontal 4. Let's create the heading tag h2. Let's add the text size 3 extra large. In medium devices, text size should be 4 extra large. Font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 7, text center. Let's add the text, remove image background. After this heading tag, let's create a paragraph with a class text gray 500, margin bottom 8, text center. Let's add the content, get a transparent background for any image. After this paragraph, let's create a div with a class background color white, rounded 2 extra large, shadow large, padding 10, flex column, items center, space vertical 4, inside this I wanted to create an input type file. ID I'm going to add upload to. Again, remove this name attribute, we don't need this, and I'm going to make this as hidden, and I'm going to accept only the images, image/star. Next, after this, I'm going to create a label with a class background indigo 600, on hover background blue 700, text white, font semi bold, padding vertical 3, padding horizontal 6. I wanted the rounded corners, so I'm going to add rounded full and text large. Let me add the text, which is upload image. I'm going to add this ID, the upload to, for this HTML for. Next, after this, I'm going to create a paragraph after this label. Let's add the classes, text gray 500. Also, I'm going to add text small. I'm going to just add an text or drop a file. In case if the image is not uploaded, we can drop an file URL. So drop a file paste image, or even user can upload the provide a URL. So I'm going to add the class names, text blue 500, and I'm going to make it as underline URL. Save this. With this, now we can see the changes in the browser. Scroll down. Okay, let me just restart the dev server. We should see this content, remove image background, get a transparent background for any image, the upload image and the URL. Just click on this, it will open the dialog box. We can choose the file. Let's actually view this in the mobile device and let's see how it will look. Awesome. Alright, now we have completed the complete landing page. Everything looks great. I'm going to just make this 100% in the browser and you can see perfect. Also, I'm going to see in the mobile view. This is how it looks like in the mobile view. And also we can display the drop down for login and sign up. Alright, next we can create the footer. Let's discuss how we can design the footer. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to update the assets.js to create an array and export it. The next step is to create a footer component and update the content. And the third step is to mount the footer component inside the app component. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to update the assets.js file. Inside this assets, we are going to create an array, which is footer constants, and we're going to add the objects which contain URL and logo. Inside the footer, we wanted to display the company logos or the social media handles. For that, we're going to create this array and we're going to add the URL and logo. The second step is to create the footer component. We're going to create a footer component with the name footer and we're going to add the content. Basically, we are going to loop through the array which we have created inside the assets.js and we're going to display the social media handles like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. We're going to display it at the right hand side. And in the left hand side, we're going to display the company logo and the copyright content. And the third step is to mount the footer component inside the app component. We're going to mount this footer component inside the app component just below the home component. And the last and final step is to test our changes inside the browser. And when we test it, it is look like this. Alright, now we have discussed all the development steps. Now we can start designing this footer component in practical. Now let's create the footer component. Open the WebStorm and open the Project Explorer. Inside the components folder, create a new file, footer.jsx. Let's create the functional component. I'm going to add the text footer and let's export this as a default component. Now we need to mount this inside the app.jsx. Let's open the Project Explorer and open the app.jsx. Just below this home component, let's render the footer component and save this. Now if you open the browser, we should see the text footer. Now let's add the content to this footer component. I'm going to open the assets.js. At the bottom, I'm going to add an array, footer constants. It contains the objects like URL and logo, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. These URLs and logos I have created as an object and I have added to this footer constants. Now we can use this footer constants inside the footer.jsx. Let's go to the footer.jsx. Let's add the content. I'm going to use the footer tag. I will add the classes, flex, item center, justify between, gap 4, horizontal padding 4, in the large devices, horizontal padding 44 and vertical padding 3. Inside this, let's actually add the image tag. We are going to make use of the logo. So let's use the assets.logo. I'm going to add the logo for this alt attribute. Let's add the width 32. Let's add the paragraph tag. We can add the classes, flex 1, border large, border gray 100, maximum in small devices, that is hidden. I'm going to add the copyright. Let me add the year, and either we can hard code it here like 2025, but it's not better. Its better approach is instead of hard coding it, we can use this date constructor. And I'm going to add the text, which is @ engineer talks with Bhushan. I'm going to add my YouTube handle, all rights reserved. Okay, now we have added the logo and the copyright content. So let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you will notice this logo and the content, the copyright content. Now we need to add the images. After this paragraph, I'm going to create a div with a class flex gap of 3. Inside this, we can iterate over the footer constants. Footer constants dot map. Each time when we loop, we get an item and the index. I'm going to create an anchor tag. Let's add the href, and for this href, we are going to make use of the item dot URL I can also add the key prop, which is index. Next, let's add the target. I'm going to add underscore blank. Inside this anchor tag, let's make use of the image tag. And for the source, we can make use of the item dot logo, and for this we can just add the logo, and that's it. That's all we wanted to do. And now what I'll do is, after we iterating over all these elements, okay, we are getting this error. That is because using target underscore blank without, okay, if you are using the underscore blank, we wanted to add this rel property also. This is for the security purpose, so I'm going to add no opener and no referrer and save this. Next, after this div, I'm going to create a paragraph with a class text center, text gray 700, font medium, and save this. Basically, I'm going to just create an empty paragraph. So let's save this, and if you go to the browser, and you will notice the changes. But actually, let's stop the dev server and restart it. And let me refresh this. Yes, this is how it will look like, and you will see the logo and the copyright content, and also you will see the logo at the right hand side, the Facebook, LinkedIn, Facebook and Twitter. Alright, now our footer is completed. Now we can start integrating the Clerk authentication to the React application. Let's discuss how to set up the routing and toast notifications. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to install the required dependencies. For routing, we are going to install the React Router DOM, and for the notifications, the toast notifications, we are going to install the React Hot Toast. The second step is to update the main.jsx file to include the browser router. We have to wrap the app component entirely within the browser router component. The next step is to update the app component to configure the routes. Inside the app component, we are going to configure the various routes. And the fourth step is to update the Menubar component to include the link component for the logo. When the user click on the logo or the text, we have to navigate to the home component. For that, we're going to set up the link component. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to install the dependencies, the React Router DOM dependency and the React Hot Toast dependency via the npm command. And here is the command. Once we install this, it is going to install the required dependencies. We can set up the React Router. The second step is to update the main.jsx to include the browser router. Inside the main.jsx, we are going to wrap the app component by the browser router component, so that it will provide the routing across the application. The third step is to update the app component. Inside the app component, we are going to create various routes. For every URL path, we are going to create a route. For now, just we have a single page in our application, the home page. For that, we are going to set up the route. We are going to add the path / this is the base URL, and for this base URL, we are going to render the component, which is the home component, and the home component will render other components as well. And we are going to wrap the entire route into the routes component. And just above the outside of these routes, we are going to include the menu bar and the toaster. The toaster is for the toast notifications. And just below the routes, we are going to mount the footer component. And the fourth step is to update the menu bar component. Inside the menu bar component, we are going to just change the div element to the link component, so that whenever the user click on the logo or the text, we will navigate to the home component. For that, we're going to pass the toProp and we will provide the path, which is /. And the fifth step, final step, is to test the changes inside the browser. When we test the application inside the browser, everything remains as it is, nothing changes. Alright, now let's start coding for these development steps. Let's set up the React router. Let's open the WebStorm. First, we need to install the dependency. Open the terminal. Let's install the dependency. React router DOM. This will install the dependency. In case if you find this error, just add the -- force at the end. This is going to install forcefully. Okay, now we have installed the React router DOM. Now we need to set up this. Inside the app.jsx, we are going to add the routes. Before that, we need to also import the browser router. So we can import that inside the main.jsx. Let's open the main.jsx. Let's wrap this entire app component inside the browser router. I'm going to get rid of this React strict mode. We don't need this. Browser router, and within the browser router, let's render the app component. Let's get rid of this import statement and save this. Next, open the app.jsx. Inside this, we need to create the routes. Before that, I'm going to just close this assets.js and footer.jsx. Also, let's close this home.jsx. Next, let's import the routes and route component. Okay, first of all, I'm directly import it here while using this. So what I'll do is I'm going to just keep this div as it is, and within this div, let me remove all of these components. Let's create a new routes. We have imported from the React router DOM, and within the routes, we can create a route. I'm going to add the base path, which is /. Let me import the route as well from the React router DOM. We're going to add the element prop, and we are going to render the home component for this base path. And also, outside of this routes, I'm going to render the menu bar. It's not menu, it's a menu bar. And outside of this routes, below the routes, I'm going to render the footer component, because this menu bar and footer is common for all of the pages. So that is why outside of this routes, I'm going to add the menu bar and the footer. And now we have this home component within the routes for the base path. Later, we are going to create a few other routes as well. Let's save this, and let me actually restart the dev server. And now if you go to the browser, everything remains as it is, no changes, because we have not made any changes. We just we have just set up the React router. That's all. Next, what I'll do is I'm going to, let me minimize this. Let's open the menu bar, and here we have the logo. We have this logo. I'm going to wrap this logo inside the link component. So I'm going to directly change this div to a link component. Let's import it from the React Router DOM, and I'm going to pass the toProp / and save this. And if you go to the browser, go to the top of the web page, and on click of this, we are navigate to the home component or the landing page. But right now, since we are not in any of the other pages, that is why we are not able to test this. But later, when we added a few other routes, whenever we go to the other routes, if I wanted to come back to the home page, I can just click on this logo to land on the landing page. Alright, so now we have completed the React router. Next, we can set up the toast notifications. In order to set up the React toast notifications, we are going to install the npm library. Just open the terminal and install the dependency npm install react hot toast. Just add force at the end to install forcefully. Okay, now we have installed the dependency. Let's actually set up it inside the app.jsx. Just after this menu bar, we're going to add the component which is toaster from the React hot toast package. That's it. Let's save this. Now to test this, what I'll do is let's open the header component. I'm going to just add a button, test toast notification. I'm going to just add the on-click event. We can call the toast dot. Let's import the toast from the React hot toast dot success, and I can print a message toast working. Save this. Let's go to the browser and click on this. We should see the toast notification which is working as expected. Alright, so now I'm going to get rid of this button and save this. Alright, now we have set up the React router as well as the toast notifications. Let's configure the Clerk inside the React application. Let's discuss the development steps. The first step is to create a free account inside the Clerk website. Second step is to create a new application in Clerk and configure the sign-in options. Third step is to get the publishable key. Fourth step is to update the main.jsx to include the Clerk provider component. And the fifth step is to update the Menubar component to include the Clerk provided components. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to create a free account in Clerk. Go to the Clerk official website, which is clerk.com, and you can create a free account. In order to use the Clerk authentication, we need to create an account. So go ahead and create the free account. The second step is to create an application and configure the sign-in options. Once you create the account, as soon as you created the account, it will ask you to create the application, provide the application name. I have given it as my first app, and we need to select the sign-in options. I'm going to select email and Google so that user can log into the application or sign into the application using their email address or the Google account. You can also choose other options like Facebook, Apple, GitHub. Variety of options, sign-in options are available. You can choose as per your needs. And it will also show the preview of the configurations that you have made in the left hand side. And the third step is to get the publishable key from the Clerk dashboard. Once you create the application, if you go to the configure options, and you will find these API keys option. Inside these API keys, you will find the option called public key. We need this publishable key. So grab this publishable key and add it to the environment variables. And the fourth step is to update the main.jsx to include the Clerk provider. Open the main.jsx file and we have to import the publishable key from the environment file, and we're going to check whether the publishable key is not there. We're going to throw an exception which is missing publishable key, and the entire app component we're going to wrap it with the Clerk provider component. And to this Clerk provider component we're going to pass the prop which is publishable key, and we're going to pass the publishable key which we have copied from their dashboard. And the fifth step is to update the Menubar component to include the Clerk components. Clerk provided a bunch of components. We can use those components to interact with the Clerk authentication system. Inside our Menubar, we're going to wrap the action buttons, which is the login button and the sign up button, with the sign out component, because we have to display these login and sign up buttons only when the user is logged out. That is why we are wrapping up with the signed out component, which is provided by the Clerk system. Similarly, we have the signed in component. We are going to include that, and within that signed in component we are going to use the user button component. This is also provided by Clerk. It is going to provide the user profile. We have to display this only when the user is signed in. That is why we are wrapping up with the signed in component, and this is how it looks like. And the next step is we are going to do the same thing for the mobile view as well. For the mobile view buttons, we are going to wrap it with the signed out components, and also we are going to add the signed in components. Within that, we are going to add the user button component, and in the mobile view, it look like this. Next, we are going to attach the on-click events for the login and sign up buttons. We are going to create an arrow functions open register and open login, and we are going to use the use Clerk hook, and also we're going to use the use user hook. These are the hooks provided by the Clerk authentication system, and from the use Clerk we are going to grab the open sign in method and open sign up method. Similarly, from the use user hook we are going to grab the user object. This will give us the logged in user details. And inside the open register arrow function, we are going to just set the updater function, we are going to set it to false, and we are going to call the open sign up method, and to this we are going to pass the empty object. Similarly, for the open login arrow function, we are going to set the function set the state to false, and we are going to call the open sign in function. We are going to pass the empty object, and these arrow functions we are going to reference it inside our buttons. For the login button, we are going to reference the open login function, and similarly for the sign up button we are going to reference the open register arrow function. And also we are going to add the credits option. When the user is logged in, we wanted to show the credits as well as the logged in username. For that, we are going to inside the signed in component, just above the user button profile, we are going to add the div, and we're going to add the CSS classes, which is flex, item center, gap2, and all these CSS classes we are going to add, and we're going to add the image. I'm going to reference the image from the assets folder. We're going to add that credits icon, and we're going to provide the height and width for that image. Also, we're going to add the text credits 0. Later, we're going to fetch from the database the credits. For now, we're going to just hardcode it as 0. And next, we're going to create a paragraph, and we're going to grab the full name from the user object, which we have grabbed from the use user hook. And we're going to just check whether if the user object is available, then only we are going to fetch the full name. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. And this is how it looks. Once the user is logged in, we can able to see the credits and the credits balance. Also, we are going to display the logged in user name, the full name, and the user profile will also be displayed. And when the user is logged out, we are going to hide these credits option and the user name. We are going to display only the login button and the sign up button. Same thing, we are going to do it in the mobile view as well. Alright, these are the development steps. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps one by one. Let's open the browser and open a new tab and search for Clerk. Select the first link, clerk.com. You need to create a new account. It's completely free to use. you can create the account. I have already created the account and I have already logged into my account. Let me open the Chrome browser. Here I have already logged into my account. Very first time when you are created the account and when you are logging in very first time, it will ask you to create the application. So I have already previously created the application and this is the dashboard. Now let's create a new application. Just once you logged into our dashboard, you will see this option. Just click on this and you will see the option called create application. Just click on this. It will ask you to provide the application name. I'm going to just call this background remove bg app. You can give any name you want and you need to select the sign in options. I'm going to just select the email and Google. Of course, you can select the other options as well. And this is the preview that it will look. And click on this create application. This will take few seconds to create the application and it will ask you to choose the language. Based upon that, it will provide you the instructions. I'm going to select the React. It will ask you to follow the steps. So we have already completed the first step and the second step is to install the Clerk. So let's go ahead and copy this command and open the web storm and just open the terminal. Install the dependency via npm command. I'm going to add the -- force to install forcefully. Alright, now we have installed the dependency. Let's go back and if you scroll down, you will see that the Clerk API keys. Make sure to copy this key and if you open the web storm, we need to create a new file, the environment variable files. So under the root of the application, just create a new file with .env. Inside this, let's actually add the ID, the client ID. I'm going to create a variable with Clerk publishable key. Okay, it's already added. I'm going to just get rid of this and save this. So now we have added the publishable key. Next, go back to the browser and it will ask you to include our app component with the publishable key. We need to include this. Let's go back to the web storm. Let me close this environment variable file and let me close this menu.jsx and the header.jsx and the app.jsx. Inside this main.jsx, we have to wrap this app component with our Clerk provider component. I'm going to just cut this and I'm going to use the Clerk provider component. We need to pass the publishable key. We need to import that publishable key from the environment file. I'm going to just create a variable const publishable key. import.meta.env and we are going to provide the name which is wheat underscore Clerk underscore publishable key. Okay, now we are importing that wheat Clerk publishable key. Now we can use this publishable key. I'm going to reference here. Okay, now we are wrapping this entire app component. Let me add this app component. We are wrapping the app component with a Clerk provider component. I'm also going to add just an if condition just to ensure that If the publishable key is not present, I'm going to throw an exception. If the publishable key is not present, throw new exception. Let me change this and I'm going to add the message missing publishable key. Save this. And we don't need this process, just remove this unused import statements and save this. Alright, the first step is completed. Next, let's go back to the browser, and we have followed the fifth step also. We are just importing the publishable key and we are wrapping the app component with the Clerk provider. That's it. Next, what we can do is inside our header component or in our menu component, we can use these Clerk provided components so that it will automatically work for us. We can use the user button to display the user icon, the profile icon. Once the user is logged in, we can use this signed out and signed in. All these components we can use inside our components. Before we use these components, what I'll do is I'll just show you where you can find the users. So if you scroll up, you will see these options: overview, users, organization, configure. Inside this configuration, you can configure your application, and inside this users tab, you will find all the users that has been signed up to your account. Okay, now let's open the WebStorm, and first of all, let's open the menu bar. And we have these two buttons in the right hand side, the login button and the sign up button. These buttons we have to display only when the user is logged out. Right now, if I go back to the browser, and we are displaying these buttons, but these buttons should be shown only when the user is logged out. If the user is logged in or if the user is created a new account, we have to display the profile icon, right? Let's go back, and I'm going to wrap these buttons inside their component, which is signed out. Similarly, when the user signed in, we wanted to display the user button. These are the predefined components. So let's save this. Next, when the user click on the login button or the sign up button, we wanted to display the pop-up. We wanted to show their login screen or the login pop-up from the Clerk. For that, at the top, I'm going to create an arrow function, const open register. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the open sign up. Let's import the use Clerk hook. This will give us the methods, which is open sign in and open sign up. Inside this, inside this open register function, I'm going to call the open sign up function. I'm going to pass an empty object. This is going to be open sign up. So just correct it, open sign up. Next, similarly, I'm going to create a one more arrow function, open login. Inside this, let's call open sign in, and we can pass the empty object. Now we can reference these two methods inside these buttons by attaching the on click events on click, and we can reference the open login. Similarly, for the sign up button, let's attach an on click and open register and save this. Now let's go back to our browser, and when I click on this sign up, you should see the pop-up from the Clerk, and it will ask you to create the account, email address and password. Let me close this, and if you go to the login and it will click on this login, it will ask you to log into your account using the Google account or the email address. Let's close this. Now, if you click on this sign up, you will see it will ask you to create the account with email address and password. I wanted to include the first name and last name as well. We can easily configure that inside our Clerk. Let's go back to our Clerk dashboard. Let's go to the configure option, and you can configure it in this section. So if you look at this contact information, they have selected the email address. You can also select phone number. For that, you need to upgrade your account. And scroll down, you can also enable the username if you wanted to support the username. And scroll down, you can see the password and also the email verification link if you wanted to send the email verification link, and the email verification code if you want to send, you can enable it. As of now, by default, the email verification code will be sent whenever the user is created. The verification code will be sent to their email address and they have to verify their email address. And scroll down, you will see this option called personal information. Just enable this and just click on this save. So user can set their first name and last name. Alright. And also you can enable this. By default it is enabled, so users can delete their account as well. Alright. Now let's go back to your browser, and now when I click on this sign up, and we should supposed to see the, okay, let me refresh this and click on this sign up. You can see now we can add the first name and last name, also email address and password, right? Okay, let's go ahead and create a new account and let's see what will happen. I'm going to just provide my name, Bhushan SC, email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in, and the password 123456 @ and I'm going to provide the some characters. And now when I click on this continue, or before that, let me add just 123456, and when I click on this continue, and it will say that your password must contain 8 characters or more characters. I'm going to just add more characters, 7, 8, 9, and when I click on this continue, and it will show the error message that is the password has been found as a part of breach and cannot be used. Please try another password instead. This is excellent because manually adding these things to our validations and our login form and sign up, it will take a lot of time. So Clerk will handle it flawlessly. So I'm going to just enter the strong password and let's click on this continue. It will ask you to verify your email address. Let me open my Zoho email. I'm going to log into my account, and you can see remove BG app, we got the email, and if you open this, we got this verification code. Just copy this and paste it. Boom, the account is created, and you can see we got the profile icon, and on click of this profile icon you can manage your account and you can log out. And also click on this manage account, you can see you can upload the profile image and you can add the additional email addresses, and you can connect your account with multiple social media profiles, and you can click on this secure, you can update the password, and you can see on which device you have logged in, and you can delete the account as well. Super, excellent. Okay, now let's close this, and now what I'll do is I'll just go back to WebStorm, and I'll do just one thing, which is, let me click on this. I'm going to just update the name, whether the name is updating or not. I just wanted to see that. So just click on this update profile. I'm going to just change this to Bhushan Sirgur and click on this save, and you can see profile is updating. Also notice that when the user is logged in, we are hiding the two buttons, the sign up button and the login button, right? Okay, and when the user is signed out, we will display the login and sign up buttons back. Let's actually verify the user is created on the dashboard or not in their Clerk dashboard. Let's go back and let me open their dashboard. And if you go to the users, you can see the user has been registered and we can see the user details. Now let's do the same thing inside the mobile view as well. As of now, if you see it in the mobile view, and we are displaying the different buttons, like when I click on this login or sign up, nothing is working. We have to attach the same function here as well. So let me actually close this. And now scroll down, mobile hamburger and the mobile menu. Let me cut this. I'm going to use the signed out, and similarly let's actually add the signed in. Inside the signed in, let's add the user button. Save this. Also, let me go to the top. Inside this open register and open login, I'm going to just update this state, set menu open to false, and set the menu open to false. Let's save this and let's go back to the browser, and let me click on this drop down and login and sign up. Just click on this sign up. Okay, sorry, we haven't attached the on click events, so let me go back. Let's add the on click events, open login, similarly open register, on click, open register. Let's save this, and if you go back to the browser and just click on this sign up, we should see the pop-up from the Clerk, first name, last name, email address and password. And when I click on this continue, it will ask for the validations. Let me go back to the login and just enter the email address because we have already created the account, bhushan1992@zohomail.in. Click continue. It will ask for the password. Let's enter the password. Click continue, and boom, now we have logged in. And if you click on this, we should see this user button or the user profile. On click of this, we got this drop down, manage account, signed out. Just click on this managed account, you will see this pop up again. Everything works as expected in the mobile view as well. Alright, so let's go back to the desktop view. Now when the user is logged in, I wanted to display the credits option and the user first name. Let's go back to our WebStorm, and here inside our desktop view, just before the user button inside the signed in component, I'm going to create a div with a class flex items center gap 2, and in the small devices gap 3. Inside this, let's create a button with a class flex items center gap of 2, background blue 100, padding horizontal 4, and in small devices padding horizontal 5, padding vertical 1.5, in small devices padding vertical 1.5, and in small devices in small devices padding vertical is 1.5 for padding vertical, and in the small devices padding vertical is 2.5. I wanted the rounded corners, so I'll just add rounded full. On hover effect, I'll add scale 105, transition all, duration 500 milliseconds, cursor pointer, and within this I'm going to add the image. We need to add the icon. I have already added to the assets.js. Let's open the assets.js. At the top I'm going to import that image. Import credits from, we have this credits.png. So let's add this, and I'm going to add it to the assets object as well. Let's save this, and we can reference it inside this source attribute, assets.credits. I'm going to add this credits. Let's add the height and width. Height 24, width 24. And after this we wanted to display the credits number. I'm going to create a paragraph with the class text extra small, in small devices, text small, font medium, text color gray 600. We don't need this. And let's add the text credits. For now I'm going to just add it 0. Later we are going to fetch it from the database. And after this I'm going to display the, after this button I'm going to display the user first name. Create a paragraph with a class text gray 600 and maximum in small devices. I'm going to hidden this. I don't want to display this full name in the small devices. So inside this let's add a text hi, and we need to display the user first name. For that I'm going to use the use hook. So let me go to the, at the top I'm going to use the use user hook from the Clerk. This will give us the user object, and this user object contains the various options like the various properties such as full name, first name, last name and all. So scroll down here. First let's make use of the user, and if the user object is present then I'm going to read the full name and save this. Now if you go back to the browser you can see we got the credits and 0, but let me, the styling is not applied properly. Let me restart the web dev server, and if you go back to the browser you can see now we have this nice credits option, credit 0, and we have this full name which is Hi Bhushan Sirigur, right? We have to do the same thing in the mobile view as well. So now when the user is see it in the mobile view, we should also display the same thing, right? Let's go back inside the WebStorm. Let me minimize this. Let's go to the mobile view, and inside this mobile view also we are going to wrap just above this user button. I'm going to add the div with a class flex items center cap of 2 and in small devices cap of 3, and within the div create a button, and I'm going to add the classes flex items center gap of 2, background blue 100, padding 4, vertical padding 1.5, on small devices padding vertical 2.5, rounded full On hover effect, I'm going to add the scale 105 and transition all, duration 500 milliseconds, cursor pointer, and within this let's add that image. Oops. We can reference it from the assets.credits. So just add credits. We can add the height and width 24 and 24, and inside this paragraph let's add the necessary classes. Text extra small and font medium. And also I'm going to add the text color, text gray 600. Credits 0. Later we are going to fetch it, and let's save this. That's all. In the mobile view we don't want to display the full name. Let's go back to our browser and let's see this in the mobile view. Click on this, you can see we got this credits 0. Awesome. Now we have added this credits as well. Later when the user click on this credits, we will navigate to the pricing section. Now we have integrated the Clerk with our React application, but we have not finished yet because we have to integrate the Clerk with the Spring Boot application as well, because right now when the account is created in the Clerk, all the details will be stored in the Clerk dashboard or in the Clerk's databases, but we also maintain one copy in our local database as well. So for that, as soon as the account is created, we are going to make an API call to our Spring Boot application, and we are going to store the user details in our database as well. But we cannot store the password because the password will be stored inside the clients in the Clerk databases. Instead, we are going to store the Clerk ID inside our database. With that Clerk ID, we are going to manage the entire user details. So now let's start integrating the Clerk in our Spring Boot application. Let's configure the Spring security. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to add the necessary dependencies into the pom.xml file. The second step is to create the JSON web key set provider for Clerk. The third step is to create the JWT Authentication filter for Clerk. And the fourth step is to create the configuration class for Spring security. And the fifth step is to create the JPA entity for user. And the sixth step is to create a JPA repository for user. Seventh step is to create a DTO for user. Eighth step is to create a service for user. And the last and final step is to create the controller for the user. Let's look at these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to add the necessary dependencies into our pom.xml file. We're going to add the Spring security. Also, we're going to add few other dependencies for the JWT processing. We're going to add the JWT API, JWT implementation, and JWT Jackson. Just go ahead and add all these dependencies that will work with the JWT tokens. And the second step is to create the JSON web key set provider. We're going to create a class Clerk JWKS provider, which is nothing but the JSON web key set provider. And we're going to add the annotation component. This will act as a component. And first we're going to load the JSON web key set URL from the application.properties file. We can grab these web key set URL from the Clerk dashboard and add it to the application.properties file. The purpose of this class is to retrieving, parsing, caching, and retrieving the key set from the JSON web key set provider URL. And we need to get these keys to validate the JWT token, which is signed by the Clerk. That's the whole purpose of this class. Beginning, we are going to add few fields for the caching purpose. We're going to create a map with a key catch, and also we're going to add the last fetch time field. This is help us to track when the key has been fetched last time, and also we're going to add the TTL, the time to leave, for 1 hour. And we're going to create a method get public key, and to this method we're going to pass the key ID. Inside this, first we're going to check whether it is available in the cache, and if it is present we're going to fetch it from the cache. For that we're going to check the contains key, and also we're going to check the system.current time milliseconds. If it is less than the time to leave, then we're going to fetch from the cache. Otherwise we're going to call the method refresh cache keys, and this will help us to get a new keys. And once it is refreshed, this cache will be populated with the public key, and we're going to pass the key ID to get the public key. Now let's look at the implementation for the refresh keys method. Inside this method, first we're going to create an object for the object mapper, and we're going to make use of the mapper to read the tree, and for that we're going to pass the JSON web keyset URL. And once it is parses, it is going to give us the JSON node, and from that JSON node we're going to get the keys. And now once we get the keys, we're going to loop through that keys. Each time when we loop through that key, we're going to get the key ID, key type, and algorithm. And once we get all these ID, key type, and algorithm, we're going to check whether that key type is RSA type and the algorithm is RS256. If it is true, then we're going to get the modulus and exponent and from the key node, and we're going to pass it to one more method, which is create public key. This is responsible for creating the key, and to this method we're going to pass the modulus and exponent. This will give us the public key, and that public key we're going to put it inside the cache for the map that we have created. And also we're going to update the field last fetch time. When we have added that key, at the time we're going to generate the timestamp, and we're going to update the last fetch time. Now let's look at the implementation for the method create public key. This method will accept the modulus and the exponent, and inside this we're going to just write the logic to create the public key using the Java key factory, and we are going to use the factory design pattern to get the key. We're going to generate the public key. For that we're going to use the base64 URL decoder, and we're going to decode the modulus and exponent. That will give us the byte array, and that byte array we're going to pass it to the integer, the big integer, and then we're going to make use of the RSA public key spec from the Java, and we're going to pass the modulus integer and exponent integer, and we're going to make use of the Java factory. Using the factory we're going to call the method generate public, and to this we're going to pass the specs, and this will responsible for creating the public key. And the third step is to create the JWT authentication filter. Okay, now we have created the to generate the key ID for JSON web keyset provider. Now we need to validate that JWT token. To validate the JWT token, we need the key ID. That is what we have created previously. Now we are going to create a class Clerk JWT Authentication filter. This will extend the once per request filter. We will also add the annotation component annotation. This will act as a component. Much like how when we are using the JWT Authentication, we are going to create this class. Similarly, the same class we are going to create it here. For each and every HTTP request, we are going to validate the JWT token. And once it is validated, we are going to pass the request and response object to the next filter. That's the whole purpose of this classes. And we are going to extend this class with once per request filter, and it will help us to override the method do filter internal. Inside this, first we're going to get the header, the authorization header, and if the header is null or if the header is not starts with a bearer, we are going to throw the exception forbidden, and if it is available, then we're going to grab only the token, and after that we're going to extract the key ID, and for that we are going to make use of the method which we have created earlier. We are going to split that token into a chunks. We get the string array, and from that we're going to make use of the base64 get URL decoder, and to this we're going to pass the 0th index, and then we're going to make use of the object mapper and to read the map, and from that header node we're going to get the key ID, and once we get the key ID, we are going to pass that key ID to the method that which we have created in our JSON web keyset provider class, get the public key, and to this we're going to pass the key ID. And once we get the public key, next we are going to verify the token. In order to verify the token, we are going to create a claims. We are going to make use of the parse builder, JWT's parse builder, and we're going to set the sign-in key as a public key, and we're going to set the validity for the token for 60 seconds. By default, it will be 10 seconds. I'm going to set it as 60 seconds, and we're going to add the require issuer as clerk issuer. At the top, we're going to load the clerk issuer. We can get this issuer from the clerk dashboard, and we're going to add it to the application.properties file, and we're going to load that issuer inside our class with a value annotation, and we're going to call the build method, and also we're going to get the body. And next we are going to make use of the claims to get the subject. Inside the subject we will have the clerk user ID. We're going to get that user ID, and once we get the user ID, we're going to set the authentication object. For that, we're going to create the object username password authentication token, and to this we're going to pass the clerk ID, and we are also going to pass the authorities. Right now we are not dealing with any of the authorities. I'm going to just add the admin as the default authority, and also I'm going to set the context. Spring security context holder.get context. We're going to set the authentication object. The authentication token I'm going to attach. Inside this we will get the client, the clerk user ID, which we have set it here. And next we are going to pass the request and response object to the next filter. This is just a filter class, the authentication filter class. For every HTTP request, it is going to validate the JWT token. That's the whole purpose of this class is. The next step is to create the configuration class for the Spring security. We are going to create a configuration class. We are going to add the annotation configuration, enable web security, and we will add the required args constructor, and we're going to inject the JWT authentication filter. Inside that, we are going to create a bean and for the security filter chain, and inside this we're going to configure the cors, and also we're going to disable the CSRF, and we're going to authorize the HTTP request for every request. And session management, we're going to make use of the stateless session creation policy, which is stateless, and we're going to register the filter. For that, we're going to call the add filter before method, and we're going to pass the filter, and we're going to call the class, which is username password authentication filter. And finally, we're going to call the http.build for the builder pattern. And next, we're going to create a bean for the cors filter. We're going to create a private method, URL based cors configuration source. We're going to pass the origins, what are all the origins should be allowed for the HTTP request we're going to add. We can also add multiple origins with a comma separated. For now, we are just adding the React host URL, and also we're going to specify the allowed methods, get, post, put, delete, patch options. We can also allow multiple other HTTP methods as well, and we're going to also set the allowed headers, which is authorization and content type. Also, we're going to allow the credentials, which is true, and finally we're going to register the cors configuration, and we're going to return it. This is just a configuration class. We're going to authenticate the HTTP request, and we're going to register the JWT filter. Also, we're going to configure the cors and disable the CSRF, and we're going to set the session creation policy to stateless. That's the whole purpose of this class. The next step is to create the JPA entity for user. We're going to create a JPA entity. We will add the annotations like entity, table, data, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder pattern. You're already aware of these annotations. We have discussed with multiple times. And we will add the fields, ID, clerk ID, email, first name, last name, credits, and photo URL. We're going to add the pre-persist annotation. This is going to help us to, just before saving the object, if you wanted to initialize any of the variables, we can use this annotation. Inside this, we're going to check if the credits is null. We're going to load the credits as 5. We're going to add the default value 5 to the credits. The next step is to create the JPA repository for user. We're going to create a JPA repository, and we're going to add the methods. One finder methods we're going to add, which is find by clerk ID, which is going to return optional of user entity, and another method we're going to create is exist by clerk ID. We wanted to check whether the user is available or not for the particular clerk ID, and this is going to return a boolean. The next step is to create a DTO for user. We're going to create a data transfer object. It is just a POJO. It contains the private fields and setters and getters. We're going to add the fields clerk ID, email, first name, last name, photo URL, and credits. Also, we're going to add the annotations, data, all aux constructor, no aux constructor, and builder annotation. The next step is to create a service for user. We're going to create the service implementation, user service implementation, which implements the user service. Inside this, we're going to inject the user repository and we're going to create a method save user. Inside this, we're going to make use of the repository to call the find by clerk ID method. To this, we're going to pass the clerk ID. And if the user object is present, then we're going to update the user details and we're going to store it inside the database. We're going to just make the updation here. And if the user is not present, then we know that user is creating for the first time. We are going to save the records into the database and we're going to create a mapper methods map to DTO and map to entity. Inside this, we're going to just get the values and we're going to set it. That's the whole idea of these mapper methods. The next step is to create a controller for user. We're going to create a REST controller. We will add the REST controller annotation, request mapping /API /users, and also we will add the required aux constructor. Inside this class, we're going to inject the user service and we create a handler method, create or update user. This is the same handler method which will be used for both insert and update. And we're going to accept the request body. We're going to map it to the user DTO object and we're going to grab the authentication object as well. And I will add the post mapping annotation. And inside this, we're going to check whether the authentication.getName, the get name, if you remember, we were setting the clerk ID for the authentication object and we are going to call this get name method. This will gives us the clerk ID, and if the clerk ID is not equal to the user DTO clerk ID, then we are going to throw an exception or we are going to return the status code as forbidden. User does not have a permission to access the resource. We're going to display the error message. And if the authentication and the way basically if the clerk ID is valid, then we're going to call the service method which is save user, and to this we're going to pass the user DTO object and we're going to return the response with the status code OK. And if anything goes wrong, we're going to handle that exception, and inside the catch block we're going to throw an exception with the internal server error. Alright, these are the development steps and we're going to follow these development steps step by step and we're going to complete the development. Let's create the Spring Boot project. Open the new tab and search for start.spring.io. Inside this, let's create the project. I'm going to select the project type as Maven and the language Java. The Spring Boot version at the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 3.4.5, and the group ID in.bhushan sirigur, artifact ID remove bg, and project package name I'm going to leave it as it is, the packaging jar. Let's add the dependencies. I'm going to add the web dependency and data JPA, MySQL driver, Lombok, and DevTools. I will also add the Spring security. And first of all, let's remove this Spring security for now. Later we are going to add it. Okay, now click on this generate. This is going to download the project in a zip file. We can extract this and open it inside the IntelliJ. I have opened the project inside the IntelliJ area. Let's go to the pom.xml. We need to add a few more dependencies, but we're going to add that later. For now, we have just added the JPA, web dependency, DevTools, and MySQL connector and Lombok. We need to add the version for this Lombok. We can go to the browser and search for Lombok Maven dependency. The latest version is 1.18.38. Save this and reload the Maven changes. Also, we need to copy the same version and add it inside this plugin as well. Okay, now we have added the version for the Lombok. We need to add the properties. Let's open the resources. Inside this, we will add the database properties. First, we need to create the database. Open the MySQL workbench and create a new database. The database name is removebgdb. And let me refresh this, and you can see we have created the database. Now inside this application.properties file, let's add the necessary properties so that we can use those properties. spring.datasource.url. We need to add the database name, which is removebgdb. Let's add the username and password as well. I will also add the JPA property so that it will automatically create the tables for us. Let's save this. Okay, now we have added the properties, the database properties and the JPA properties. Now let's create the entity. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this entity. Inside this package, create a new class, user entity. Let's add the necessary fields. I will add the table name users. Let's add the data annotation and all args constructor, no args constructor and builder annotation. Let's add the fields. We are adding the ID, clerk ID, email, first name, last name, credits and photo URL. The ID, which is nothing but the primary key. Let's add the ID annotation and generated value annotation, strategy, generation type dot identity. The clerk ID will be unique. Let's add the column annotation. Unique, we'll set this to true. For the email, let's add the same column annotation with unique value to true. And I will also add nullable to false. Next, we have the first name, last name, credits and photo URL. Credits, initially when the user account is created, we have to credit him a 5 points so that we can provide the default value. I'm going to create a method pre-persist. This pre-persist, what it will do, it is automatically, I'm going to first add the annotation pre-persist. It will automatically, when the new object has been created, when the object has been stored into the database very first time, it is going to execute the method. If you wanted to, before persisting any of the records, if you wanted to do any of the work, if you wanted to do anything, then we can do inside this block of code. For that, we're going to use the pre-persist annotation. Inside this, first I'm going to check if the credits is null. If the credits is null, then we're going to add the default value credits is equal to 5. Let's save this. Now let's create the JPA repository. Inside the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this repository. Let's create an interface. Extend this with a JPA repository. We can add the type, which is user entity, primary key type, which is long. Inside this, let's create a finder method, find by clerk ID. This is going to return optional of type user entity. We'll also create one more method which is exists by clerk ID. This will return boolean. Let's save this. Now let's create a user DTO. Inside the base package, create a new package, DTO. Inside this, let's create a new class, user DTO. Let's add the necessary annotation. Inside this, let's go to the user entity and copy the same fields, but we don't need the ID field. And paste it. And we don't need this column annotation also. Save this. We need the clerk ID, email, first name, last name, credits, photo URL. In fact, we don't need the credits, so let's remove this and save this. Now let's create this service. Open the Project Explorer. Let's create a new package, service. Inside this, let's create a new interface. Let's define the method. This is going to return user DTO. Save user is the method name. This is going to accept the user DTO as a parameter. Save this. Now let's create the implementation class. Inside the service package, create a new package, IMPL, which stands for implementation. Inside this, create a new class. This will implement the user service. Let's add the service annotation and the required args constructor. Let's override this save user method. Inside this, first we need to check whether the clerk ID is present for this user DTO. Let's get the clerk ID. Now we can call the repository method. I'm going to inject the user repository dot find by clerk id. This will return the optional of clerk id, optional of user entity. We can check the condition. If the optional user is present, then we are going to get the user. This will give us the existing user. In that case, I'm going to just update the details. Let's make use of the user DTO to get all the details. I'm going to set the email. Let's set the last name. Let's set the photo ID. We need to also set the credits. What I'll do is I'm going to first check for the credits. User DTO dot get credits. Okay, we don't have the credits. Okay, let's go ahead and add the credits also. If the credits is not equal to null, then only I'm going to update the credits. If the user is not present, then we know that user is trying to create it for the very first time. He is registering for the very first time. We need to convert this user DTO object into an entity object, and we have to store it into the database. For that, we can call a method map to entity, and to this we can pass the user DTO. This will give us the entity object. Let's create this private method. We can make use of the builder pattern, user entity dot builder. Let's add the clerk ID. Let's add the email. First name, last name, we don't need to add the credits, because when we store the credits, it will automatically add the default value. We can directly call the build method, and we can return this. Now once we get the new user, and we are going to store it into the database, user repository dot save. After we saved it into the database, we need to return the object back. We need to return the user DTO. I can create a one more method which is map to DTO. Let's pass the new user back. This will give us the user DTO. I can create a private method. We can make use of the user DTO builder pattern. We can add the same details, that is clerk ID, let's add the credits, email, first name, last name. Let's call the build method. We can return this. Let's save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. Actually, we have missed something here. That is, inside this if block, we are not saving the data actually. So let's actually save the data. Once we set all the details into this existing user, we have to process this. So let's actually use the user repository dot save, and we're going to pass the existing user. This will give us the user DTO back, and we can call the same method which is map to DTO. I'm going to use this existing user, and I can call the map to DTO, and to this we can pass the existing user back, and I can return this. Let's save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. Now let's create a controller. Let's open the project explorer. Before creating the project, let's create a one more package, the response package. Inside this, create a new Java class which is going to be remove bg response. Inside this, let's create a field private boolean success, private object. Let's add the data. Also, I'm going to add the status as well. Private string status or status code. Let's add the data annotation, all args constructor and no args constructor. Let's save this and open the first. Let's create a new package. Inside the controller package, create a new class, user controller. Let's add the annotation REST controller. Let's add the annotation request mapping. Let's add /API. We can add the URI path /users. Let's also add the required args constructor. Inside this, let's create a new method, the handler method. Before that, I'm going to inject the user service, private final user service. Public. We're going to return the response object which is remove bg response. Let's add the method name create or update user. This is going to accept the request body. We are going to map it to the user DTO. Inside this, first of all, we are going to make use of the user service to save the details into the database. Let's call the service method save user. We can pass the user DTO object. This is going to give us the user DTO back. Now we can add this user object to the remove BG response object. For this, I'm going to make use of the remove. I'm going to create an object, or even we can use the builder pattern. I'm going to add the builder pattern. I'm going to set this access to true. The data I'm going to pass the user object. Status code, I'm going to set the status code as 201. Or what I'll do is, let's go to the status code and I'm going to change this to HTTP status. Let's add created. Let's return this. Let's quickly call the build method also. Let's save this. Let's add the annotation, post mapping. Now we can test our implementation, but before that, what I'll do is I can just wrap this inside the try catch block. Inside the catch block, we can handle the exceptions. I'm going to just catch the exception and I'm going to just create a new object for this. Let's copy this. And paste it. So let's set the status to false. HTTP status, I'm going to set this to internal server error. I'm going to create a map function. Let's create a map, or we can directly just print the message, that is exception.getMessage, and save this. Now let's add the Spring security dependency along with the dependency for the JWT tokens. Let's open the browser and open this start.spring.io, and here let's add the Spring security dependency and click explore. Scroll down, copy the dependency, open the pom.xml, add the dependency. Also we need to add the dependency for the JWT token as well. I'll just paste the dependencies. These three dependencies are required for the JWT processing. Click on this reload Maven changes. Okay, now we have added the dependencies. Next, we need to add a few properties inside our application.properties file. We need to add the clerk configuration, the clerk issuer, and the clerk JWT URL, which is nothing but the JSON web key set URL. You will get this information inside our, let me go to the application. You can log into our clerk and now go to the configure. Scroll down, you will see this option called API keys. Click on this. You will see this front end API URL. This is nothing but the issuer URL and JWT URL. Go ahead and copy these two URLs and add it to your application.properties file. Make sure to do not share these URLs with anyone else. Do not copy my also, because after I upload this video into the YouTube, I'm going to delete this entire application. Go ahead and grab these two URLs and add it to your application.properties file. Next, we need to, let me open the IntelliJ. We need to create the Spring Security configuration file. Let's create a configuration package. Under the base package, I'm going to call this config. Create a new file, security config. Let's add the necessary annotations. I will add configuration annotation and enable web security annotation and required args constructor. Inside this, first we need to create the bean. Before that, I'll just create a private function, URL based CORS configuration source. We need to configure this CORS. Inside this, I'm going to create an object for CORS configuration. To this config object, let's set the origins. We can pass the multiple origins with a comma separated. I'm going to create a list of localhost colon 5173. This is the host URL for the React application. If you have a multiple URLs, you can just, with a comma separated, you can add the origins. But for now, we're just going to add a single host, which is the React application host. Next, we need to add the allowed methods as well. This is also going to be a list. Let's add all the HTTP methods: get, post, put, delete, patch, and options. We'll also allow the headers as well. Authorization header and content type. We'll also allow the credentials. Next, we're going to create an object for the URL based configuration source. Let's make use of this source object to register the CORS configuration. We will pass the config object and we're going to return the object source. And now we can create a bean, the Spring Bean, and we can pass this function, public CORS filter. Make sure to select it from the Spring Framework package. Inside this CORS filter constructor, we are going to pass the CORS configuration source. Save this. We need to add the bean annotation. Let's save this. Okay, now we need to create a one more bean with security filter chain. Let's create a bean. HTTP security. Now we can make use of this HTTP security object to configure the security. Course, we are going to call the with the defaults. CSRF, we are going to disable it. Authorize request. Any request that is to be authenticated. Session management, which is to be stateless. Session creation policy, stateless. And we are going to just call the build method on this HTTP object. So let's actually add the throws exception, because this will throw an exception, and save this. Later we are going to modify this method to add the filter. For now we just created the security filter chain bean, and we have configured the course, and we have disabled the CSRF, and the HTTP request we are going to authenticate. Every request we are going to authenticate, and we are going to use the session as stateless, and we are going to create the build object. Next, we need to create a component for JSON Web Key Set Provider. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the base package, create a new package called security. Create a new Java class, Clerk JSON Web Key Set Provider. I'm going to add the component annotation. We need to load the JSON Web Key Set URL from the application.properties file. Let's add the value annotation. I'm going to create a few fields for the caching purpose, which is of type string and public key. This will give us the timestamp for when the last time the key set have been fetched. This is the time to live, 1 hour in this case. Let me add the comment, 1 hour. Next, I'm going to create a new method. We will get the public key. To this we are going to pass the key ID. Next we are going to create a one more private method, refresh keys. In case if the key is not present, if the key is already expired, then we are going to get it from this server. Next we are going to create a one more method that is going to be a private method. We need to create the public key. To create the public key, we will pass the modulus and the exponent. Based on this, we're going to create the public key. Okay, now we have to add the implementation to all of these methods. So first, let's get the public key from the key set. We're going to check key cache contains the key ID and we're going to compare the timestamp as well. Current time milliseconds minus last fetch time is less than the time to leave. If this is true, then we are going to return the key cache dot the public key set we are going to fetch. For that, we are going to pass the key ID. If this is not present, if the condition becomes false, then we are going to fetch it from the server. So for that, I'm going to call the refresh keys method. Key cache dot get. Let's pass the key ID. Now let's add the implementation for the refresh keys. I'm going to create an object mapper. Mapper dot read the tree. We're going to use the URL from java.net. Let's pass the JSON web key set URL. From this, we're going to get the keys and we will loop through these keys. We get the key node. From this JSON node, let's get the key ID and key type and algorithm. Let's copy this line and paste it. We'll get the key type and we'll also get the algorithm. Once we get all these key ID, key type and algorithm, we're going to check for the RSA equals whether if the key type is RSA type and algorithm is RS256, then we're going to get the modulus and exponent. Now we are going to create the public key. Let's call the function create public key. To this, we are going to pass the modulus and exponent. This will give us the public key. In order to understand all these concepts, you should be aware of the Spring security. This is not a Spring security specific course, but I'll try to explain as much as possible. Once we created the public key, we're going to put it inside the hash map that we have created at the top. Key cache dot for the caching purpose. So let's add the key ID and public key. And we're going to update the last fetch time when we have last created the public key set. System dot current time milliseconds. Now we need to add the implementation for the create public key as well. Once we get the modulus and exponent, based on that we're going to create the public key using the Java security. The Java factory. I'm going to make use of the byte array, modulus bytes. Let's make use of the base64.getURLDecoder.decode. To this we're going to pass the modulus. Similarly, I'm going to create a byte array for exponent bytes. Base64.getDecoder, decode, and let's pass the exponent. Now let's make use of the big integer modulus big int is equal to new big integer. We're going to pass the modulus bytes. Similarly, big integer exponent big int. Let's use the big integer. To this, let's pass the exponent bytes. Finally, we will use the RSA public key specs. New RSA public key specs. To this, we're going to pass the modulus big int and exponent big int. We can make use of the key factory. From Java security, factory is equal to key factory. We're going to make use of the factory design pattern, get instance RSA. Let's add the factory dot generate public. To this we can pass the specs. Okay, let's add the throws. We forgot to add the exception here. Okay, let's save this. Alright, now we have created the JSON web key set provider. Now we can make use of this component to validate the JWT token. Let's create a component for authentication filter. Inside the security package, create a new Java class, JWT or Clerk JWT Auth filter. This is going to be a component. So let's add the component annotation and required args constructor. This is going to extend the once per request filter chain. This is one of the most popular filter which is going to use it to authenticate the JWT tokens. We need to override the method which is doFilter internal, and once we authenticate it, we have to pass the request and response object to the next filter chain. So for that, I'm going to just call the method filter chain dot doFilter, and we are going to pass the request and response object. At the top, first we are going to load the Clerk issuer from the application.properties file. Create a field, private string Clerk issuer. Clerk.issuer. Also, I'm going to inject the JSON web key set provider. Inside this, first of all, we need to get the header from the authentication header from the request header. So let's use the request.get header authorization auth header. Once we get the auth header, let's add the condition if the auth header is null, or if the auth header is not starts with bearer keyword, then we are going to response.send error. We are going to send the error http servlet response forbidden. Let's pass the message authorization header missing or invalid, and I'm going to stop the execution. If the auth header contains the authorization and if it starts with bearer, then we are going to, let me write the try catch block. Inside the try block, we are going to get the token substring this will give us the token, just the token without the bearer keyword. Now we need to extract the key ID from token header. I'm going to create an array called chunks. We can use token.split splits with a dot, and next once we get the array, I'm going to get the header JSON new string. We can use the base 64 to get the URL decoder dot decode. We're going to pass the chunks of 0th index. The first part, I'm going to pass it to this string object. We're going to decode it and we get the header JSON. I'm going to create an object mapper. JSON node, header node is equal to mapper dot read tree. To this we're going to pass the header JSON. We're going to get the key ID, header node dot get key ID dot as a text. Once we get the key ID, we need to get the correct public key. For that, I'm going to use the provider, the JSON web key set provider dot get the public key. To this we're going to pass the key ID. This will give us the public key. I'm going to call this public key. This will throw an exception. We can add the, okay, we have already added the catch block. Later we are going to fill it. Now we need to verify the token. Now once we get the token and we're getting the public key ID, now we have to verify the token. To verify the token, I'm going to get the claims. We can use the parse builder. Set the sign-in key, public key. I'm also going to set the allowed clock screw seconds to 60 seconds. By default this will be 10 seconds, but I'm going to just set it as 60 seconds. Allow 60 seconds. Just I'm going to add the comments for the reference. Next I'm going to add the require issuer, clerk issuer, call the build method and parse claim JWS. To this we're going to pass the token and we're going to get the body. Next we are going to get the user ID, clerk user ID claims.get subject. Now we need to set the authentication object. For that, username password authentication token And to this we will pass the clerk ID, clerk user ID. The second parameter is null, and collections dot singleton list. To this we can pass the simple granted authority. We will pass the role. We are not dealing with the roles, just I'm going to pass the role as admin. Now we need to set the authentication. So security context holder dot get context dot set authentication. Authentication token I'm going to set. In case of any exceptions, we are going to catch that exception. Inside the catch block, response dot send error, HTTP servlet forbidden, invalid JWT token, and I'm going to stop the execution. So let's add the return, and this we need to pass it to the next filter. I'm going to put it inside the try block and say this. Okay, now we have created a filter to authenticate the JWT token. Now we have to register this inside our security config. Let's go to the security config, and at the top I'm going to just inject the filter private final clerk JWT auth filter. Scroll down, and after this session management, just register the filter. So we're going to use the add filter before JWT auth filter and username password authentication filter. Save this. Okay, now we have created the JSON web key set provider, also JSON web token authentication filters. Now we can make few changes into our controller. Let's open the user controller. Inside this create or update user handler method, we are directly calling the service method. But before that, we have to check whether the authentication object is present or not. Inside the authentication object, do we have the name or not? First we have to check that. So I'm going to accept the authentication object as well. Inside this, let's actually check if the authentication dot get name is equals to the user DTO dot get clerk ID. Get clerk ID. If it is not present, if it is present, that's completely fine. If it is not equal or if it is not present, what we're going to do is we're going to throw an exception. To do that, I'm going to make use of this remove bg response object dot builder. I'm going to set the success to false. The data I'm going to assign it as unauthorized. User unauthorized. I'm going to set the status code to http status dot unauthorized. Let's call the build method, and I'm going to just return this. Let's save this. If the token is validated and if the token is valid, then we are going to set the authentication object. That's what we have done inside our authentication filter. If you remember, we are setting the authentication object in this line, right? And if the token is present, if the token is validated, the authentication object will be present. And inside the authentication object, do we have the name? The name, which is nothing but the clerk ID. And if that clerk ID is not equal, then we are going to throw an exception, which is unauthorized. Actually, instead of the unauthorized, I'm going to just set it as forbidden. That is more makes sense. So let's set it as forbidden and save this. With this, now we can test the implementation. What we need to do is we need to start the application and we have to get the JWT token from the front end application. And once we get the JWT token, we have to pass it inside the header. And if everything works well, the user details will be stored into the database. First, let's start the application. I'm going to just start the application in debug mode. Okay, we got some error. Could not resolve the placeholder JWTK. Okay, this is mistakenly I have added. Let's go to the JWTKS provider, and this is going to be JWTKS URL, right? Save this and let's start the application in debug mode. Okay, the application is started. Of course, we are getting this default password. Later, we are going to disable it. For now, the application is started. We can verify the tables. Let's go to the database, refresh this. And if you expand this, you will see the TBL_users table. The table has been created. Next, what we need to do is we need to test the endpoint. In order to test this endpoint, right now, there are no records in our database. What I need to do is basically for this user DTO, I need to pass the clerk ID, the valid clerk ID we need to pass. Also, we need to pass the JWT token. Let's open the front-end application. Inside the Menubar.js, what I'll do is I'm going to just create a button. Inside this button, after this button, I'm going to just create a one more button and just get the data. Just for the time being, I'm going to just add this and I'm going to attach the on-click event, get data. At the top, create an arrow function, get data. This is going to be an async function. I'm going to log the token as well as the user ID. Console.log user.id, and at the top what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the use auth hook. This will gives us the get token function from the clerk, and we can use this get token. Okay, get token, and we are displaying the token as well as the user ID. So let's save this user ID. We will get it from this use user hook. We get the user object from the user ID. I'm going to get it. Now let's save this. And if you go to the browser, we should see this button, get the data. So let me clear this. And when I click on this get data, you can see we get the JWT token as well as the user ID. This is nothing but the clerk ID. Now let's copy this, copy the message and go to the Postman. Let me open the Postman. Make sure that this token will be valid for 60 seconds. Let me go back. This token will be valid for 60 seconds. After that, it will be expired. We have to regenerate it. Let's go to the Postman, and inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to close all of these and I'm going to create a new request. I have already created a package previously. Now I'm going to create a new collection. Click on this collection, remove BG YouTube course, and inside this let's add the request. This is going to be a post http localhost 8080/API/users. We need to add the headers. That is going to be authorization bearer. We need to pass the token. Before that, let's prepare the body. In the body, we need to pass the clerk ID. We will get the clerk ID from the console. We need the name, Bhushan, What else do we need? Let's go back to the IntelliJ and email, first name, last name. Okay, this is going to be email Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in. First name, last name, what else do we need? Photo URL. We don't need to add this photo URL because it's not a mandatory field, and we need to add the credits, but that is also not a mandatory field. Okay, this is enough. Now let's go back to the browser and let me clear this, and I'm going to click on this again and to regenerate the JWT token. Just copy this and add it inside the headers, authorization header, paste it, and now click on this send. You can see we get the 200 OK, success true, status code created, and clerk ID, email, first name, last name, photo URL is null, and credits is 5. Our endpoint is working expected. Let's go to the database and let me select the query, select start from users, and you can see we are storing the primary key ID and the clerk ID, credits, email, first name, last name, photo URL. Awesome. Let's test one more scenario. Let's go back to the Postman. First of all, if you notice one thing here, we are showing the status code as 200 and here we are showing the status code as created. There is a discrepancy between these two status codes. I'm going to just keep it as 200 OK because the same endpoint is also used for create and update as well. That is why let's go back to the IntelliJ, and here instead of the created, I'm going to just add status code OK. That is the first change. Next, let's go back to the Postman, and what we need to test is I'm going to just go to the body, and here I'm going to just remove the few characters from the clerk ID. And now I'm going to just click on this. Okay, first let's copy the latest JWT token, go back to the browser and click on this get data and copy the JWT token, pass the latest JWT token and click send. You can see we get the success as false and status code is unauthorized and data is user unauthorized, but we get the status code as 200 OK. This is incorrect. Let's go back, and here inside our IntelliJ, what we need to ideally do is, okay, success we are sending it as false, and status code HTTP status forbidden, we have added this as a forbidden, and user is unauthorized. Here user is obviously unauthorized, but this is going to be a forbidden. But what I'll do is I'm going to just change this message to user does not have permission to access the resource. Save this. This is going to be forbidden, but for some reason we are getting this as 200. Let's actually verify what it went wrong. In the post mapping we are not adding any of the status codes, and we are returning the status code, data, success, everything looks perfect. Let me stop this server and I'm going to restart it. Let's clear the console and get the JWT token. Let's pass it, click send. Awesome, this time we get the proper status code, but still inside this we are getting the 200 OK. Okay, that is because in our controller what we have done is we are just returning the background response. Instead of that, I'm going to return the response entity. And here I'll just return the response entity, and I'm going to pass the object, this response bg response object we're going to pass. This is going to be response background response, return response entity dot status, http status dot forbidden, body I'm going to pass the response. Similarly here I'll just create it outside of this try block so that we can utilize it. And inside this also, let me add the response and return response entity dot status, internal server error, body I'm going to pass the response. Let's save this. I'm going to stop the server. Let me restart this. This time we should see the proper status code. Let's go back to the browser, click the new JWT token, paste it and click send. Yes, now we got the proper status code 403 forbidden, success false, status code forbidden, data user does not have a permission to access the resource. In this case, the JWT token is valid, but the user is not valid. Maybe we are accessing this resource for some other user. That is why we are getting this as 403 forbidden. Alright, now we have to integrate this with our front-end application, so that from the front-end application, as soon as we create a new account, we are going to store that details inside our database. Now let's integrate the user's endpoint with the front-end. The first step is to create the context to store the state globally. We're going to create the app context and we're going to make use of the create context, and also we're going to create the provider, and inside this we're going to import the backend URL. We're going to add the backend URL to the .env file and we're going to import it from there. Next we're going to create the object context value, and to this context value object we're going to pass all the values, and we're going to return the JSX app context.provider, and we're going to pass the context value as a value. And the second step is to create a component user sync handler. Inside this we're going to create a few states, synchronized and set synchronized. We're going to set it to false, and also we're going to grab the backend URL from the app context, and we're going to make use of the use user hook and use auth hook to grab the is loaded, is signed in, get token and user object from the clerk. And we're going to create the use effect hook, and inside the use effect hook we are going to create a function save user. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this we're going to just stop the execution if it is not loaded, and if it is not signed in, on if it is synchronized we're going to stop the execution. Else we're going to make an API call. We're going to first get the token, the JWT token. For that we're going to call the get token method, and we get the JWT token. And once we get the JWT token, we're going to prepare the user data. We're going to get the clerk ID, email, first name and last name from the user object. And once we get the user data, we are going to make an API call to the backend service. We're going to make use of the Axios, and to this we're going to pass the URL, and as a second parameter we're going to pass the user data, and we're also going to pass the headers, authorization, bearer token we're going to pass. And after we make the API call, we're going to set the synchronizer to true just to prevent the reposting, and later we're going to update this function to update the user credits. We're going to just add the to do for the reference. And also we're going to add the dependencies: is loaded, is signed in, get token, user, synchronize. If any of this the state has been changes, we're going to call this use effect function again. And this component does not return any JSX, so I'm going to just return null. And the third step is to update the app component. Inside the app component, we're going to mount the component which is user sync handler. At the top, just above the menu bar component, we're going to mount the user sync handler component. Alright, this is the development steps to integrate the users API with the front-end application. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps one by one. Let's open the front-end application. What I'll do is first I want to open the .env file. I'm going to add the backend URL. Let's create a property with backend URL /API. This is the backend URL base URL. Save this. Now let's create the context. Open the project explorer. Inside the src folder, create a new directory, context. Inside this, create a new file. I'm going to call this app context.jsx. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a context. Let's import it from the React. I'm going to export it. Export const app context. I'm going to create a provider. I'm going to call this as props. Inside this, I'm going to just return the JSX. App context.provider. We need to pass the value for this. We can pass the context value. I'm going to create this object. Inside this context value, we're going to add the values, and those values will be passed to the children. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the props.children. Let's save this. Next, I want to wrap the entire app component with the provider. Let's go to the main.jsx. Let's make use of the app context provider. Let me export this as a default component. Export default app provider. Inside the main.jsx, we can make use of the app context provider. Save this. Let me go to the app context, and inside this, I'm going to just add the app context provider. This is going to be app context provider. So let's save this, and inside the main.jsx, let me import this and save this. Alright, so next, now we have added the context, which is app context provider, and next we need to create the component. Inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new file which is going to be user sync handler. Let me create the functional component. Inside this, we don't need to return any of the UI, so I'm going to just return null. Here we need to make an API call to the backend service to store the user details. When the user account is created, we need to store the details in our database also. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a new state. Before that, I'll just make use of the use auth hook from the Clerk. I'm going to grab the is loaded, is signed in, and get token. Also, I'm going to use the use user hook. I can grab the user object. Next, I'm going to create a state. Initially, this is going to be false. And also, I'm going to make use of the use context hook. From this, we can grab the load user credits. Okay, this we haven't created, so let me remove this. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the use effect hook. Inside this, I'm going to pass the dependencies. We're going to pass the is loaded, is signed in, get token, and user synced. All these will be the dependencies. And inside this, first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to open the app context and I'm going to create const backend URL. I'm going to make use of the environment variables. So let's go to the, we have used this wait clerk publishable key. Similarly, we have to use this wait backend URL. So let's go to the menu bar. We have added these things. Let's go to the assets.js. Let's go to the home. Somewhere we have used that. Let's go to the, okay, in the main dot here, let me copy this import statement and let's go to the app context and I'll paste it so we can make use of the wait backend URL and save this. Now with this backend URL, let's pass it to the context value. Save this. And now let's go to the user sync handler, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to make use of the use context hook and I'm going to grab the backend URL. To this we can pass the app context. Let's save this, and inside this use effect hook, first of all, I'm going to create a function save user. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, I'm going to check is not loaded or is not signed in, or if it is synchronized, then I'm going to just return it. Inside the try catch block, I'm going to first get the JWT token, and I'm going to, we have used the get token here from the use auth. This is going to be an await const token. Once we get the token, we can pass the token to the backend URL. First, I'm going to prepare the object user data. We need to pass the clerk ID, which is nothing but the user.id, email user.primary, email address, first name user.firstname, last name user dot last name. After this, once we create the object, we need to make use of the Axios. Let's install the Axios. Let's add the force flag at the end. Okay, now we have installed the Axios. Let's make use of the Axios library. Axios dot post, since this is a post method, and we need to pass the backend URL. Backend URL, I'm going to add the /users at the end. Let's pass the user data. Also, we need to pass the headers. For the headers, I'm going to pass the authorization, and we need to pass the bearer token as well. I'm going to add the await keyword. We get the response. Once we get the response, we can check for the condition. If the response dot data dot success is equal to true, if it is true, then we can print a message that is user account stored into the database. So I'm going to just log this to the console. Later we can print a toast notification, user successfully created. And after this, I'm going to just call the function. This is the user, and I will also add the catch block. So let's add the catch block. Console.error. Let's print the error message, that is user synchronize failed. Let's print the error object. We need to print the toast notification also. Let's go to the menu bar, not the menu bar. Let's go to the app.jsx. Let me open the app.jsx. We have already added the toaster. So let's go to the inside this catch block. We can make use of the toast.error. We can print the message user synchronization is failed. Please try again. Or we can just print a friendly message that is unable to create account. Please try again. And what I'll do is inside this if block, I'm going to make use of the toast.success. I'll print a message user successfully created. Else I'm going to print the same toast message unable to create the account, please try again. Here already the account will be created by the clerk, and something went wrong, and we are not able to create the account in our database. So for that, the best way to show the message is user synchronize is failed. This is the proper message. So let's print this message. And save this. And after this, once we get the success message, I'm going to just update the state, set synchronize it to true to avoid the reposting. So just to prevent the reposting, I'm going to just set this. And we are all setting these dependencies. So we need to call the function that is save user function. Save this. With this, now we are all set to test the implementation. Before that, I'm going to just export it. Export default user synchronized handler, and we need to add this inside our, we need to render this component inside our app.jsx. Just above the menu bar, I'm going to mount the user synchronization handler component. Let's save this and let's go to the one last time we can verify it. Save this. Okay, now we can test our implementation. Before I test the implementation, what I'll do is I'm going to just add a comment just after this updating the state. I'm going to add to do update the user credits. Later we're going to make an API call here and we're going to call that function. And also I'm going to just get rid of this condition. We don't need this actually. Let me remove this also. Save this. With this, now we can test the implementation. Before that, let me go to the database and I'm going to just delete this record. Okay, next go to the browser and here go to the manage account and let's delete this account. Go to the security, click on this delete account. We need to type this delete account text. Click on this delete account. Let's enter the password. Click continue and you can see the account has been deleted. Now let's sign up from the beginning so that as soon as we create the account, we should able to see the user details inside our database. Right now the database is empty. Let's go to the browser, click on this sign up. Bhushan Sirgur, email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in, password. Click continue. We need to enter the 6-digit code. Let's open the Zoho Mail. I will log into my Zoho Mail account. Let's click on this email and copy the 6-digit OTP and paste it. Account is created and let's go to the database and let me execute the query. We should see the user details. You can see the ID is 2, clerk ID, credits, email address, first name, last name and photo URL. Photo URL is empty because when the user is update the photo ID, we are going to update it. Let's actually update the photo ID, but for now let's keep it a default. Later we are going to update that. But for now, our implementation is working as expected. Before we continue the development, I'm going to get rid of this button. Let's go to the front-end code and go to the menu bar. Let me remove this button. I will also remove the function. Let's remove this use auth hook and save this. We can remove this user, also use auth we can remove. Save this. let's actually update the profile and see whether it will reflect in our local database or not. Let me open this user profile and click on this manage account and click on this update profile. I'm going to change this to Bhushan Sirgur and click on this save, and you can see here the user details has been updated, which means in the Clerk dashboard the user details have been updated. We'll see whether it is updated in our database or not. Let's go to the database and let me execute the query, and you can see our application, our whatever the data we have updated here, Bhushan Sirgur, which is not updated here. The last name remains as it is, SC. This is because the problem with the webhook, because we have not configured the webhook. Basically what webhook will do is it will act as a listener. Whenever we make any updates inside the Clerk dashboard, even outside of our application, the listener will listen it and it is going to update in our database also. That's exactly what we're going to do. We need to set up the webhook inside the Clerk, and we need to configure whenever the changes has been made to the user profile, which is whether any user is created or updated or deleted. We need to make the changes inside our database also. We need to keep the databases in sync, the Clerk database as well as our local database. That's what we're going to do next. Now let's configure the Clerk webhook. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to create the webhook controller. The second step is to update the user service. Third step is to update the security config. Fourth step is to update the JWT authentication filter. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to create the webhook controller. We're going to create a REST controller with the name Clerk webhook controller, and we're going to add the request mapping /API/webhooks, and we will also add the required args constructor. And first we're going to load the webhook secret key from the application.properties file. Go ahead and create the clerk.webhook.secret as an application property. We're going to create a property inside the application.properties file, and we're going to add the secret key, the webhook secret key. You can find that secret key inside the Clerk dashboard, and we're going to inject the user service as well. We're going to create a handler method, handle Clerk webhook, and to this we're going to accept the request header, SPIX ID, SPIX timestamp, and SPIX signature. Also we're going to accept the request body, and we're going to add the URI mapping as /clerk. Inside the try block, we're going to first verify the webhook signature by passing in the SPIX ID, timestamp, and signature, also the payload. We're going to create a private method, verify webhook signature. Inside this, we're going to just return true. This is only for the development purpose. When we are deployed it into production, if we are really giving this application to a client, then we have to verify this signature properly. For that, you need to read the documentation. For time being, I'm just returning it true. This is completely fine for the learning purpose. But in case if you wanted to give it to a client, or if you're really working for any client or any organization, you have to properly verify the signature. And inside this, we're going to call the method, private method. This will give us the Boolean value, and if the signature is not valid, we're going to just return the error response. We're going to send the data invalid webhook signature, and we're going to set the success to false, and we're going to add the status code as unauthorized. In case if the signature is valid, then we are going to create an object for object mapper, and we're going to parse the payload, and we're going to convert that into a JSON node. And once we get the JSON node, we are going to grab the type from the JSON node. We're going to get the event type. The event type is, we're going to add the switch case. If the event type is created, then we're going to call a separate function. If the event type is updated, then we're going to call a one more method. Similarly, if the event type is deleted, then we're going to call a one more private method. We're going to handle this using the switch case statement, and then we're going to return the response entity status code 200, and in case of any exceptions, we're going to return the error response with the status code internal server error. Next, we're going to create the private methods handle user deleted. Inside this, we are going to just grab the ID from the JSON node, and once we get the ID which contains the clerk ID, and the clerk ID we are going to send it to the service layer to call the delete user by clerk ID method. This is going to delete the account from the database. Similarly, we're going to create a one more private method handle user updated, and to this we're going to pass the JSON node, and from this JSON node we're going to get the ID. We will get the clerk ID, and the clerk ID we're going to pass it to the service layer to get the existing user. Once we get the existing user, we're going to update the details, the set email, first name, last name, and photo URL. All this is going to get it from the JSON node, and finally we're going to call the service method to update the details. This is going to update the details inside the database as well. Finally, we're going to create a one more private method which is handle user created. To this we're going to pass the JSON node, and inside this we're going to create the DTO object, the clerk ID, email, first name, last name. To this we're going to set the data using this JSON node object, and finally we're going to call the method save user, the service method, and to this we're going to pass the user DTO object. The second step is to update the user service. Inside the user service, we are going to create a method get user by clerk ID. To this, we're going to pass the clerk ID, and we're going to make use of the user repository to call the repository method find by clerk ID. And by using the clerk ID, we're going to get the user entity. In case if the clerk ID is not present in the database, we're going to throw an exception, username not found exception. And finally, we're going to map that entity to the DTO object. Similarly, we're going to create a one more service method delete user by clerk ID. To this, we're going to pass the clerk ID. Using that clerk ID, we're going to get the user entity. In case if the user entity is not found, we're going to throw the same exception. If the user entity is found, we're going to call the delete method of user repository JPA repository function. And the third step is to update the security config. Inside the security config, we are going to add the request matchers. We're going to allow the request for /API/webhooks endpoints. If any request that comes for the API/webhooks, then we're going to not authenticate that request. We're going to just permit all the requests. And the fourth step is to update the JWT authentication filter as well. Inside the Clerk JWT authentication filter, we are going to add the condition. If the request URI contains the /API/webhooks, then we are not going to validate it. We are going to just send the request and response object to the next filter chain, and we're going to stop the execution. Alright, these are the development steps to configure the webhooks. Just go ahead and follow these development steps. In order to set up the webhook, we need the URL. We need the host URL, the public URL. We cannot use the localhost because if we configure this localhost inside the Clerk dashboard, it will never understand. We need a proper public web URL. The one way to do is that we have to deploy this application to any of the cloud service provider, and we have to get the web URL and we have to add it to the Clerk dashboard. But for the local testing, what we can do is we can install a third-party tool where the third-party tool will give us the fake web URL, and using that web URL, we can navigate all the web requests to the localhost ADAT. That's exactly what we're going to do. First, let's install the tool. The tool that we are going to use is ngrok. The ngrok is a popular API gateway. We can easily use this to transfer the localhost URL to the public web URL to the localhost URL. This will give us the fake URL that we can use it for the local testing purpose. So first go ahead and create an account inside this ngrok. It's completely free. There is also a paid version that you can ignore, but go ahead and create a free account. I have already created the account and I have logged into my account. Once you logged in, you will see how we can connect to the ngrok. There is a different documentations for the different platforms. If you are using Windows, select the Windows. If you are using the Mac OS, select Mac OS. I have already installed the tool ngrok on my local system. So just select the Mac OS. I have done through the Brew. I have already installed Brew. So using the Brew, I have installed the ngrok and I have added the authentication token. And once you add the authentication token, you can just execute this command to navigate to the localhost 8080. Whichever the local host you wanted to navigate, you can whichever the host you wanted to navigate your traffic, you can just add that URL and it will give us the fake web URL, the public web URL that you can add it to the Clerk dashboard. If you are using the Windows, you can use Chocolatey. Using the Chocolatey, you can install this ngrok and follow these steps one by one, and you can add the URL. It will automatically give you the public URL. Let's go ahead and do it one by one. So I have already done it for macOS. So what I'll do is I'm going to just copy this last step and let me open the terminal. Inside this terminal, let me minimize this. Okay, let me execute the command ngrok http. My backend application is running on the port 8080. So I'll just provide this URL and hit enter. You can see we got this URL. This is the public web URL. Now we can add this inside our Clerk dashboard. So let's copy this. Let me copy this forwarding URL and go to the Clerk dashboard. Go to the configure, scroll down, select the webhooks, click on this add endpoint, and we need to provide the endpoint URL. Just paste the URL which you have copied from the ngrok, and you can add the description if you want. And now here you can search for the events. We are interested in the user.created, user.deleted, user.updated. So just select all these endpoints and just click on this create. Alright, now we have created the webhook and you will get this signing in secret key. Just go ahead and grab this secret key and add it in your Spring Boot application.properties file. Do not share this secret key with anybody else and just go ahead and add it in your application.properties file. Let's open the application.properties file, and I'm not going to open my application.properties file. You can just go ahead and add the property and paste the secret key because we need that to configure the webhook. We are going to create a controller and inside that controller we are going to use that. Now let's create a new controller. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the controller package, create a new class. I'm going to call this Clerk Webhook Controller. Let's add the REST controller annotation, request mapping. I will add the URI path /API/webhooks. Let's add the required args constructor. Inside this, first I'm going to load the webhook secret key, private string webhook secret. Let's add the value annotation. Clerk.webhook.secret. Make sure to create this property inside the application.properties file and add your webhook secret key. I'm going to create an handler method public. This is going to return a response entity. Handle Clerk webhook. Post mapping, the URI path is Clerk. We're going to accept the request header. SVIX ID. These are the request headers we are going to accept. Request header, SVIX timestamp. We're going to bind it to SVIX timestamp. Request header, signature. The type will be of string type. And we're going to bind the request body. Payload. Inside this, we are going to, let me write the try catch block. First of all, we need to verify the signature. So I'm going to create a private method, verify webhook signature. To this, we're going to pass the SVIX ID, timestamp, signature, and payload. All these we're going to pass it to the private method, and this is going to return a boolean is valid. Let's create this private method. Inside this, I'm going to just return true. But if you are developing this for a client, or if you are building a proper enterprise application, you have to verify it properly by reading the documentation. There is a separate way we can validate it, the signature, but I'm not going to go over in detail about it. Since we are just learning, we can just add the return true. But in case if you want to really validate the signature, you can just read the documentation. Also, I'll drop a link in the description section of this video for the complete method implementation. You can just copy and paste that implementation. But right now, just to keep it simple, I'm just returning true, but this is not a recommended way, and you should not return true directly if you are sending this to a production. Okay, I'm just returning it true, and here I'm going to just write a condition. If it is not valid, we need to return the response entity. So response entity dot status, I'm going to set the status to unauthorized. We need to set the body, and for the body I'm going to just send the, or I can do, I'm going to create an background response entity, remove background response dot builder, and I'm going to set the status code to http status dot unauthorized, and I'm going to add the data, which is going to be invalid webhook signature, and I'm going to set the success to false. And let's call the build method, and this is going to give us the background response. Let's make it as response, and this response we can pass it to the body and save this. And after this, once we verify the signature, what we need to do is we need to, let me create an object for object mapper new object mapper, JSON node. We need to grab the from the payload, we have to grab the type, data, all those things we have to grab. I'm going to make use of this object mapper to read the tree, the JSON tree, and to this we're going to pass the payload. And inside this, first I'm going to get the event type, what kind of event is occurred, whether it is created or it is updated or it is deleted. So that we have to get it. So root node dot path, I'm going to use the type as text. Basically you can read this documentation. Let me go to the, I will show you where exactly the documentation is present. If you go to the browser and go to the dashboard, and for the testing you can just click on this and you can see the event type and click on this user created, and you will get this entire sample object, and from this you can see what all the request is present. So right now we are checking this type, right? So we are looking for this type, and that is what the JSON tree will do. This is going to parse it and it is going to give us, we are looking for this type. Inside this type we have the user dot created, and that we can grab it and we can check when the user created is what should happen. If the user dot updated is present, what should happen. If the user dot deleted is present, what should be done. That we're going to configure it in our controller. Let's go back, and once we get this event type, and we can write the switch case statement, switch event type, and I'm going to write the different cases. If the user dot created is present, then I'm going to call a method user created. To this we can pass the root node dot path, root node dot path, and I'm going to, let me pass the data, okay, this is actually root node, not the root node. Okay, root node dot path, and we're going to pass the data, and I'm going to just add the break. Similarly we're going to add one more case, which is user dot updated, handle user updated. To this we can pass the root node dot path, we can pass the data. Let's break this. Of course we need to create all these methods. Let's create it in just a bit. If the case is user dot deleted, then what should happen, that we're going to make it here, handle user deleted, root node dot path, and we're going to get the data and save this. Now we need to create these methods. Scroll down, and also I'm going to just return this, return response entity dot okay, and I'm going to call the build method. We don't have to return anything here, we just need to send the response code as 200. It is successful. So just add this response entity dot okay and build, and now inside this catch block I'm going to handle the exception, and inside this let's use the response entity dot status, http status dot internal server error, and we need to call the body, and to this body we need to pass the details. And here I'm going to just copy this and I will create outside of the try block. Initially this is going to be null, and inside this let's make use of the background, remove background response, sorry, this is going to be response is equal to new or even let me do one thing. Response is equal to remove background response dot builder status code http status dot internal server error, and I will also add the data, that is something went wrong, and I'm going to set the success to false. Let's call the build method, and we can pass this response object to the body and save this. We can return this and save this. Now we need to create these methods. Before creating these methods, I'm going to just make this as this is going to be actually root node. It is not node. Let me change this to root node. Okay, let's create these private methods. Just hover on this and click on this create new method, and let's do it for all these methods. Okay, so first let's add the implementation for the handle user created. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to create the user entity. User entity is equal to new user entity. User entity dot set clerk ID. Okay, actually, if you look at the service method, let's go to the service method, service implementation, and if you look at this, here we are actually passing the user DTO, and what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the user DTO object inside this. Let's go to the user controller. Not the user controller, let's go to the webhook controller, and here let's create an object for user DTO. Even we can use the builder pattern instead of this. So user DTO dot builder. Let's set the dot clerk ID. So the clerk ID data dot path, and we're going to pass the ID dot as text. Next we need to set the email data dot path email address. Path, I'm going to pass the 0th index. Path email underscore address as text. Next we need to add the first name and last name as well. If you don't know what I'm trying to do is, if you go back to the browser and you can see from the email address I'm getting this email address, and similarly I'm also getting the first name and last name. That is what exactly I'm doing. This data represents this entire tree, and this entire tree, and from that I'm going to get the ID, email address, all those informations I'm getting it. That is what this JSON data represents. I hope you are clear about it. Next I'm going to set the first name data dot path first name as a text, last name data dot path last name dot as text. I'm going to call the build method. Now we get the user DTO. New user, and this new user we can pass it to the service method. I'm going to inject the service at the top. Private final user service scroll down and let's make use of the user service to call the save user method. To this we're going to pass the new user and save this. Okay, now we have added the implementation for this handle user created. Similarly, let's also provide the implementation for this handle user updated. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to get the clerk ID, data.path ID as a text. This will gives us the clerk ID. Once we get the clerk ID, I'm going to make use of the user service to call a method get user by clerk ID. Of course, this method is not present. We're going to create it in just a bit. This will gives us the user DTO, or even I can just get the user DTO existing user. Now we need to create this method inside the user service. So let's go ahead and create this method. Okay, now we need to provide the implementation. Just click on this implementation. Inside this, let's make use of the user repository to call the find user by clerk ID. To this we're going to pass the clerk ID. This is going to return optional. I'm going to throw an exception in case if the user is not present, or else throw username not found exception. User not found. Otherwise we get the user entity. Let's store that in a variable user entity. And now we need to return the user DTO. For that I'm going to call the map to DTO, and to this we can pass the user entity and return this and save this. Now we need to call this method inside our webhook controller and we get the existing user. So let me spell this correctly. User. Once we get the existing user, now we need to pass this existing DTO object. For this existing DTO user object, we need to set the new data. For that, what I'll do is I'm going to just existing user dot set email data dot path email address dot path. I'm going to get the 0th index. From the path I'm going to get the email address as a text. And one thing, if you notice, this is not email address, this is email addresses. We can verify it. If you scroll down, you can see email addresses. So make sure to write it correctly, email addresses. Here also this is email addresses, and after this we have the email address. Okay, next existing user dot set first name data dot path first name as text. Next existing user dot set last name data dot path last name dot as text. Existing user dot set photo photo URL data.path image URL dot as text. And finally, we're going to make use of the user service to call the save user method. To this, we're going to pass the existing user. That will convert the DTO object into entity object and it will store it into the database. Let's save this. Next, we have this one more method which is handle user deleted. That we are going to handle it later. So I'm going to just write the to do, add the implementation later. Save this. I'm going to stop the server and I will restart it so that we can test the implementation. Okay, before that we also need to one more thing. We need to update the security config. Let's go to the security config, and inside the security config we have to allow the webhooks endpoint. So here I'm going to add the, let me bring this, auth dot request matchers slash API slash webhooks slash star star. So I wanted to make it permit all star all dot, let me auth dot request matchers, and okay, let me do one thing. Permit all, and I'm going to call the any request that should be authenticated. Let me format this and save this. This is the first thing. We wanted to update the security filter chain. The next thing what we need to do is we also need to update inside our authentication filter. So if you remember, we have created the authentication filter. We have to update there also. Let's go to the authentication filter, and here just before this getting the authorization header, I'm going to add the condition if request dot get request URI dot contains, if it is contains slash API slash webhooks. Then we are going to make use of the filter chain dot do filter request and response. I'm going to pass it to the next filter and I'm going to return this. Let's save this. Alright, these are the changes that we need to make. One is we have to update the security filter chain and this authentication filter. Okay, let me restart the application and we can test our implementation. Now whenever we make any updation into our front-end application, it will also reflect in our local database as well. Ideally, both the Clerk database as well as our local database should be in sync. That's the whole idea of configuring this webhook. In order to test this, what I'll do is I'm going to first minimize this and go to the browser, open the application. I'm going to update the user details. Right now it is Bhushan Sirigur, the full name. Let's go to the database and let me execute the select query, and you can see the first name is Bhushan and the last name is SC. Now what I'll do is I'm going to just, for the time being, I'm going to just update this to Sirigur, whatever there in the UI. I'm going to keep it as it is. Apply, click apply, and now in both the places it is same. The first name is Bhushan, the last name is Sirigur. Here also the first name is Bhushan, this last name is Sirigur. Now I'm going to update this. Just click on this and click on this manage account, update the profile. I'm going to just change this to SC and click save, and the user details have been updated. Now we have to verify whether it is reflecting in our local database also or not. Let's go to the database and I'm going to re-execute this query. Okay, still it is not updating. Looks like we might have made some mistake. We can verify it. Let's go to the IntelliJ and let me check whether we are able to get the request here or not. What I'll do is I'm going to open the webhook controller. I'm going to just click on this event type here and let's go to the browser and let's click on this manage account and update it. I'm going to change this to Sirgur, click save. Okay, the event controller is not the request is not coming to the controller at all, which means we might have made some mistake. Let's go to the terminal and here you can see we are getting 403. Okay, for the post request we are getting forbidden. This is likely we have might missed something inside our configuration. We can verify it. Let's go to the security config and we have added the /API/webhooks star permit all, and also let's go to the authentication filter. We have added the webhooks here. Let's go to the dashboard, the Clerk dashboard. Here if you look at, okay, this is the problem. We have not provided the complete endpoint. Let's click on this, add /API/webhooks /Clerk. The entire endpoint we need to add. If you go to the IntelliJ and go to the webhook controller /API/webhooks/Clerk, the entire path we need to add here and click on this save. Okay, now let's go to the browser and click on this manage account, and I'm going to add a different name, Bhushan Chandranna, and click on this save. Okay, now you can see we have added the debugger and the request is coming here, and if you look at this, the event type is user.updated and it will go to the second case and it will execute the implementation. I'm going to just remove this debugger and click on this resume program, and it should be updated in the database as well. If you go to the browser, here it is updated, Bhushan Chandranna, and if you go to the database and I'm going to execute the query again, and boom, you can see the photo URL is updated. This is the default photo URL, and the last name it is updated to Chandranna. Okay, now I'm going to just update the photo URL as well. Let's click on this right now. If you just copy this URL and if you go to the browser, this is the icon that we are able to see and I can update it. Let's go to the browser, click on this update profile, and I'm going to click on this upload. Let's quickly add my photo. Let me go to the downloads and click open, and you can see the photo is uploaded, and just click on this cancel. Looks like it is updated. Let me verify it. Okay, let's go to the database. Let's go to the database and I'm going to execute the select query, and let's copy this, hit enter. Boom, you can see my photo is displayed. Okay, which means our webhook is working as expected, and this is just for the local testing. In order to test the webhooks in local, you have to use this ngrok. There are multiple platforms available to forward your local host URL to the public URL to the local host URL. I have just used the ngrok. It is pretty straightforward and it is easy to use and it is free. Okay, once we deployed it into our production server, once we get the proper URL, we have to replace that with the webhook, the original webhook URL. We have to replace this with once we deploy it to the production URL. Remember that. Alright, now we have completed the webhook part, we just need to update one last part, which is this deleted. Whenever the user is deleted, we have to add the implementation logic for this, that we're going to add it later. Let's actually add the implementation for this also. Let's first go to the service, the user service. I'm going to define a new method, void delete user by clerk ID. Can pass the clerk ID as a parameter, and go to the implementation, override the method. Inside this, let's make use of the user repository to call the find by clerk ID, and let's pass the clerk ID. Let's throw an exception in case the user is not found. This will give us the user entity. Once we get the user entity, I'm going to write a condition. If the user is not equal to null, this is going to be, actually we don't need this condition. Let's get rid of this. You can use the user repository dot delete user entity we can pass. Now we can call this method inside our webhook controller. Data dot path, get the ID as text, we get the clerk ID. Now we can use the user service to call the method delete user by clerk ID and to pass the clerk ID. This will delete the record. We can verify it. Let me stop the server and I'm going to restart it. Okay, let's go to the browser, and what I'll do is I'm going to just click on this manage account, go to the security, click on this delete account, delete account, and click on this delete account, enter the password, click continue. The account has been deleted. Let's verify it in our database. It should also be deleted from our database as well. Execute the select query. You can see the record has been deleted from the database as well. Awesome. Our webhook controller is working as expected with all the event types like created, updated, and deleted. Let's load the user credits. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to create a new API endpoint in user controller. The second step is to update the app context to update the state. Third step is to update the user sync handler component. The fourth step is to update the Menubar component to update the credits. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to create a new API endpoint in user controller to display the credits. We're going to create a new API endpoint with a URI path /credits, and we're going to add the handler method name get user credits, and we're going to pass the authentication object. This is going to be a HTTP get method. Inside this, we're going to add the try catch block, and inside the try block, we're going to check the get name object inside the authentication object. If it is empty or if it is null, we're going to return the error response. We're going to set the status to the status to forbidden, and the success we're going to set it to false, and also we will add the user friendly message that user does not have a permission or access to this resource. Next, once this authentication object contains the clerk ID, we're going to get the clerk ID and we're going to pass it to the user service, and inside the user service we're going to call the get user by clerk ID method. This will give us the existing user. Once we get the existing user contains the credits as well, the user credits. we're going to add that into a map, and that entire map we're going to pass it to the remove bg response object with a status code OK, and also success we're going to set it to true. In case of any exceptions, we're going to return the error response with a status code internal server error, and we're going to set the success to false. And the second step is to update the app context to update the state. We're going to update the state. For that, inside the app context, we're going to create a new state credit, and also we're going to add the updater function set credit. Initially this is going to be false, and we're going to use the use auth hook to get the get token, and using that token we're going to get the bearer token, and we're going to call the backend API using the Axios.get method, and to this we're going to pass the URI endpoint /users/credits. We will also pass the headers, and once we get the response, we're going to check the success property. If the success property is true, then we're going to update the state using the set credit, and we're going to grab the credits from the backend and we're going to update it. In case of any errors, we're going to display the toast notification, which is error loading the credits, and we're going to add this arrow function into the context value so that we can access this function inside any of other components. Also, we're going to add the states credit and set credit to the context value. And the third step is to update the user sync handler component. Inside the user sync handler component, we're going to first grab the load user credits arrow function from the app context, and we're going to call that function. This is going to update the credits information as soon as the user is logged in. And the fourth step is to update the menu bar component to display the user credits inside the menu bar. So inside the menu bar, we have the mobile view as well as the desktop view. There we are going to display the credits. For that, we're going to grab the credit from the use context, basically the app context. This will give us the updated credits information that we're going to display it inside this menu bar component. The same thing we are going to do it in the mobile view as well. Inside the mobile view, we are going to replace the hard-coded value with the credits information. Alright, these are the development steps. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps step by step. Let's go to the backend and open the user controller. Inside this, create a new handler method. This is going to return the response entity. Let's call this method get user credits. Let's add the annotation get mapping. The URI path is credits. Let's access the authentication object. Inside this, inside the try catch block, I'm going to first get the authentication name. Authentication.get name is empty, or authentication object dot get name is equal to null. I'm going to wrap this in an if condition. Then I'm going to return the error response. I'm going to make use of the background response, remove background response dot builder, set the status code HTTP status, forbidden data. I'm going to pass user does not have permission or access to this resource. Success, I'm going to set this to false. Outside of this, let's create a response object. Let's call the build method, and I'm going to return a response entity dot status. Forbidden body, I'm going to set the PG response. Otherwise, what I'll do is I'm going to first get the clerk ID, authentication dot get name. This will give us the clerk ID. Once we get the clerk ID, we will make a call to the service, user service dot get user by clerk ID. To this we're going to pass the clerk ID. This will give us the user DTO. I'm going to call this existing user. This existing user contains the credits. What I'll do is I'm going to make use of the map string, and this is going to be of type integer, new hash map. To this map, let's add the credits. Existing user dot get credits. This will give us the credits from the database, the user credits. And now we're going to make use of this response entity status http status dot OK. Body, we need to add the background response. So what I'll do is I'm going to use the background response is equal to response entity dot status http status dot OK, and okay, we are already doing here, so let me remove this, and okay, let me undo this. This is actually going to be remove background response builder dot status code dot OK, and data we need to add. For the data, I'm going to pass a map, and success, I'm going to set this to true, and let's call the build method. And this background response object, we're going to pass it to the body and return this. Let me format this. Save this, and here, okay, let's add the catch block also. Inside this, I am going to just grab this code and paste it here. I'll just add the data, something went wrong. I can set the success to false. Status, I'm going to set it to internal server error. Let's save this. Okay, now we have created the handler methods for credits. Let me stop this, and I'm going to restart the server. Okay, the application is started. We need to disable this password. We're going to disable this in just a few minutes. So first let's minimize this. Now let's open the front-end application. Let's open the app.context. Inside this, let's create the arrow function. Before that, at the top, I'm going to create a state. Credits, set credit. Let's use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be false, later we are going to update it. Let's pass the states to the context value. Credit and set credit. Now let's create a new arrow function, const load user credits. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside the try catch block, first I'm going to get the token. In order to get the token, use auth hook. This will give us the get token function. Inside this, let's use get token. Once we get the token, I'm going to make use of the Axios dot get. I'm going to make use of the get method. Let me import the Axios, and I'm going to use the backend URL slash credits slash users slash credits. Let's pass the headers authorization bearer token. Await, and I'm going to get the response back. Once we get the response back, I'm going to check for if the response status, or I can use the response.data.success. If it is true, then I'm going to update the credit, set credit to response.data.credit. Actually, this is credits. Let's verify it in the backend. This is going to be credits. We get the credits, and also we are returning the response entity. If you go to the background response, we have this success and status code and data. Inside the data, we have the credits. So which means here response.data and credits. Next, just for the reference, we can log this, but just keep it as it is, and else we can just print a toast notification, toast.error response.data dot we can print the message, that is response.data.data, and I can also print toast.error inside the catch block, error loading the credits. I'll just print the same message here also. And save this. Now let's pass this function to the context value and save this. Next, let's open the user sync handler. Here, if you remember, we have written this to do. So let's get rid of this, and first of all, let's grab the function from the app context, load user credits. Now I can call this function await load user credits and save this. Next, let's go to the menu bar. Inside this menu bar, at the top, first let's grab the credit, use context, let's grab the credit, let's pass the app context and scroll down. Instead of just adding 0, we can use the credit state and save this. Alright, now we have made the necessary changes. All we need to do, we need to test our implementation. Let's test our implementation. Go to the browser, and right now there are no entries in the database. Also, we have removed the account in the previously. So let's create a new account. Sign up, first name Bhushan Sirigur. Let's add the email address, enter the password, click continue. Let's enter the OTP, go to the Zoho mail and just wait for a few seconds. We should see the email and copy the code, paste it, and you can see the user is created with a credits 5, the default value. Now if you go to the database and let's execute the select query, we should see the new user ID, clerk ID, credits, email, first name, last name, and everything. The photo ID looks like we are not inserting the photo ID, so we can verify that also. Let's go to the IntelliJ, and not the IntelliJ, let's go to the front end application and inside the user sync handler. Yes, you can see we are not adding the photo ID. So the photo we are not adding, we can add the photo as well. Let me go to the IntelliJ and go to the user entity, not the user entity, user DTO, photo URL. So let's get the photo URL, user dot image URL, and save this. Awesome. Now let's go to the database and you can see we got the credits 5. So let's go to the browser, and actually I'm going to click on this sign out. Let's verify it one more time. Click login. Bhushan1992 at zohomail.in. Click continue. Enter the password. Click continue. And you can see the credits 5. Bhushan Sirgur. Let's go to the database. And you can see the photo URL is updated. Okay, fine. Now we are loading the credits automatically. Next, what we need to do is we need to upload the image to remove the background. I forgot to update the user credits in the mobile view as well. So if you open the menu bar component, you will notice the mobile view as well, the mobile menu. And if you just remove this hard-coded value to update the credit state. So let's save this. Next, let's go to the backend application and go to the application.properties file. Make sure to add this property to disable the default password. Spring autoconfigure.exclude, and we're going to use this user detail service auto configuration. We're going to disable it. Let's implement the elephant in the room, which is implementing the removing the background from the image. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to create a new account in Clipdrop API and get the API key. We're going to use the Clipdrop API to remove the background image, and we are going to get the API key from them. We can use the basic plan. It is completely free. Once we signed up, we get the 100 credits. That is more than enough for the hobby project to how we can create the SaaS based application and how we can remove the background from the image. One credit is equivalent to the one image. The second step is to update the pom.xml to add the dependencies to call the Clipdrop API. We're going to use the Feign Client to make the API call, and we're going to add the dependencies inside the pom.xml. And the third step is to create a Clipdrop client using the Feign Client. The fourth step is to create a service to call the Clipdrop API. And the fifth step is to create a controller to expose the API endpoint to remove the image background. Sixth step is to create a new component to display and download the image after the background is removed. And the seventh step is to update the app context to call the backend API and update the state. And the eighth step is to update the header component to remove the image background. And the ninth step is to update the try now component to remove the image background. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. Let's discuss these development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to create a new account inside the Clipdrop API and get the API key. Head over to the clipdrop.co/APIs, and inside this we need to create a new account. Once we create the new account, we need to validate our account, and we also need to, it will ask you to add your mobile number and it will validate your mobile number. Once it is validated, you can get the API key, and it will also give you the 100 credits. That is more than enough for us. Next, we need to add the API key inside the application.properties file, create a property clipdrop.api key and add the API key. Make sure to use your API key. Do not use mine, because mine will be not available as soon as I upload this video into the YouTube. I'm going to disable this. The next step is to add the dependencies inside the pom.xml. Inside the pom.xml, we are going to add the Feign dependency. Also, we are going to add the Spring Cloud version. Inside the dependency management, let's add this dependency version. That's it. And the next step is to create the Clipdrop client using the Feign client. So inside the project, create a new interface, Clipdrop client, and inside this we are going to define a method which is remove background, and to this we are going to pass the request part, which is the image file, which is nothing but the multi-part file, and the second parameter is the request header, which is nothing but the API key. And we're going to add the post mapping annotation, and we will provide the URI endpoint /remove -background /v1. This is the endpoint that we have to make an call to remove the background from the image. And we're going to add the consumes attribute, media type, multi-part form, data value. Also, we are going to add the annotation for this interface with a Feign Client annotation, and to this we are going to pass the client name, which is Clipdrop Client, and we are going to provide the base URL, which is https://clipdropapi.co. This entire API information will be available on their documentation. I will show you later. The next step is to create a service to call the Clipdrop API. Create a service class, remove background service IMPL, and we're going to load the API key from the application.properties file using the value annotation, and we're going to inject the Clipdrop client, and we are going to implement the method remove background, and inside this method we are going to call the client method, which is Clipdrop client.remove background, and to this we are going to pass the multipart file and the API key. This is going to give us the return type as bytes array. That is going to give us the image in the bytes form. And the next step is to create a controller endpoint to call the Clipdrop API. We're going to create a new controller, image controller. We're going to add the API endpoint /API/images. We're going to inject the remove background service and the user service. We're going to create a handler method remove background. We will add the annotation post mapping with a URI path /remove background. To this we're going to pass the file, which is nothing but the multipart file, as well as the authentication object. Inside this, first we're going to validate few things. We're going to check whether the authentication object.getName is empty, or if it is null, we're going to return an error response, that is user does not have a permission or access to this resource, with a forbidden status code. And if the validation is successful, then we are going to get the user object based on the Clerk ID by passing in the authentication.getName. And once we get the user DTO, from that user DTO we are going to check if the credits is greater than 0. If it is 0, or if it is less than, if it is 0, then we are going to return the error response, that is no credits is available, make sure to add the credits. And in case if the credit balance is greater than 0, then we know that user is having a balance, we have to remove the background. For that we are going to make an API call to the Feign Client, the client which we have created, remove background, and to this we are going to pass the file, the multipart file. This will give us the return type as image bytes, which is in the bytes form, and that we're going to convert that into a base 64 image. And later we're going to, once we remove that, we're going to deduct the credits. We're going to decrement the credits from the user DTO object, and after that we're going to store the user DTO back to the database. We need to update in the database as well, so we are going to call the database service as well. And once everything goes well, we are going to return the success response with a content type as text plain, and we're going to pass the base 64 image to the response. In case of anything goes wrong inside the catch block, we're going to handle the exception by returning the error response with a text something went wrong, and we're going to add the status code internal server error. And the next step is to create a React component to display the result. We are going to create a result component to display the image, the original image, and the background removed image as a result. For that, we're going to create a new component with the name result, and we are going to use the navigate hook as well as use context hook, and also we are going to create the container, image container with the CSS classes. And the left hand side we are going to create the original image, and the right hand side we are going to add the result image. For the result image we are going to use the state result image, which we are going to create in the app context, and in case if the result image is not present, we are going to return the empty string. And we are going to add the bunch of CSS classes like grid column 1, medium, grid column 2, gap 8. We have already discussed about all these CSS classes previously. In the left hand side we are also going to add the image state, which we are going to create in the app context, and if the image is not present, then we are going to return the empty string. We will add the rounded medium for the rounded corners, and object cover to exactly fit inside the object without any cropping. We are going to use these classes: width full, overflow hidden, relative, background layer, height full, border gray 300. All these classes we have already discussed many a times. Okay, and we're going to display the buttons only if the result image is not present, and if the image is present, we are going to display the buttons. You can see we are adding the condition. If the result image is present, then only we are going to display the buttons, which is try another image or download the image, so that user can download the image, the removed background image he can download, and he can try for another image by clicking on this button. And the next step is to update the app context to create the function to call the backend API. Inside the app context, we are going to create the state, which is the result image, set result image. We're going to set it to false. Similarly, the image, which is nothing but the original image and set image, we're going to set it to false. And we're going to use the user hook and use clerk hook from the clerk to grab the is signed in and open sign in methods. And also we are going to create a new function, remove bg, which is going to be an asynchronous function. To this, we are going to pass the selected image, and first we are going to validate whether if the user is signed in or not. If the user is not signed in, then we are going to pop up the sign in dialog box and user can log into the application. If the user is already logged in, then we are going to update the state, set image to the selected image, so that we can display this image inside the result page. Also, we are going to set the result image as false, and later once we update the state, we are going to navigate to the result page, and inside the result page the loader will be loading. In the background, we are going to remove the background for the image. For that, we are going to get the token from the use clerk hook, and this is going to give us the token, the JWT token, and we're going to create the form data object, and we're going to, for that form data object, we're going to append the multi-part file, and for that we're going to use the selected image state. And then we're going to make the API call using the Axios, the backend URL. We're going to append the URI path /images/remove background, and to this we're going to pass the form data, which is the post request data, and we're going to pass the headers, which is the authorization bearer token. And once we get the response from the backend server, we're going to update the state using the set result image. We're going to convert that base64 image into an image, the image PNG, and then we're going to update the credit as well. For that, we're going to update the state credit -1. If anything goes wrong, we're going to handle the exception inside the catch block. We're going to display a toast notification error while removing the background image. And finally, for the context value, we are going to pass the remove bg function. The next step is to update the header component. Inside the header component, we are going to get the function from the app context, and we are going to attach the on change event for the input tag. And for that, we are going to call the function remove background, and to this we are going to pass the file. We are going to use the event.target.files, and the 0th index we are going to pass, which will gives us the image. Next, we are going to update the try now component, and inside this try component, we are going to grab the same function from the app context, and we are going to call the same function, which is on change. And to this on change function, we are going to call the remove bg function by passing in the file. And the last and final step is to test the changes inside the browser. We are going to test the entire flow inside the browser, and this is the result what we get. Alright, now we have understand the development steps. Let's go ahead and follow these development steps one by one. Let's add the dependency for the backend application. Let's open the Spring Initializer and click on this add dependencies and search for open Feign. Click explore, scroll down, copy the dependency and open the backend application, and inside the pom.xml, let's add the dependency and open the browser again. And if you notice, we need to also add this dependency management. So copy this and go back, and after this dependency section, we need to add this dependency management. We need to also add this cloud version, the Spring Cloud version, and just copy the version which is present inside the properties and add it inside the same place. Inside the properties, let's add the Spring Cloud version and reload the Maven changes. Okay, so now we have added the dependency. Next, we need to create an account inside the Clipdrop. Open the browser, navigate to Clipdrop API. This is the API we are going to use to remove the background. In order to get an API key, just click on this and you need to create an account inside this. Once you create an account, you will get the 100 credits. That is more than enough for creating the hobby project. I have already created the account and I have logged into my account. If you look at this, I have already logged in, and if you click on this my account, you will see this credits. I got the 100 credits. I have used the 10 credits already. The leftover credits is 90 credits. And in order to get the API key, just click on this reveal API key. You will get the API key. Copy that API key and add it to your application.properties file inside our backend application. Later, we are going to load that API key inside our one of the Java class. Next, if you go to the documentation, just click on this docs, and if you go to this remove background, you will see the documentation. We are going to use this API to remove the background. This is a post request, and we need to pass this image file for this as an input, and also we can pass the optional parameter, which is transparency handling, but image file we should be passed, that is required, and it should be less than 30 MB, and the file format will be PNG, JPG and WebP file. In this format it should be present, and we get the error response in case of anything goes wrong. No key API key is provided. Also, you can scroll down, you can see the examples they have given for examples for various programming languages, and also they have given the responses for 200, 400, 401, 402. They have provided a nice documentation. You can read the documentation and you can explore it. Okay, with this, now go ahead and add the API key inside the application.properties file. Let's open the IntelliJ. I have already added the API key. Now we need to configure it. Let's open the main file, the main class. Let's go to the project explorer and go to this remove BG application, which contains the main method. Here we need to add an annotation. So just below this Spring Boot application annotation, add enable Feign clients and save this. Next, we need to create a new package. Under the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this client. Inside this file, inside this package, create a new Java class. We need to create actually an interface. So let's call this Clipdrop client. Because we need to make an API call to the Clipdrop service. Now our application will become the client, right? So that is why I'm going to make this as a Clipdrop client. And here I'm going to add the annotation Feign client. We need to provide the client name. We can give any name we want. I'm going to call this Clipdrop client. Also, we need to add the URL. The base URL we need to add. I'm going to add http://clipdropapi.co. You can find the URL inside their documentation. If you scroll up, you can see this is the base URL. So let's copy this and just add it here. Next, inside this interface, I'm going to define a method that is remove background. We need to pass the request param, that is going to be image file. If you go back to the documentation, you will see this is the parameter that we need to pass, which is image file, and this is going to be a multi-part file. Also, we need to pass the API key. So request header, the header name x-API-key. Let's pass the field as API key. Okay, next this is going to return an byte array. Let's add the return type, and this is going to be a post mapping. I have already shown you this is going to be a post request. Let's add the URI path, remove background /v1. So now the base it will automatically concatenate the base URL plus the URI path, and it is going to consume the media type, dot multipart. Let me import this. Multipart form data value, and save this. Okay, so now we have created the client. Now we have to make use of this client to call the API. I'm going to get rid of this import statement. This is unnecessarily imported it. Next, we need to create the service. Go to the Project Explorer. Under the service package, create a new interface. I'm going to call this image, or I can call this remove background service. Inside this, let's define a method. I'm going to call this remove background. We're going to pass the multipart file. This is going to return an byte array, and save this. Now let's create the implementation class for this. Inside the IMPL package, create a new Java class, remove background service IMPL. Let's implement the class which is remove background service. Let's add the service annotation and all the required args constructor annotation. Let's implement the method. Inside this, first of all, we need to load the API key. Let's create a field, private string API key. Let's add the value annotation. We can load it from the application.properties file. Clipdrop API key. Make sure you have to load the property from the application.properties file. In case if you have given a different name, make sure to replace it here. I have created the property with this name. I'm loading it here. Next, we also need to inject the Clipdrop client, private final Clipdrop client, and using this Clipdrop client, we are going to make an API call. Clipdrop client dot remove background. This is the method name that we have created, and to this we are going to pass the file, the multipart file, and the API key. That's it, and this is going to give us the byte array. I'm going to just return this and save this. Now what we need to do is we need to call this service method inside our controller. Now let's create a controller. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the controller package, create a new class, image controller. Let's add the necessary annotation, REST controller annotation, request param, not the request param, request mapping, /API /images. Let's add the one more annotation which is required args constructor. Inside this we need to inject the remove background service class. We will also inject the user service. Now let's create the handler method public. This is going to return a response entity. Remove background. This is going to be a post mapping / remove background. This is the API endpoint. Now let's accept the parameter, the file parameter. So request param, which is of type file type, multi-part file. I'm going to call this file. Also, we're going to get the authentication object. Let's call this authentication. Inside this, let's actually write the try catch block. Inside the catch block, we're going to return the error response. I'm going to create a new reference variable for the remove background response. Also, I'm going to create a map let's call this response map, new hash map. Inside the try block, I'm going to first write the if condition. If the authentication dot get name is empty, or authentication dot get name is equal to null, then I'm going to return the error response. For that, I'm going to make use of the remove background response dot builder. I'm going to set the status code to HTTP status forbidden. I'm going to add the success field to false, and data I'm going to add. Let's open the user controller and just copy this string and paste it, and let's call the build method. Response is equal to this, and now I'm going to make use of the return response entity dot status HTTP status dot forbidden. Inside the body, I'm going to pass the response. In case if the authentication contains the object, authentication contains the username, the clerk ID, then what we need to do is we need to first call the service method, which is user service dot get user by clerk ID. To this, we're going to pass the clerk ID. The clerk ID will be get it from authentication dot get name. This will gives us the user DTO. Inside this user DTO, we will have the credits. I'm going to write a condition. If the user DTO dot get credits is equal to 0. If it is 0, then we need to tell user to purchase the credits. He's having a low balance. So for that, I'm going to again use the response map, and I'm going to add the result, not the result, I'm going to just add the message no credit balance. Response map dot put, I'm going to add the credit balance, that is going to be user DTO dot get credits. And I will also make use of the remove background response dot builder, and we will use the success to false. Data, I'm going to pass the response map and status code, which is going to be HTTP status dot 400 bad request. Bad request. Let's add the build method, and now we have to, let me add this response, and now we need to make use of the return response entity dot. Okay, here instead of the bad request I'll just add the okay, because the request is successful but the user is running out of the load balance. So response entity dot okay, and to this let's pass the body that is going to be response. Okay, this is for the validation, and this is also for the validation. Here just adding the validation, and once all this validation is done, now if the user is having a credits, then what we need to do is we need to call the service method. So remove background service dot remove background, and to this we're going to pass the file, multi-part file. This will gives us the byte array image bytes. Now we need to convert this into a base 64 image, base 64 dot get encoder dot encode to string. To this we are going to pass the bytes, which is the image bytes. This will gives us the string base 64 image, and now after we convert this into a bytes and after we make an API call, once it is successfully removed the background, we have to minus the credit from the user account. So for that let's use the user service dot get user by clerk ID, authentication dot get name. This will gives us the user DTO back. User, okay, we already made the API call here, we got the user DTO, right? And once we get the user DTO, and what we need to do is we need to set the credits, user DTO dot set credits, user DTO get credits -1. We're going to just do a -1. Okay, so what we're doing here is after we making an API call to the backend service, once the image has been removed the background, we have to update this user DTO. Earlier the user DTO was having something like the credits was more than the 0, and in that case we have to update that credits. So for that, user DTO dot set credits, and again from that get DTO I'm going to decrement it. So now the user DTO contains the updated credits. This we are going to save it into the database. So user service dot save user. To this let's pass the user DTO, and after that we're going to just return the response. So I'm going to make use of the response remove background service dot builder, and inside this let's set the content type. I'm going to just, okay, here what I'll do is we don't want to return this remove background response. I don't want to return it. So instead I'm going to just return the, because we wanted to return this base 64 image in a string format. So for that I'm going to use the response entity dot okay, and to this I'm going to pass the content type, which is media type dot text plain, media type dot text plain body. I'm going to pass the base 64 image, and we are returning it. And inside the catch block we are going to throw an exception. Not throwing an exception, we are going to return the error response. Response remove background response dot builder dot build. Let's set the status http status dot internal server error. Next I'm going to add the success to false. Also, I'll just set the data. Something went wrong. And I can use the return response entity dot status, http status dot internal server error dot body. Let's pass the response object. Let's save this. Okay, now we have created the API to remove the background. All we need to do is we have to integrate this with the front-end application. Let's open the front-end application. We need to create a new page. Let's go to the Project Explorer. Inside the pages, create a new file, result.jsx. Inside this, let's create a functional component. Let's export this as a default component and save this. Now we need to add the routing for this page. Let's go to the app.jsx. Inside this, let's create a new route. Path which is going to be /result, and the element we are going to, this is a protected route. What we need to do is only the signed in users have to be able to view this page. For that, I'm going to use the fragments. Inside this fragments, just add the signed in component. If it is the signed in, then we have to redirect to the result component. If the user is signed out, then we have to redirect back to the sign in page. Let me format this and save this. Okay, now we have configured the route. Next, let's go to the result.jsx. Now what I'll do is just get rid of this div, and I'm going to first of all create a state inside the app context. Go to the app context, and at the top, let's create a new state. We're going to create two states. One is result image and the set image. Image, set image. Initially this is going to be false. Similarly, const result image, set result image. I'll also set this to false. Now let's pass these states into the context value. Set image, also result image, set result image. Save this. Now inside the result.jsx, let's grab these states, use context. We need to grab the result image and the image. Let's pass the app context. Inside this, let's create a div with a class margin horizontal 4 and margin vertical 3. In large devices, margin horizontal 44, margin top 14, minimum height 75, viewport. And inside the div, I'm going to just add a comment just for the reference. This is going to be the image container. Inside this, let's create a div with a class grid column 1 in mobile device, and in medium devices grid column 2 gap 8. Inside this, let's add the comments left side and copy the same and add it right side, the left side image and the right side image. Inside this, we need to create a div with a class flex column. Inside this, create a paragraph with a class font semi-bold, text gray 600, margin bottom 2. I'm going to add the text original. This is the original image that we are going to display, and image source. We're going to, for now, let's add it from the assets dot people original. Let's add the class names rounded medium, width full, object cover. Similarly, we also need it for the right side. We need to add an image in the right hand side as well. Let's create a div here. I'm going to create a div with a class flex column, create a paragraph with a class font semi-bold, text gray 600, margin bottom 2. Inside this, I'm going to add a text background removed. Let's create a div with a class rounded MD and border gray 300, height full, background layer relative dot overflow hidden. Inside this, let's create an image. For now, let's add the assets dot people. Let's add the classes, which is width full, object cover. And next, I'm going to just add an condition, that is, if the result image is not present, and if the image is present, I'm going to create a div with a class name absolute top 1/2, left 1/2 dot transform translate 1/2, translate y 1/2, let me actually transform, and now I'm going to add minus translate x 1/2, which is horizontal 1/2, and vertical also translate vertical 1/2. And inside this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class border 4, border indigo 600, rounded full, height 12, width 12, border t transparent, animate spin. I'm going to add this spinner. That's it. We are not going to add anything because this is just a kind of a loader. Okay, next after this we need to add the buttons. So here let's add the buttons. Inside this, let's add the condition. If the result image is present, then only we are going to display our buttons. Let's add the div with a class flex justify center. In small devices, let's add justify end items center flex wrap gap 4 and margin top 6. Inside this, let's create a button with a text border text indigo 600 font semi bold, padding vertical 2 and padding horizontal 4, rounded full, text large. On hover effect, I'm going to add the scale 105, transition all, duration 300 milliseconds. And inside this, I'm going to just add the text try another image. Let's create a new anchor tag after this button. For the href, I'm going to add the result image. I'll add the attribute download. Let's add the class names, cursor pointer, vertical padding 3, horizontal padding 6, text center, text white, font semi bold, rounded full, background gradient. Let's add the gradient color, background gradient and I'm going to add from purple 500 to indigo 500, shadow large. On hover effect, from purple 600 to on hover, I'm going to add indigo 600. I'll add the transition, duration 300 milliseconds, is in and out, transform. Let's add the hover effect, scale 105. Inside this anchor tag, let's add the text download image. That's a pretty long classes, that's fine. So we have added all these classes and we added the text download image. That's it. Now we have created the result page as well. We have designed it. So in order to test this, what I'll do is let's go to the browser. Let's navigate to the result path. Okay, let's actually go to the developer tools and see image is not a function. Okay, let's go to the code and okay, here actually we should have added the and. So let's save this. And if you go to the browser, and this is how it looks, but let me go to the console and I'm going to restart the dev server. And if you go to the browser, and you can see this is how it looks. We're supposed to see the buttons, but for the buttons it is not displaying. Let's go back, and here if there is a result image is no, okay, here if the result image is present, and we should display the buttons. Okay, the result image is right now false. I'm going to just make it true. Let me change this, and if you go to the app context here, I'm going to just change the result image to true and save this. And if you go to the browser, you can see now we should see these buttons. Okay, later we are going to update this state. For now, let's keep it false. And also the loader we have added, right? So I'm going to just make this as false, the image, and save this. When you do this, we should see the, okay, this is false, the image is false, and this is going to be true. And let's save this. And if you go to the browser, the result image is, okay, actually this is going to be true, this is going to be false, and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see this is how it looks like. The loader will be keep loading, right? But the background image will not be present at that time. We are going to remove that. Okay, for now let's keep it false. Later we are going to update these states. Let's add the false. Okay, this is how it looks like, the result image. Now what we need to do is we have to create a function inside the app context to call the backend API. Now let's go to the browser. Let me go back to the code, and here what I'll do is let's open the app context. Inside this app context, I'm going to create a new arrow function, const remove pg is equal to, this is going to be an asynchronous function, and I'm going to call this selected image. Inside this, inside the try catch block, I'm going to write, first I'm going to check whether if the user is signed in. Let's actually grab the is signed in from the user hook at the top. Let's use the user hook from Clerk. Is not signed in. If the user is not signed in, then we have to redirect him to the open sign in dialog box. We have to show open sign in, and this open sign in we have to import it from the use Clerk hook. If the user is already signed in, then we have to set the image to the selected image and set the result image to false, and we have to navigate to the result image. So for that we need to use the use navigate hook. Scroll down. Now we can call the navigate method, and we can navigate to the result page. Next, we need the token to make an API call, so we can call the get token method. This will gives us the token. I'm going to use the await. We get the token back, and this token we are going to pass it to the API call. First I'm going to check the selected image and form. If the selected image is present, the form data dot, first of all I'm going to create this form data object. So let's create the const form data is equal to new form data, and if the selected image is present, then form data dot append, we're going to append the file selected image. Then we will make an API call. Let's use the Axios dot, this is going to be a post request, backend URL slash API slash, this is going to be, let's go to the backend and let's see, slash API slash images. This is going to be remove background. So let's add the remove background. And since this is a post request, I will also pass the form data. We will also need to pass the headers, the bearer token. This will give us the response back. I'm going to just grab the data and I'm going to provide the name as base64 image. Let's add the await keyword. And once we get the base64, what we need to do is we have to set it to the result image. So set result image. We cannot add it directly since this is we have to convert that into an image. So let's use the template literals data image slash png base64 base64 image, and we're going to set the credit. We're going to update the credit. So for that, credit -1. We're going to update the state, and in case of any errors, I'm going to log the error. Console.error. Let's display the toast error message, that is error while removing the background. Let's save this. Now we have to pass this function into the context value. So in the down, remove bg and save this. Now we have to grab this function inside the components. Let's first go to the header component. I'm going to open the, let's open the header component. Inside this header, we have this text upload your image, and inside this we are going to actually call the function. First let's grab the remove background image from the context, use context remove bg, and let's pass the app context. Save this and scroll down. Inside this input, let's add the, first of all, this is going to be, okay, this is the input, and here let's add the on change event. And for this on change event, I'm going to make use of the function which is remove bg, and to this we can pass the image e.target.files 0th index, and this is going to call the function remove bg, which is present inside this app context, and it is going to navigate to the result page, and there we are going to remove the background, and we are going to display the original and the resulted image. Same thing we're going to do it inside this try now component as well. Let's go to the try now component. Inside this, first let's go to the header component and let's copy this line and paste it inside the try now component. And here inside the input, let's add the on change event. e.target.files 0. Let's save this. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to update few things inside our result.jsx. Let's open the web storm, and inside this result.jsx, what we need to do is inside this left side image, let's get rid of this. Instead, we are going to make use of the image attribute. If the image is present, then we're going to use the URL.create object URL, and to this we're going to pass that image. If the image is not present, we're going to return an empty string. Similarly, in the right hand side, scroll down, we're going to check for the result image. If the result image is present, then we're going to display the result image. Otherwise, we're going to display the empty string. So let's save this. Now with this change, we can test our implementation. Let's go to the browser, and here what we need to do is we need to click on this upload your image to. First of all, what I'll do is I'm going to just log out from the application and click on this upload your image, and it will ask you to upload the image. I'm going to select this image and click open. You can see it will ask you to log into the application. So let's log into the application. Enter the password. You can see we have logged in. Now click on this upload your image and select the image. Click open. Okay, we got some error while removing the background image. Looks like we have made some mistake. Let's verify that. Let's go to the home page, and here let's click on this upload your image. But before that, I'm going to open the developer tools so that we can track the errors. Click upload your image and select the image. Click open. We're getting this error and request failed with the status code 500, bad response. Likely, let's go to the IntelliJ, and this is our controller. We're passing the file. We're calling this image, and let's go to this service method, which is remove background. Go to the implementation, and let's go to this Clipdrop client. This is the URL / remove background version 1 multi-part form data value. Okay, this is actually not a param, this is actually a part. Okay, this is a request part. With this, let's save the changes and restart the application. Okay, the application is started. Let's go back to the browser and let's upload the image again. Upload your image, select the image, click open, and we should get the result. Okay, you can see the functionality is working as expected. The Clipdrop API is removing the background for the image, and we are getting the buttons as well. Try another image and download image. Right now it is set to 133%. Let's set it to 100%. Let me set it to the 100%. Okay, this is how it looks like, but since we have to add a few more stylings to this so that it will fit nicely into this browser. But now I can click on this download image to download the image. So click on this and you can see the image has been downloaded. I can open this and this is how it looks. Okay, so now let's actually add a few stylings to this result page, and you can also see the credits has been reduced to 4. Earlier it was 5 and we have reduced it to 4. And also on click of this try another image, we have to navigate to the home page. Let's add that functionality as well. Let's go to the web storm, and inside this result, first of all let's add Okay, this is margin top 14, and let's save this. And if you go to the browser, and let's actually stop the dev server and let's restart it. And if you go to the browser and let's go to the home page, and now let's click on this upload your image. Instead of using this, let's actually use the this one, the last part, the try now button. Here also we have this upload image. Let's click on this and select the image. I'm going to select a different image this time and click open, and this is how it looks. And you can see the image has removed the background, and we can download this image if you want, and click on this try another image. We wanted to add the on click event. For now, we can download this, and it will download the image, and you can see the credits have become 3, and click on this. And now what I'll do is let's go to the WebStorm, and here scroll down, we have this try another image. I'm going to attach the on click event. I'm going to navigate to the home page. So for that we need the use navigate hook. So at the top I'm going to use the use navigate hook. This will gives us the navigate function, and we can use the navigate, and we can navigate to the home page slash. So let's save this, and if you go to the browser and let's upload a new image, click on this and click on this image and click open, and let me verify this. Okay, it removed the background, and click on this try another image. We will navigate to the home page. Alright, now we can go to the Clipdrop API, and let's go to the Clipdrop API, and we should see the credits, 87 credits, which has been reduced. For every one background image, 1 credit will be reduced. Okay, right now in our application we have right now we have 2 credits, and once it becomes 0, and if I try to upload any image, if I try to remove the background, it will ask you to purchase the credits. We yet to complete that functionality. We have to add the functionality for this. On click of this choose plan, we have to call the Razorpay API, and we have to recharge with the credits. We have to add the credits to our account. We will do that, and for now everything looks working as expected regarding the removing the background image. Okay, with this now we can continue with the pricing part. Before that, I'll just do one last thing. Let's go to the WebStorm, and inside this result, just outside of this image container, let me actually collapse this, and I'm going to just cut this, and I'm going to create a div with a class background white and rounded large, padding horizontal 8 and padding vertical 6, and shadow MD, and paste the code. So we are just creating this a shadow background with a border and with a rounded corners. Let's save this, and with this we can just test one last time. I'm going to just restart the dev server and go to the browser. I'm going to just select this upload your image and select this image and click open. You can see we got a nice shadow, and this is how it looks. Alright, so now we have completed the functionality for removing the background image. Let's continue with this pricing section. Let's discuss integrating the Razorpay order API. Let's look at the development steps. The first step is to add the Razorpay dependency into the pom.xml file. The second step is to add the Razorpay key ID and secret ID into the application.properties file. The third step is to create the JPA entity to store the order details. The fourth step is to create the JPA repository for the order entity. And the fifth step is to create a DTO object to map the Razorpay order details. Sixth step is to create the Razorpay service to create and verify the order. Seventh step is to create the order service to store the order details into the database. And the last and final step is to create the order controller to expose the API endpoints. Let's discuss these API development steps one by one in detail. The first step is to add the Razorpay dependency into the pom.xml file. We will add the Razorpay dependency. You can grab this dependency from the Razorpay official documentation. The second step is to add the Razorpay key ID and secret ID into the properties file. Inside the application.properties file, we will add the Razorpay key ID and secret ID. Do not share these secret IDs with anyone else. Grab the secret ID and key ID from your Razorpay account and add it into our application.properties file. And the third step is to create the JPA entity to store the order details. We're going to create the Java class with order entity name. We will add the annotations, entity, table, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder, and data annotation. We have already discussed about these annotations. We will add the fields ID, order ID, clerk ID, plan, amount, credits, payment, and created at. And we're going to add the annotations, ID annotation, generated value annotation, and column annotation. We're going to make the order ID as unique. And also we're going to add the default value for the payment field. For that, we're going to use the pre-persist annotation. The fourth step is to create the JPA repository. We're going to create the JPA repository and we're going to add the finder method find by order ID. This is going to return the optional of order entity. The fifth step is to create the DTO object to map the Razorpay order details. We're going to add the fields ID, entity, amount, currency, status, created at, and receipt. And we will add the annotations, Lombok annotations like data, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. And the sixth step is to create the Razorpay service to create and verify the order. We're going to create the Razorpay service implementation and we're going to load the key ID and secret ID from the application.properties file. And we're going to inject the order repository and user service. We're going to create a method, create order. Inside this, we're going to load the Razorpay ID and secret key, and we're going to create the JSON object for the order request, and we're going to pass the amount, currency, receipt. For the receipt, we're going to add the system.current-time milliseconds for the tracking purpose, and we're going to add the payment capture to 1. And finally, we're going to call the order API, the Razorpay order API using the Razorpay client, and the create method will create the order inside the Razorpay account. Next, we're going to create one more service method, which is verify payment. We need to verify the payment once the payment is completed from the user end. For that, we're going to again make use of the Razorpay client. We will load the key ID and secret ID. And we're going to call the one more API, which is the fetch API. It is going to fetch all the orders. And inside that, we're going to validate whether the status is paid. If it is paid, then we're going to fetch the order ID. And based on the Razorpay order ID, we're going to fetch the order. And once we fetch the order, we're going to check for the payment. If the payment is true, then we know that the payment is already done, and we're going to make the return value as payment failed. In case if the existing order payment is false, then we know that we have to complete the payment. And for that, we are going to call the service method, which is get user by clerk ID. And for this, we're going to pass the clerk ID. This will gives us the user DTO. And for this user DTO, we are going to set the credits. We need to update the credits. First, we're going to get the credits and we're going to update the credits, which is coming from the existing order. The existing order will contains the credits which the user has placed for the order, and that credits we're going to add it to the existing user account credits, and we're going to store the user details back to the database. This will update the user details with the updated credits. And finally, we're going to set the payment to true, that is payment has been completed, and we're going to store the order details into the database. And finally, we're going to add the messages like success to true and message. We're going to add the credits added. And finally, we're going to return the value. And the seventh step is to create the order service to store the order details into the database. We're going to create an order service, and inside this, we're going to create a record, the Java 17 record, plan details. And here we're going to add the plan details, the basic, premium, ultimate. For the basic, we're going to add the 100 credits with $499, and for the premium, we're going to add the 250 credits with $899. for the ultimate, we are going to add the 1000 credits with 1499 bucks. And we are going to create the method create order. To this, we are going to pass the plan ID and the clerk ID. And inside this, first we are going to get the plan details by passing into the record, and this will give us the plan details. And we are going to check if the details is null. We are going to throw an illegal argument exception just for the validation purpose. And then we are going to call the service method, which is the Razorpay service create order. To this, we are going to pass the amount and the currency, which is INR. And finally, we are going to create the order entity. We are going to pass the clerk ID, plan, create credits, amount, order ID, and we are going to build it. And once we get the new order, we are going to store it into the database, and we are going to return the Razorpay order. Next, we are going to create a controller, and we are going to expose the API endpoints. Inside this, we are going to add the request mapping /API/orders, and also we are going to add the post mapping for create order, and we are going to accept the plan ID, and we are going to add the authentication. Inside this, we are going to first check whether the authentication contains the clerk ID or not. If the clerk ID is not present, then we are going to throw an exception with a forbidden. And if the authentication contains the clerk ID, then we are going to call the service method, which is create order. And to this, we are going to pass the plan ID and the clerk ID as well. And finally, we are going to convert the DTO object into Razorpay order DTO, and we are going to return the response. In case of any exceptions, we are going to return the error response with the status code internal server error and the success to false. Finally, we are going to create one last endpoint, which is to verify the payment. For that, we are going to create a handler method verify order. We are going to pass the Razorpay order ID in a map, and from the map we are going to get the Razorpay order ID, and then we are going to call the service method verify payment. This will give us the map return values, and we are going to send it back to the client. Alright, these are the development steps that we are going to follow to complete the order API. Let's complete the development. Let's open the backend application. First of all, we need to add the dependency. Open the pom.xml. Add the Razorpay dependency. Save this and reload the Maven changes. Next, we need to create the JPA entity. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the entity package, create a new Java class, order entity. Inside this, let's add the necessary annotation, the entity annotation, table annotation. We can add the table name. Let's add the all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. We'll also add the data annotation for setters and getters. Let's add the necessary fields. We will add the ID, order ID, clerk ID, plan, amount, credits, payment, and created at timestamp. Let's add the ID annotation and generated value annotation for the ID field. For the order ID, let's add the column annotation with a unique to true. Next, for the created at timestamp, let's add the creation timestamp. Let's add the column annotation, and nullable I'm going to set it to false. Updatable I'll also set it to false. Let's add the pre-persist annotation. We wanted to make the payment as false for the default value. If the payment is equal to null, then we need to set the payment to false. Let's save this. Now let's create the JPA repository. Let's create a JPA repository for order entity. Inside the repository package, create a new interface. Order repository. This is going to extend the JPA repository. The type we have to add order entity. Primary key type is long. Inside this, let's define a new method, finder method, find by order ID, string order ID. This is going to return an optional of order entity. And save this. Next, we can create the service and the DTO. Open the Project Explorer. Under the DTO package, create a new Java class. Razorpay order DTO. Let's add the necessary annotations, data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. Inside this order entity, let's add the, we have already added the builder annotation. And inside this DTO, data, all args constructor, no constructor, and builder annotation. Inside this, let's create the field Let's import this date from the util package. We're going to add the ID, entity, amount, currency, status, created at, and receipt. Let's save this. This is the response object. Once we created the order inside the Razorpay, the response what we get, that we are going to map it to this Razorpay order DTO. Next, create a service. Open the Project Explorer under the service package. Create a Java class. Let's call this Razorpay service. Actually, this is going to be an interface. Inside this, let's define the method create order. This will take the amount as a parameter and currency. This is going to throw a Razorpay exception, and it will return the order object, the Razorpay order object. Let's save this. Now let's create the implementation class inside this service package. Inside the implementation package, create a Java class, Razorpay service IMPL. This is going to implement the Razorpay service. Let's add the service annotation and required args constructor. Let me expand this, and inside this at the top, first we need to load the Razorpay key and Razorpay secret key. Let's load from the application.properties file. Make sure you should be creating a property with this name, or if you have created with a different name, make sure to change it here. Let's add the secret key as well. Next, we need to create the method public. First of all, I'm going to just override the method, which is create order. Inside this, inside the try catch block, I'm going to make use of the Razorpay client. To this Razorpay client constructor, let's pass the key and ID and secret key. I'm going to create an object for the JSON object, order request new JSON object. I'm just creating the order request using the JSON object. Order request dot put. We need to pass amount. We need to multiply it with 100 because we have to convert this into a paisa. Order request dot put. We need to pass the currency. We need to pass the receipt as well. Should be an unique ID. So for that, I'm going to use the system.current time milliseconds. Also, we need to add the payment capture. I will set it to 1. And finally, we need to call the Razorpay API. In case if you're looking for the documentation, head over to the browser and search for Razorpay documentation. Select the first link, and in the left hand side you will see this payments. Click on this and you will see this orders. Click on this. If you go to the order APIs, you will see all the order related APIs. Create an order, fetch an order, fetch order with an expanded payment subject. All these APIs you can find it here. Just click on this create an order. You will see the curl request and the success response and the failure response, and you can see what all the parameters that we need to send to the API. So here you can find the entire documentation. This is the post request and we need to pass the URI /v1/orders. This is the order API. Okay, next, using this Razorpay client, we need to call the method, that is create method, and to this we are going to pass the order request. I'm going to just return this. In case of any exceptions, I'm going to handle that exception using the Razorpay exception. Inside the catch block, just I'm going to print the log trace, stack trace I'm going to print, and I'm going to throw a new Razorpay exception, Razorpay error. We can print the message, the error message, we can print it. Save this. Okay, now we have provided an implementation for the create order. Now we can call this function inside our service. Now let's create an order service. Open the project explorer. Inside the service package, create a new interface, order service. Inside this, let's define a method. Create order. Let's pass the plan ID. and Clerk ID. This is going to throw a Razorpay exception, and we're going to return the order, which is the Razorpay order. Let's save this. Now let's create the implementation class for this. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the IMPL package, create a new Java class. Order service IMPL. We're going to extend. Let's implement this with the order service. Let's add the service annotation and required args constructor. Let's override the method create order. Inside this, first of all, at the top, I'm going to inject the Razorpay service. Also, I'm going to inject the user service. Also, I'm going to create a record. We're going to make use of the Java 16 feature record. Private record plan details, string name, credits and amount. At the top, I'm going to make use of this record to add the details. Private static final. Let's use the map plan details. Let's use the map of, and let's add the key value pairs. The key will be basic, and the value, I'm going to add the plan details, new plan details, and to this I'm going to pass the values, which is the plan ID, not the plan ID, the name of the plan and the credits and the amount. For the basic plan, the credits will be 100 and the amount is $499. Similarly, let me copy this and paste it. Next, we have the premium package. We get the 250 credits and this is going to cost $899. Similarly, we have the ultimate plan. This is going to be ultimate. We get 500, not 500, we get 1000 credits and it's cost around $1,499. Now inside this create order, we can make use of this plan detail. So let me use the plan details dot get. To this we're going to pass the plan ID and we get the plan details. Once we get the plan details, I'm going to check if the details is equal to null. In case of if it is null, we're going to throw an exception, throw new illegal argument exception, invalid plan ID, and let me concatenate the plan ID, and in case of the details is present, then we know that the user has looking for a plan. Let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, let's make use of the Razorpay service to call the create order method, and to this let's pass the amount from the details and Also, we need to pass the currency, which is INR. This will give us the Razorpay order object. Let's call this Razorpay order. Once we get the Razorpay order object, now we can save the details into the database. Let's use the order entity dot builder. Let's set the clerk ID and let's add the plan details dot name. Let's add the credits details dot credits, amount details dot amount, order ID Razorpay order dot get ID. We get the Razorpay order ID. On this, I'm going to call the build method. I'm going to store that in a reference variable order entity. Let's call this new order. Once we get the new order, let's make use of the order repository. We need the order repository. Actually, we don't need this user service. Instead, let's use the order repository. And now we can make use of the order repository to call the order repository dot save, and we can store the new order, and we can return the Razorpay order. In case of any exceptions, we can handle the exception using the Razorpay exception, and inside this I'm going to throw a new Razorpay exception, error while creating the payment, not the payment, error while creating the order. Save this, and now we have created the service method, which is create order. Next, we can call this method inside of the controller. Now let's create the controller. Open the project explorer. Under the controller package, create a new Java class, order controller. Let's add the REST controller, request mapping /API /orders, required args constructor. Inside this, let's create a new handler method. Before that, I'm going to inject the order service. This is going to return a response entity, create Razorpay order. I'll just make this as create order. Let's add the post mapping. Let's accept the parameter, the request param. Plan ID, authentication, and inside this, first we need to validate it. So before that, I'm going to just add throws Razorpay exception. Inside this, first what I'll do is I'm going to create a map. Response map is equal to new hash map. We'll also create a response object, remove bg response response null, and inside the try catch block we can catch the exception, and inside this try block before that we need to validate few things. Let's go to the image controller or user controller, wherever you can go, and just scroll up, and actually we need the image controller. Let's go to the image controller, just copy this validation part and add it here. And in case if the authentication object get the client ID, the clerk ID, if it is present, then what we need to do is inside this try catch block I'm going to make use of the order service to call the create order method, and to this we are going to pass the plan ID and authentication dot get name, which is nothing but the clerk ID. This will gives us the order, which is nothing but the Razorpay order. And once we get the order object, instead of returning this order object, we can map this to a Razorpay order DTO. And for that I'm going to call a method, the private method convert to DTO. To this I'm going to pass the order object. This will gives us the response. I'm going to call this Razorpay order DTO response DTO. Let's create this private method. This is just a mapper method. Inside this we are going to make use of the builder pattern. Let's add the ID order.get ID. Next we have the entity order.get entity, amount order.get amount, currency order.get currency, status order.get status, created at order.get created at, and receipt order.get receipt. On this call the build method, and we can return this. And now we can make use of this response DTO to pass it to the client. So what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the response entity, or I can use the remove background response dot builder, set the success to true. Data I'm going to pass the response DTO, and status code http status dot OK, or I can use created because we are creating the order. On this we can call the build method, and now we can use the return response entity dot OK, and to this we can pass the response object. In case of any exceptions, we can return the error response. Let's make use of the response is equal to remove background response dot builder, and to this let's add the status code http status dot internal server error, and data I'm going to set this to something went wrong, or even we can just set e.getMessage, and the success, I'm going to set this to false. And now we can use the response entity dot status http status dot internal server error, and the body, let's pass the response object. Let's save this. Alright, now we have created the controller method. Now we can make an API call to this /API/orders to create a new order in the Razorpay account. Now let's create a one more API endpoint to verify the payment. For that, first I'm going to create a new service inside the Razorpay service. Let's define a method verify payment. To this we're going to pass the Razorpay order ID. This will throw the Razorpay exception, and I'm going to return the map which contains the key value pair. Key will be string type and value will be an object type. And inside the Razorpay service implementation, let's override the method. Inside this, in order to verify the payment, we are going to make use of the same orders API from the Razorpay. If you go to the browser and fetch orders option is there, just click on this, and if you look at this, this is going to return the orders, all the orders it is going to fetch, and we are going to make use of this API to verify the payment. Let's go back, and inside this, what I'll do is first we are going to make use of the map string and object. Let's call this return value is equal to new hash map, and inside this let's make use of the Razorpay client, and to this we need to pass the Razorpay key and secret key ID and Razorpay key secret. Now we can make use of the Razorpay client dot orders dot fetch. We're going to fetch the order, and to this we're going to pass the Razorpay order ID. This will gives us the order. I'm going to call this order info. What I'll do is I'm going to just wrap this inside the try catch block. We're going to catch the exception. The exception type will be Razorpay exception. Once we get the order info, then we need to check if order info dot get, if the status is paid. I'm going to make use of the toString dot equals ignore case. If it is paid, then we know that the payment is completed, and I'm going to first make use of the order repository. Do we have the order repository? Okay, so let's inject the order repository, private final order repository. Order repository dot find by order ID, and to this let's pass the Razorpay order ID. This will gives us the order entity. So let's call this order entity existing order. This is going to return an optional, so I'm going to throw an exception in case if the order is not found. Order not found for the order ID. Once we get the existing order, let's check order existing order dot payment, get payment. If the payment is true, then we know that it is already payment is completed, so let's make it as payment failed. So let's add the return value dot put success. I'm going to not the success, I'm going to just add the message that is payment failed. Return value dot put just return this response map. Let's call this return value. Okay, if the existing order is true, then we are going to return the error message that is payment failed. Else, if the existing order payment is not true, then we are going to make use of the user service. So let's inject the user service. Let's make use of the user service dot get user by clerk ID, and to this we are going to pass the clerk ID. Now we get the user DTO back. Let me see what is the return type. The return type, okay, so this is going to return the user DTO. So let's call this user DTO. Once we get the user DTO object, we need to update the credits. So user DTO dot set credits, user DTO dot get credits plus existing order dot get credits. Once we update the credits, we need to save it into the database. So user service dot save user. To this we are going to pass the user DTO, and once we save the record into the database, once the record is the user details have been updated into the database, we are going to make use of the order entity. So let's use the existing order dot set payment. We're going to set this to true. Next, let's use the order repository dot save. To this, let's pass the existing order. And now we can make use of the return value, the map dot put. We can add the message that is credits added. And we can return the map. In case of any exceptions, we are going to handle the exception. And inside this Razor exception, I am going to throw a new response status exception, http status dot internal server error, and error while verifying the payment. we are getting some exception, that is because missing the return statement. We are throwing the exception and we are already adding the return statement, and try catch. Okay, let's return the empty map. Okay, fine. Now let's save this, and now we need to call this method inside the controller. Now let's create the controller method. Let's go to the order controller. I'm going to create a handler method, public. This is going to return the response entity. Verify order. This is going to be a post mapping. Verify is the API endpoint. Request body, we're going to map it to the map of string and object type. Request, and this is going to throw a Razorpay exception. Inside this, first let's get the order ID from the map. Razorpay order ID. We need to pass this from the front end, so I'm going to convert this into a toString. Once we get the Razorpay order ID, we need to pass it to the service method. Let's inject the Razorpay service at the top. Razorpay service dot verify the payment. To this, let's pass the Razorpay order ID. This will gives us the map, which is of type string and object. Return value, I'm going to call this, and now I'm going to just wrap this inside the try catch block. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the, first of all, here I'm going to return the response. For that, remove background response dot builder, and I'm going to add the success to true, and let's add the status code http status dot okay, and the data I'm going to pass the return value. Need to call the build method. Response I'm going to create a map. Or what I'll do is I'm going to string, and this is going to be, let me do one thing. Instead of this, I'll just return the response entity. Okay, and to this we can pass the return value, and inside the catch block I'm going to just create a map, string and object type. Error response new hash map. Error response dot put I'm going to add the success to false, error response dot put. I'm going to add the message exception dot get message and return response entity dot status http status dot internal server error. Body, I'm going to pass the error response. Save this, and inside this verify payment, I'm going to just add the return value dot put success. I'm going to set this to false, and here also I'm going to set the return value dot put success. I'm going to set this to true and save this, and inside the controller, the order controller, we are just returning that value as a response which contains the success and message attribute. Okay, with this now we can integrate all these API endpoints with our front-end application so that we can complete the payment and we can add the credits back to the user account. Let's look at the development steps for the Razorpay payment integration. The first step is to update the .env file to add the Razorpay key ID. The second step is to create the order service and consume the order API. The third step is to update the pricing component to call the service method. And the fourth and final step is to attach the on-click event for the button to buy the credits. Okay, the first step is to update the .env file to add the Razorpay key ID. Inside our environment file, we are going to add the Razorpay key ID. Go ahead and create this property and add the Razorpay key ID. The second step is to create the order service and consume the order API. We have created the order APIs in the Spring Boot application. We're going to consume those API endpoints. For that, let's create the order service.js file, and we are going to create an arrow function, place order, and we are going to pass the plan ID, get token, on success, and backend URL. Inside the try catch block, we are going to first grab the bearer token, and we are going to make an API call to the backend service /orders, and to this we are going to pass the plan ID, and also we are going to pass the headers, the bearer token, and we get the response back, and we are going to check the status for the response. If it is 200, then we are going to initialize the payment, and for this we are going to pass the order which is nothing but the data it is coming from the API, and also we're going to pass the token and the success and backend URL. Inside this initialize payment, we are going to create an options object. We are going to add the key, which is nothing but the Razorpay key ID. We are going to import it from the .env file. We will also add the amount, currency, name, description, order ID, and receipt. And we're going to pass the handler function. And for this handler function, we get the payment details. And the payment details, we're going to pass it to the API for the verify API to verify whether the order is completed or not, whether the payment is completed or not. And we're going to pass the bearer token as well. And we're going to check for the response status, which is 200. If it is 200, then we're going to display a toast notification that is credits added. And finally, we're going to open the Razorpay window. For that, we're going to call the new window.razorpay, and for this we're going to pass the options, and finally we're going to open the Razorpay window. Next up is to update the pricing component to call the service method. Inside the pricing component, we're going to create an arrow function, handle order, and for this we're going to pass the plan ID. Inside this, first we're going to check if the user is not logged in, then we're going to open the sign in window. For that, we're going to use the use auth and use clerk hooks, and we're going to call the function, the service method, which is place order, and for this we're going to pass the plan ID, get token, and the success, and inside this on success we are going to load the user credits, and we're going to pass the backend URL as well. And the next step is to attach the on-click event to the button to buy the credits. Inside the pricing component for the button, we are going to attach the on-click event, and for that we are going to attach the handle order button or the method, and for this we are going to pass the plan.id. We are looping through the plans, and each time we loop through we get the plan, and from that we are going to add the plan.id to the handle order method. Alright, these are the development steps. We are going to follow these development steps step by step to complete the payment. And finally, we have to test the entire flow. Now let's open the front-end application in WebStorm and start integrating the order API. Before that, I would like to show you where exactly you can find the documentation for the web integration. If you go to the Razorpay documentation and in the home page, you will see the web integration. Click on this, and inside this payment gateway, you can just scroll down. The web integration part is there. Just click on this integration steps, and if you scroll down, you will see this build integration, and you will see this callback URL, the checkout code, and you can follow these steps to create the order and make the payment. Okay, let's follow these steps one by one and we can complete the steps. Let's go back to the WebStorm. First of all, I'm going to create a new service. Let's open inside the src folder, create a new directory. I'm going to call this service. Inside this, let's create a new file, order service.js. Inside this, first of all, let's import the Axios. Now let's create the function place order. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and I'm going to export this. Let's destructure and grab the plan ID, get token, and on success. Inside the try catch block, I'm going to first get the token. So get token let's call this token. Once we get the JWT token, we need to make an API call. For that, what I'll do is I'm going to use the use context hook and grab the base URL, not the base URL, the backend URL. Let's pass the app context, and once we get the backend URL, we can make use of it. Axios.post. We can pass the backend URL slash API. The API is already present, slash orders slash. We need to pass the order, the plan ID. We don't have any more else after this orders. So let's go back to the IntelliJ and we can verify it. If you look at this, we have the slash API slash orders and post mapping. And after this, we need to add the plan ID. Plan ID is equal to, let's pass the plan ID, which is coming from the URL. And we need to pass the data, but in this case, we don't need to pass anything because we're already passing it in the URL. But we do need to pass the headers. So let's headers and authorization, which is going to be bearer token. And once we call the API, I'm going to add the await because this is an asynchronous call. We get the response back. We can check for the status, response.status. If it is 201, then we know that order is created. I'm going to call a method initialize payment, because once the order is created, we have to immediately show the payment pop-up to complete the payment. So initialize payment method I'm going to call, and to this I'm going to pass the order response dot data and get token. This is not the response.data. Let's go back to the IntelliJ and let's see what we are actually sending. We are actually passing the response entity, and the response entity contains the remove background response, and to this we are going to pass the response DTO, and inside the data.data we will get this object, the response DTO. I'm going to just pass the response.data.data get token, and also I'm going to pass on success. We need to create this method. We're going to create it in just a bit, but I'm going to add the catch block. Inside this, let's use the toast.error. We're going to print the message error.message. Next, we need to create the method that is initialize payment. Before we create the method, I'm getting an error here. Okay, that is because we cannot use the hooks inside the regular JavaScript file. I'm going to just remove this, and I'm going to accept the backend URL in the method itself, and that will resolve the problem. Now create a function const initialize payment. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Actually, it's not an asynchronous function, but I'm going to grab the order get token and on success. Inside this, first let's create the object for options. Let me create an object, and inside this, if you don't know what I'm trying to do is, let's open the browser, and you can see we need to create this options object. We need to pass the key ID, amount, currency, name, description, image, order ID, all these we have to pass. Then only it will pop up the it will open up the Razorpay payment. And also we need to add this script inside our index.html file. Let's copy this and go to the WebStorm and open the index.html. Let's add at the very end and save this and close this. Next, inside this options, just add the key. We're going to make use of the environment variables import.meta.env. I have already created the environment variable, which is wheat underscore Razorpay underscore key underscore ID. In case if you have given a different name, make sure to change it here. Next, we need to add the amount. We get the amount from order.amount. Currency, order.currency. Name, I will add credit payment. Description, I will add the same credit payment. Order ID, order.id, and receipt, order.receipt. I'm going to add the handler function. This is going to be an asynchronous function. We get the payment details. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, First, let's get the token. I'm going to call this token. I'm going to add the await keyword, and once we get the token, let's make an API call axios.post, and we need to add the backend URL /orders, and we need to add the URI path, which is verify. To this we need to pass the data, that is nothing but the payment details, and we need to pass the headers. So let's add the bearer token. We also need to get the backend URL as well. So let's get the backend URL. I'm going to add the await keyword, and then we get the response back. Once we get the response, I'm going to just add the if condition. If the response.status is 200, we're going to just add a toast notification, that is credits added. And on success, we are going to let's save this, and inside the catch block, what I'll do is I'm going to just add a toast error message, that is error.message, and at the very end we need to load the Razorpay window. Let me call new window.razorpay. To this I'm going to pass the options razorpay.open method I'm going to call. Let's save this. Now we have created these functions. Now we need to call this place order function inside our component. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this import statements. Let's save this. Now we can call this function. Before that, I'm going to just pass the backend URL to this initialize payment method, because we are accepting that. So let's pass the backend URL, and let's open the pricing.jsx, and inside this component, now we need to make few changes. So at the very top inside the component, first I'm going to create an arrow function, handle order. Let's accept the plan ID, and inside this, first I'm going to check if the user is not signed in. For that, I'm going to use the use auth hook. This will gives us the, let me grab the is signed in. Also it will give us the get token, and we can also use the use clerk. This will gives us the open sign in method, open sign in, and inside this if condition, if the user is not signed in, then we need to call the function open sign in, and we have to return it. In case if the user is already signed in, we need to call the function which is place order. To this we need to pass the plan ID. We also need to pass get token. On success, we also need to pass backend URL, but before that, for this on success, let's pass the function load user credits, and this load user credits, we are going to accept it from the app context. Let's grab the load user credits, also the backend URL. Let's pass the app context, and also I'm going to import the use context and use clerk. We need to accept. We are getting these errors actually. Okay, we need to import these inside the component. Sorry about that. And now we are calling this place order to this, passing the plan ID, get token, and on success we are going to call, and to this we are going to pass the load user credits and the backend URL. So let's bring this to the next line, and this will also bring this to the next line so that it will format properly. Okay, for this place order, we are going to pass the plan ID, get token, on success, and backend URL. Next, what we need to do is we need to call this handle order method inside this. Let me scroll down. We have this button. Okay, we have this button. In this button, we are going to call the on click method, and for this, the on click event, and for this on click event, let's call the method handle order, and to this we are going to pass the plan.id. Let's save this. Okay, next we need to test the implementation so that it should open the Razorpay window and we have to complete the payment. Before we test the implementation, what I'll do is I'm going to just verify one more thing. If you go to the order service, and here we are actually adding the status as 201. I'm going to just make it 200. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, and now first of all let's see whether the backend is running or not. Okay, the backend is not started. Let's start the backend application. Okay, the application is started. Let's go to the database and verify whether the table is created or not. Let me refresh this. You can see the orders table has been created. Now if you go to the browser and scroll down, we have three options and the user credit is as of now 1. Let's go ahead and recharge with the basic package. Click on this choose plan, and you can see the Razorpay dialog box is opening. I'm going to select the UPI, and let's add success at Razorpay and click verify and pay. This will take a few seconds to complete the payment. And you can see the payment is completed. We should see the message credits added, and if you go to the top, we should see the credits has been added. All right, now let's verify it in the database. Let's go to the database, and I'm going to write a query. Select star from orders. You can see a new order has been created for $99, and the clerk ID created at credits, and the order ID payment becomes true, and the plan is basic. Similarly, we can test for all these plans as well, but I'm gonna leave it to you. You can go ahead and test all these packages. Alright, next what we need to do is one last thing we have to do before we wrap up this video. On click of this credit, we have to open up the pricing page. Of course, we can navigate to this pricing section also. What I'll do is I'm going to create a new page where I'm going to add this pricing plan separately, and I'm going to navigate to that on click of this credits button so that user can purchase the plans. Let's do that as well. Now let's open the WebStorm, and I'm going to create a new page inside the pages folder. folder. Let's create a new file. I'm going to call this buy credits.jsx. Inside this, let's go to the pricing.jsx. Let's open the pricing.jsx and copy the entire content and open the buy credits and paste it. And here let's change this to buy credits. Change the component name to buy credits. Rest everything remains as it is. And let's open the app.jsx. Let's create a new route /pricing. Save this. Now let's go to the browser and navigate to /pricing. We are not able to go to the page price. Okay, this is going to be buy credits. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, and you can see inside the pricing we are showing these cards like basic package and premium package and ultimate package. Now on click of this, we have to navigate to this pricing route. So right now, if the user is in the home page or in the landing page, on click of this, we have to navigate to this /pricing so that user can purchase the credits. So for that, I'm going to attach the on click event. Let's go to the code and open the menu bar. And if you scroll down, we have this credits. Let me see. Okay, we have this credits and this button. And to this button, I'm going to attach the on click event. We're going to use the navigate. If you don't have use navigate hook, let's add the use navigate. This will gives us the function navigate. And scroll down. Let's call the function navigate /pricing. And I'm going to copy the same thing and I'll attach it to the mobile view as well. Scroll down, and inside this mobile view, we have this button. And save this. Now if you go to the browser, and right now we are in the landing page, click on this credits, we will navigate to the /pricing. Awesome. Alright, we have completed this entire project. I hope you enjoyed this project as much as I enjoyed while creating this video course. In case if you are looking for the source code, I drop a link in the description section of this video. Go ahead and grab the source code. Also make sure to create this project by yourself instead of just copying and pasting all of my code. Just type each and every line and understand what we are trying to do. Also try to deploy this application to any of the cloud services. I have created a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel. Go ahead and visit this and learn how we can deploy this application into the cloud service, and share the live URL in the comment section of this video. I would love to see your work. And yeah, thank you. I will see you in the next video.